Israeli commanders would also be charged over the ICC wants arrest for 3 Palestinians, 2 political, 1 military leader, and 2 Israelis, both civilian leaders. Seems that they tried to go against both sides equally to avoid appearing biased, but for no reason, but for some reason, no military officials on the Israeli side were mentioned. It is weird that they went after the civilian leaders, because I would imagine like the military leaders would be, would have more knowledge of these war crimes. Like Netanyahu's the prime minister, so obviously he's in charge of the war to some extent, but like he doesn't have to know everything like some of the commanders would. Okay, intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population as a war crime, contrary to Article 8, Section 2. Okay. Article, but no Article 6, guys. No genocide. Hold on, what's their article? I'm just curious. Article 6 definition. Intent to destroy and hold apart national, yeah. But they are accused of the other stuff. ICC is useless unless they can enforce the law through a criminal trial. Go make the arrest and first bring them to a jury and judge. Who is going to be the one that makes the arrest? Yeah, I think in theory, like if Netanyahu goes to some of the countries that have some type of agreement with the ICC, he could be arrested. Like I think it but he's just not going to go to fucking Sweden now or whoever has those agreements. It's mostly like Western European countries. ICC is not affiliated with America, Israel. Yeah. So I think he can go to America without being arrested, but I think if he goes to like Belgium or Sweden or some of the Euro countries. Okay, so starvation. It's a method of warfare. Willfully causing, okay, what is this? Article 8, Section 2C1. 2C1. If he goes to Sweden, some hate mob will kill him at the ICC. That's honestly probably true. But I think ICC arrest warrant. Arrest extradition. I think there's some countries that are party to the ICC that still won't extradite or like arrest people. 100 police officers for 1 Israeli singer. I don't know. There's the United States extradition treaties. Okay. I'm sure someone has written about this, because it's like one of the questions I have. How would the ICC arrest, I don't remember how to spell Netanyahu. Netanyahu. I think Israelis are safer in Saudi who are targeting Europe. I don't know if that's true, man. Okay, I don't know if we're gonna read the full statement, but also my mic stand is fucked, dude. I still need a new desk. I saw CNN did a thing. I wonder. I bet they answer it.
We are following this breaking news. The International Criminal Court moments ago announced it is seeking arrest warrants for the leaders of Hamas for the October 7th terrorist attack in Israel, and also seeking arrest warrants for the political and military leadership of the State of Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, Hamas's top political and military leaders also being sought for crimes against humanity, all named just now. CNN's chief international anchor, Christiane Amanpour, has this exclusive interview with the special prosecutor at the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, who announced it to her just moments ago, and she's joining us right now from The Hague. Christiane, tell us more about what you've learned.
Wait, is that how you pronounce it, by the way? The Hague? I always say the Hague. I thought it was the Hague. Okay.
Well, Kate, we broke this earlier on CNN some 20 minutes ago. It is an incredibly important turning point in this war since Hamas invaded parts of Israel, slaughtered so many people, took so many hostages, and in the aftermath, since Israel went to war against Hamas and has caused so many civilian casualties, and what international officials say starvation and famine also impose. So these form the basis of the ICC charges, and they are now seeking warrants, seeking arrest warrants that will have to be approved by a panel of independent judges here. I am at the ICC based on these things that I told you. And here are the crimes. There are some 8 crimes, charges alleged on both sides, starting with Hamas because of the timeline, obviously. October 7th was what Hamas did. Here's what he told me. We're here at the ICC. You are today announcing that you are applying for arrest warrants for top military and political leadership in the Israel-Gaza war since the October 7th events. First and foremost, explain to me exactly what you're asking for and who you are charging.
Today, Christian, we've applied for warrants to the pretrial chamber of the International Criminal Court in relation to 3 individuals that are Hamas members. Sinwar, who's in charge on the ground.
That's Yahya Sinwar?
Absolutely. Daif, who's in charge of the Al-Qasim Brigade, and Hania, who's one of their political bureau based in Doha.
What are the charges?
The charges are extermination.
Okay, basically, we read all that, basically.
Minister Netanyahu and also Minister of Defense Gallant for crimes of causing extermination.
Termination, starvation, blah, blah, blah.
War crimes. And in addition, the prosecutor has said, just so that everybody understands, that he has issued this request for arrest warrants based on the reasonable belief on grounds that these are criminal offenses that can meet a conviction standard. It's not just reasonable grounds that they could go to trial. This is higher, the standard of conviction based on the evidence that he and his teams have collected so far and that are in the public domain.
Christian, Sarah here. A couple of things. One, I wanted to ask you just about the unprecedented nature, but this is, I think, the first time that a democratic government has been brought under these potential warrants, and how they've gone.
We fail to consider Israel isn't a democracy. They're evil apartheid state. I want to know. Maybe they'll go over it.
Gathering evidence when getting into Gaza, I think is very, very difficult.
So on the first issue, I put that to Prosecutor Karim Khan, obviously, and I said this is the first time that this has happened in a democratic situation when we're talking about the Israeli side. And he said that is true. And if Israel were to take this up or had taken it up, the judicial system.
You know, this is just like the situation I'm talking about when I first typed in your chat. No, because listen, they did also issue arrest warrants for Sinwar. Okay, they did also do it, and some other members, but Sinwar is the big guy. So listen, he's probably realistically he's gonna be dead or flee to Qatar before the war ends. So
when we first warned about this months ago, then they would have jurisdiction. If they choose to do so now, they will have jurisdiction. So that's clear. He said that they have not chosen to do such a thing, even though, as he said to me, and he said it publicly, that when
Yeah, wait. If arrest warrants are issued, all ICC member states must comply with an order to arrest and surrender to the court any wanted persons found in a territory. Yeah, see, okay, so I was right. So he just can't go to Sweden. Reports say he fled to Lebanon and Syria. Oh, really? Already? U.S. officials speaking condition of anonymity, as they were not authorized to speak in the media, told MME that the Biden administration is now exploring possibilities that Sinwar fled to Egypt, Sinai Peninsula, and from there he may have escaped to either Lebanon or Syria. Damn. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure. Hold on. they did it. I don't think they did any arrest warrants for PA leaders, but they did issue warrants for Sinwar and some of the some other Hamas leaders. I don't remember who, but I didn't know Sinwar fled. Iron pushes back on reported fears of Sinwar fled to Sinai as battle returns to Gaza City. Is Hamas party to the Rome's not you? No, Hamas is not party to anything. But I think the ICC said some weird shit. I don't know. We'll see. But I want to find a thing I read. But I think they claim jurisdiction over the stuff that happens in Gaza because technically the PA is like a member to the Rome Statute, and technically the PA like is sort of the lawful sovereign of Gaza, and Hamas just did a coup there, right? And they recognize it as like a terrorist organization. Like nobody recognizes Hamas as the lawful sovereign of Gaza, right? They all recognize the PA. What's our convoluted VS? In base for ICC's jurisdiction is that Palestine is a state party. Without that, the case goes away. Oh, They're not a state. I don't know. Okay, international law is a joke, but it's so fun to read about, man. Israel's not a part of the ICC. Oh, they don't go. I thought there was something I read that went over. Yeah, I saw the U.S. strongly condemns the ICC's prosecutor's request. Israel and the U.S. Monday both harshly condemned an effort by the ICC chief prosecutor to seek the arrest warrants for Israeli officials in connection with the 7-month war in Gaza. Would you go to law school for international law? I mean, listen, maybe at this point, listen, if I knew the Israel-Palestine would stay this relevant, then maybe, man, because international lawyers must be raking in some big bucks right now, man, with all the ICJ cases and all the ICC stuff happening. I'm just saying. But I think I get your point. Yeah, if someone was going to law school and they're like, oh, well, I'm studying international law, I'd be like, well, might be a big opportunity cost. Or not raking in above bucks even right now. Well, compared to the pennies that they were earning before. Whatever this prosecution might apply, there's no equivalence done between Israel and Hamas. I think I don't know. I understand the frustration, but like the frustration that Israel's have. But Jesus, oh, my mic stand, no. But it's not necessarily drawing an equivalence. They were charged for different crimes. Actually, some of the crimes were the same. I don't think Israel should be charged with some of these crimes, but listen, if the international court system actually works, though, and I don't know how well it works, you can become Israel's strongest soldier. I should do that. I could be an international lawyer for Israel. That sucks. I need a new desk, man. Israel actually has their Mag Corps. I could do that. I could do that. I could be in the room doing the proportionality analysis and say 10 children for one Hamas member? Go for it. Go for it. I say it's proportional. Go for it. we should read this. Based. Why we support ICC prosecution for crimes in Israel and Gaza. Watch them only support the ones in Gaza. That'd be funny. That's what I would do. I would write an article like this, and I would only support the prosecutions against the Hamas members. I was finishing my thing from earlier. It's like, ideally, if the court system works, right? Like, Israel would be charged with these crimes, and then they would investigate, and they would probably, I mean, maybe there's evidence I haven't seen, right? But they would probably find things that are like, oh, starvation of civilians as a method of war. Are they really doing that? Probably not. Probably a justification for blockade, and they wouldn't be found guilty of that. I don't know exactly how these things work, because like it's like entirely possible that like IDF soldiers on the ground are guilty of certain things like extermination and murder, right? But Israel doesn't have a policy of doing that. Hamas literally has a policy of exterminating as many civilians as possible. I don't know exactly how that works. I guess, but they're going after the leadership, so I would assume they're looking for a policy thing, because it would be like Netanyahu supported a policy of that. If by extermination you mean Hamas, then yes. True. Okay, we have a ton of tabs open now. God damn it. Why do they never go after countries which are doing worse things? I think usually the reason they don't go after the other countries is because they're, I don't know, it's just because they're scared of the whatever leadership there. It's like they don't have the power or whatever. Because I forget exactly how it works, but I'm pretty sure that ICC has to do shit with like the UN Security Council, right? So like we looked into this earlier. Like, why aren't they going after Assad? It's like, well, the Security Council would have to approve some of the stuff with Assad. So Russia and China are just gonna block it. Yeah. They won't go after any of the countries part of their Rome Statute. Kinda, yeah. But the problem is all the people that are parties to the Rome Statutes are all the nice countries, okay? So they don't even, like, what's Norway done recently, man? They did, I mean, they went after Putin, who's actually also not party to the Rome Statute, but here's what an ICC arrest warrant means for Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu and others like Putin. The ICC on Monday confirmed it's seeking arrest warrants for several Israeli and Hamas leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, over alleged war crimes committed on October 7th and during the ongoing conflict in Gaza. But even if those warrants are approved, there's no guarantee the leaders will ever be arrested or tried on charges. International law is a joke. All the judges made this decision should be drone striked with no proportionality analysis. Dude, what a killer insult, man. I hope you end up in a proportionality analysis. That's that's like the most polite way to say I hope you die. My mic stand. I need a new desk. God damn it. I think I wonder if Lebanon party to the Rome Statute? Because if so, I'll say to ICC, they would have to arrest Sinwar if he was found in Lebanon. Damn it, they're not. Damn it. What the hell? Syria isn't either. They committed a crime to beat all crimes, being an enemy of the state of Israel. True. Just like the Iranian president who was killed by Eli Copter. If no one is going to enforce it, it's more of a joke. Yeah. ICC has jurisdiction to prosecute in situations of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes in cases that would otherwise be impossible to try using traditional criminal systems, but has no power to enforce. Oh shit.
This is the last $5 in my bank account.
You know, we can all see that you subscribe using Prime, right? Or at least I can. Thank you, Carter, for resubscribing. But this case is just gonna fail because they're just gonna find out Palestine's not a state. Bro thinks he's destiny. Isn't it the second time you've come across my stream and said that, man? But thanks. Shoot. There's something, we've read this before, about like the difference between grave breaches. I think grave breaches, yeah, thanks Carter. Grave breaches, I think anyone can be prosecuted with grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, even if they're not a party. For grave violations. Grave breaches are serious violations of the 1949 Geneva Conventions that involved but this is just what Hamas is accused of, and Israel. But not Israel has not been accused of rape. Can we get some bro thinks he's some? Can we get some bro thinks he's destiny in the chat? Yeah. Listen, bro thinks he's bro. I am just like him, guys. I actually do kind of want his jacket. He just restocked his merch store. I actually do kind of want the Destiny Bomber jacket. I actually kind of want it. It's $64 now, but I kind of want it. You don't need the Virgin Drift, we can already see it. Thanks, Carter. Hey, Carter. Who are the majority of my clothes handing downs from? I think the majority of my clothes are handing downs from you. Do you want to talk about the sweatshirt I got that had a dabbing panda on it? That was a killer sweatshirt, dude. I think I literally got the meme shirt. I paused my game to be here. I think that was a handing down from you. Some DMs from Carter. Bro, okay, I'm sorry. Please stop, bro. Please don't do this. Are you an A theorist or B theorist relation with time? I don't even remember what those are, man. I remember looking into them at one point. I should remember broadly what they are, but I don't. I don't know. I have no A theorist versus B theorist time. A theorist more confident in okay, whatever. Time is tense with a distinct difference between past, present, and future. Time is tenseless with no distinction between now. I don't know. I'd have to actually look into it. But didn't Einstein past, present, and future, and B are concepts earlier or later than? What is it? I don't know. What was the fucking shit Einstein proved with his God doesn't play dice with the universe, but then it turned out God does play dice with the universe. I don't know, man. It doesn't. I don't know, man. Physics says time is another dimension, I think. Well, it's a temporal dimension, right? Don't we? I think it's three spatial. I'm not qualified to comment on this, but it's three spatial and temporal. Isn't it a different type of dimension? Because it's the temporal dimension, three spatial, one temporal. Okay. Locking in. The attack by Hamas on October 7th and military response by Israeli forces in Gaza have tested the system of international law to its limits. This is why, as international lawyers, we felt compelled to assist when it came to the prosecution, to prosecute the ICC asked us to advise whether there was sufficient evidence to lay charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Today, prosecutors have taken a historic step to ensure justice for victims in Israel and Palestine by issuing applications for 5 arrest warrants alleging war crimes. And I'm gluten intolerant, but that's the least of my concerns. Dude, fucking killer. Alleging war crimes and crimes against humanity by senior Hamas and Israeli leaders. These include applications for a warrant of arrest against the political and military commanders of Hamas and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Also, Botrex is in the wrong YouTube chat again, but you know what? We'll live with it, man. For months, we have engaged in an extensive process of review and analysis. We have carefully examined each of the applicants for arrest warrants, as well as underlying material produced by the prosecution team in support of applications. This included witness statements, expert advice, official communication. Are you guys the experts? Whatever. Videos and photographs. In our legal report published today, we unanimously agree that the prosecutor's work was rigorous, fair, and grounded in law and facts. We unanimously agree that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the suspects he identified have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity within the jurisdiction of ICC. How long is this? 13 pages. That's not that bad. Maybe we'll get to it at some point. Okay. Now that I've seen this guy, I don't know if I want to read it. What the hell? Lord Justice Fulford. It's a little goofy. Okay. Isn't it kind of obvious ICC doesn't have efficient evidence to actually establish an arrest warrant for an Israeli official? I don't know. I mean, it's possible that they have sufficient evidence to issue an arrest warrant, but they definitely don't have sufficient evidence to claim that it's in the jurisdiction. I don't see how it is in their jurisdiction. There's an argument to be made that it's in their jurisdiction, but to say there's sufficient evidence, I don't know if I agree with that. These are clowns right now, ICC. Okay, jurisdiction. The panel agrees with prosecutors that the ICC is jurisdiction in relation to crimes committed in territory of Palestine, including Gaza, since June 13, 2014, under Article 12, Section 2A, the ICC statute. It agrees that a criminal court's jurisdiction over... Can you explain why? Okay, 10. The basis of the court's jurisdiction is that Palestine, including Gaza, is a state for the purpose of ICC statute. The ICC's pre-trial chambers already ruled that the court's jurisdiction extends to Palestine as a state party to the ICC statute on this basis. We live in a cloud world, only Israel is reasonable. True. ICC pre-trial chamber decision. I wonder... I know the LeBaire Institute, West Point. No, it's not going to pop up because I have a new browser. Yahoo was like a joke, and I'm like, I wonder if they have anything on it yet. Oh, yep. Oh, but it's referring to... This was before they actually issued it, but, Okay, listen, I also don't understand, that guy was the one who literally came out and said, hey, Netanyahu, can you commit to not having, civil control over Gaza after the war? They want to arrest her. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Usually West Point is pretty good at going to see, look, they go through the whole process. Defeat is poison with suppressing a medicine. The medicine is Jewish control over the West Bank. Over Judea and Samaria. By the way, just real quick before we get into this. Okay, wait, hold on. What do we need to read here? What do we not need to read? Okay, well, let's put this down. Put this down here. We have so many tabs open. We watched what we need to do with that. That's already in there. Okay, we should read this. Okay, okay, that's chill. That's chill. What is this? That's obvious. We're always going to do that. Okay, this should be here. Already have that. I think we have that already, right? Yeah. Why is ICC not under Jewish control? Well, it'd be too obvious if it was under direct Jewish control. Clearly, the Jews still control it somehow, man. I wonder what the pro-Palestinians are saying about the ICC also charging Hamas. Are you playing the long game? Well, you're just assuming that it's not. Why would you assume that it's not when literally, bro, everything, when you think the entire UN is clearly under control of the global elites. What is this? Is this? I hate YouTube. I made these two shorts, and I don't understand why they're not getting in. This one has 3 views, and this one has literally none. Usually the shorts, oh, it has 1 in the past 48 hours. Hell yeah, it just got 1, man. It's blowing up right now. You can see this is the typical views I get. You see they have like a big spike at first, but these both just got none. Usually they get like 400. Keys debate leftist will the ICC cases and distract them, and then find Israel not guilty on all accounts. True. I made those shorts, and they're good, high quality shorts. They're higher quality than my other shorts, although they don't have Subway stickers under them. I paid $10 just for this stupid AI captioning program, my guy. Is this not? Okay, this might not be the thing that I paid. I don't know what I paid for. It's somewhere. Yeah. And it's captioned and everything. I don't understand. By the way, I got reposted on Twitter again. The same video. They just repost because it's just a Twitter engagement thing. They just repost the same videos. But this account reposted me. Somebody else. Yes. Repost. Look at this. 1,000 views, guys. If I knew this video was going to blow up, I would have combed my hair more, but whatever. By the way, we're 5 subs away from 100 subs. Okay. In recent days, Israeli newspapers and television channels have been reporting rumors that the ICC may soon issue arrest warrants in a situation in the state of Palestine. Israeli leaders rumored to be facing warrants include Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, Army Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi. I don't know. It seems unlikely the ICC prosecutor would seek arrest warrant for Israeli leaders and not also senior Hamas leaders, which he did. Some jurors suggest that there is no basis to these rumors, and they may just be spin. To what end seems uncertain. That said, the Israeli government certainly appears to be taking them seriously. Regardless, the rumors raise a number of questions that are likely to process likely charges, jurisdiction, and admissibility of cases before the ICC, and the likely impact of any such warrants and when they are issued. The process. ICC arrest warrants issued by 3-judge pretrial chambers of the ICC. The prosecutor must persuade the pretrial chamber that there are reasonable grounds to believe a suspect has committed a crime and that the arrest of a person is necessary. Necessity includes cases where arrest is needed to ensure the person's appearance at trial. Obtaining such warrants is not analogous to seeking bench warrants from a district or county court. There will be hearing evidence-led and time taken for judges to deliberate. Sealed warrants may be sought and issued to prevent a suspect from being tipped off. Sealed warrants play a role in the arrest of 4 persons accused of administration of justice offenses against the ICC, who were arrested in 4 countries over 2 days in 2013. Who are these people? What were they? Oh, was this some of the Congo stuff? Oh wait, this wasn't the person who was arrested. Wait, who was arrested? Wait, who was arrested in 2010? I don't know. Oh, I'm assuming it's some of these people. Wait, who is this guy? He was arrested in 2022? Okay, whatever. I'm assuming it was for the Congo stuff, because I'm pretty sure that was in 2013. There are presently at least 4 sealed warrants outstanding in relation to the situation in Libya, so it is theoretically possible for warrants to have already been issued. Any of the 124 ICC state parties that receives a request for arrest and surrender of a person to the ICC must deliver that person to the court as soon as possible, subject to a number of due process guarantees under Article 59 of the ICC. Reports of diplomatic attempts to persuade the ICC to delay any decision in order to avoid prejudicing ceasefire talks are hard to fathom. To whom would such representatives be made? If Khan already made a secret application for arrest warrants, when they are issued, is out of his hands. Bluntly, once the judicial arm of the ICC is activated, it isn't easy to turn off. ICC arrest warrants are issued by a 3-judge pre-trial chamber. None of the sealed warrant stuff doesn't matter because these clearly aren't sealed. On the basis that there are reasonable grounds to believe a suspect has committed a crime and that arrest of a person is necessary. I know they mentioned it's necessary. It can include for them to appear in court, but like, What is it? What else does it mean by necessary? Hold on. Article 58. I was going to say necessary a lot. Person is necessary. It doesn't actually, because I know it's necessary for them to appear in court, but it doesn't mean like, is it necessary for what? For the crimes to stop? Okay, I don't care about the sealed warrants. Any of the ICC, or I guess parties to their own statute. Must arrest people with warrants if found in their territory. Okay. Crimes likely to be charged. Do we need to read this? Because we know what crimes have been charged, or what crimes have been charged now. We'll briefly read it, but I don't think I'll take any notes on it. Okay. The best indication of prosecutor's likely strategy comes to the arrest warrants issued for Vladimir Putin and that guy we're not even going to try to pronounce. These warrants were issued for the Ukrainian situation, for the war crime, of forcible deportation of civilian population, focusing on crimes against children. This narrow focus followed the easiest trail of evidence. Putin and whatever effectively confessed to the crime of removing Ukrainian children on Russian television. Why would they? Okay, awesome, dude. I never heard that they. I've heard I've obviously read into like the Putin stealing children thing before, but the Ukrainian babies, but I didn't know they confessed to it on television. That's awesome, dude. More conventional war crimes, based on the attacks doing disproportionate civilian damage, are harder to prove. They involve fine-grained factual analysis about damage and death caused by whom, based on the information that was available at the time, and upon one assessment of military advantage. Trying such crimes to higher command can also be difficult, absent evidence of an order, or in the case of a command responsibility, willful blindness. We can expect a similar approach of pursuing lower-hanging fruit crimes against higher leaders in the situation in Palestine. This will likely focus. The likely focus will again be war crimes. Genocide notoriously requires proof of special intent. Similarly, in practice, proving a crime against humanity involves showing the crimes occurred as part of a widespread and systematic attack pursuant to a government or organizational policy. Okay. This is important. So proving, okay. Proving a crime. So it can't just be like these IDF soldiers on the ground did something bad without like just because they were poorly trained or whatever. It has to be actual policy in order for it to be a crime against humanity. Proving a crime against humanity requires the crimes occurred as part of a widespread and systematic attack pursuant to a government or organizational policy. Okay, what do they link to for this? Okay, well, fucking read that at some point. Oh, there. Wait, maybe we should. I bet this. I'm actually super curious if they mentioned the Dole Specialis genocide. What the fuck? Attack directed against the civilian population in these contexts. Elements understood to mean a course of conduct involving multiple commissions of act referred to in Article 7. What the hell? What the hell? God, maybe I should go to listen. If I did go to school for international law, though, think about it. I would be so far ahead of everybody else because I've read all this dumb shit already. That's actually true for economics too, which I'm actually probably more ahead for economics, depending on where I would start in economics. Because like a basic macroeconomics class, I would already know everything. Yeah. Oh, they don't mention dolus a single time. Do they not use the dumb Latin stupid things? Oh, they must not. Prosecutor himself warned in December 2023 that humanitarian assistance must be allowed at pace, at scale in Gaza, and that if Israel doesn't comply with international law now, they shouldn't complain later. The consensus, the consensus is thus that most likely crime with each Israeli leaders might be charged is starvation as a war crime. They already did that already. Yeah. Oh, wow, dude. Thanks, Carter. Wow. Oh, Typod Turtle. Jesus, yourself. Thanks for the follow, man. You've already been in this. I'm surprised it took you, surprised it took you this long to remember to follow and say, I'm your favorite streamer. Yeah, thanks, Carter. How to get a noise complaint. Okay. Because is that the most likely crime with which Israeli leaders might be charged as starvation as a war crime. It also appears to be visible fear among Israeli officials, and it's possible this assessment was one factor in the recent easing restrictions on aid entering Gaza. Yeah. Listen, the starvation as a war crime thing. It's definitely the. I think that's probably the strongest claim you can make. Because some of the things that were blocked in a blockade, although part of that, we'd have listen. The blockade thing is complicated. I think Lonerbox did Lonerbox did a thing in it. God, I should DM him for his notes because he said I could. He said like posted his findings on Twitter and he's like, oh, I can't post all my notes here. If you want the notes, DM me. I should DM for the notes. Basically, my understanding is that from 2007 to 2010, the Gaza blockade was on a whitelist system. So certain things were allowed into the Gaza Strip, and everything not on that whitelist was not allowed in, which is why things like cookies weren't allowed in, right? It was just because literally anything not on a list wasn't allowed in. It wasn't like a specific thing like we are evil Israelis and we're not going to let cookies in because we're evil. It was just overly it was definitely overly restrictive, but it wasn't this like intentional evil policy of not letting cookies in. But after the Gaza flotilla thing, I think they eased the restrictions in 2010 and started their like I think they put on like a blacklist system, so now most things are allowed in except for like military equipment and then some of the dual use things Why did it ban cookies? Well, they didn't ban cookies. Cookies just weren't allowed in because they weren't on the white list of things allowed in. But it's definitely the strongest. The starvation shit is definitely the best argument you can make against Israel. Is they seem to have this policy of being restrictive in what can enter the Gaza Strip, and especially since the war started, obviously, that's the best argument you can make against Israel. All right, so only things that would explicitly approved were allowed in. Yeah, from 2007 to 2010. How many died of starvation? I think it's like 32 or something. I mean, that is true. Like, if Israel is trying to use starvation as a method of war or whatever, they're doing a really bad job. It's like 32 out of the 32 in the past. How many ever years? Yeah. 20 years in blockading 32, yeah. "32 people, including 28 children, died of malnutrition at hospitals in northern Gaza." 27, yeah. So 32 people. Pretty sure those are medical conditions. Well, I mean, it says they died in Gaza hospitals, but yeah, I would assume some of it had to do with medical stuff. Five percent of children underage who were found to be actively malnourished. Yeah, cystic fibrosis. So that, like, most of the, I think it is malnutrition, but I think most of it is like, deaths were from people who already had some stuff that made them like sensitive to malnutrition. 11-year-old girl with cystic fibrosis was admitted to hospital. Doctor told her mother she was suffering from malnutrition, dehydration, and infection in her lungs. Administered oxygen and saline solution. Prohibits the starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. Blah blah. Order measure. Okay. Yeah, no. It's literally been, though, for like 5 months, people have said they're on the brink of starvation or whatever. When, like, doesn't seem like that's supported by very much. Imminent famine in 10 years, yeah. There was that, I think Destiny, actually he has his notes published, so I think I should be able to look at it. I am him, guys, I am him. I'm gonna be just like, guys, I definitely look up to Destiny in every way possible, and that's why I'm doing this. And it's definitely not just because he has good research on this, on the specific thing we're talking about right now. Where is his shit? I wonder if I could just God damn it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. But I remember he took notes on like all the all the articles saying that like famine was imminent in 5 months or whatever, and then it's been 5 months and famine was not in fact imminent. As I've noted elsewhere, there was a clear case to be made that a threshold of starvation as a war crime based on the denial aid in Gaza has been passed. Probably ICC just read Finkelstein for their research. True. Professor Tom Berenbaum lays out the application law expertly here and here. Maybe I'll read this. I don't know. The existence of a plan to starve the Palestinian population of Gaza may be inferred from factors including the inadequate number of aid trucks being allowed to enter, and their frequently being turned back on arbitrary grounds, non-implementation of multiple international court of justice, provisional measures and humanitarian relief, failure to act against Israeli civilian protesters who block aid trucks, and government ministries directly calling for a complete siege of Gaza. Northern Gaza, but whatever, yeah. Alternatively, as Professor Dannenberg has noted, even if the only policy is to prevent material reaching Hamas, the fact that civilians' starvation will follow in the ordinary course of events remains sufficient to establish a crime. Okay. Isn't there video evidence of Hamas taking people Jesus, why can't I fucking read, man? Isn't there video evidence of them taking out people to try to block aid trucks of Israel or Hamas? Israel definitely. Well, Israel has to blockade in Gaza. Israel blocks aid trucks from coming in. But Hamas also probably does do some weird stuff with the aid. Although, I don't know, though. Nothing I've seen has been that conclusive. I mean, there's videos, but, like, I don't know. Talking about a reference to civilian protesters blocking the aid trucks. You mean the, like, flower massacre stuff? I'm pretty sure Israel stops those people. Oh, wait, do you mean in Israel, the, like, right-wingers that are mad at the aid going in Israel? No, you mean that, right? Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hold on, I'm trolling a Biden hater right now. Okay. Jeez, I don't know if it's worth streaming on Instagram. It's so laggy. It just breaks a lot. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Don't care. Similarly, the easiest war crime to prove against Hamas leadership is hostage taking. To belabor the obvious, hostage taking was always a plan in the political and military wing of Hamas, and they presently have control over when and if the hostages are released. I'm pretty sure Sinwar said, maybe it wasn't Sinwar, but I'm pretty sure there was a Hamas leader. Hamas learned from Bin Laden. Hamas has learned from a lot of people. I'm pretty sure one of the Hamas leaders has said in the past that, like, when he was arrested, he knew he wouldn't be in prison for that long because he knew they would negotiate a hostage deal for his return. It might have been Sinwar. I feel like it was Sinwar. Sinwar, I knew there would be hostage deal for my return. What is this? Allocated Sinwar. Okay, don't care. Oh yeah, wait. There's a good point. The hostages might be in Egypt. I never thought of that. Hamas has been monitored. It's more literally brain cancer in Israel treated. I'm aware. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Let me hold on. I'm trying the AI thing. But the good AI thing. Where's my DMs with NRK Life? NRK Life sent me this AI thing. Was there a statement from a Hamas leader at some point that was similar to I knew I wouldn't be in prison for long. Because there would be a hostage deal or a hostage deal to release. Damn, okay. Could not find any record from a Hamas leader saying that they would not be put for long to a potential hostage deal. However, there are a few relevant points. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I thought there was a statement doesn't have to be exact or recent. Oh, is it not gonna? Okay, well, whatever. It's not to say that there are only even the most serious international crimes that could arise in this situation, just that they would be, or likely be easy to prove. It's also worth noting that stating prosecuting Israeli leaders for crimes would in no way impair Israel's very ability to defend itself. The point of international humanity and international criminal law is not to prevent states from defending themselves, but to insist that they do so within the limits set by law. I mean, okay, to be fair, all right. Listen, I understand that this does play into Hamas's strategy. Hamas's strategy is hoping that Israel gets prosecuted for these things, and Israel's war effort is affected. And it also helps with the propaganda war. Hamas's strategy is to make it so Israel can't continue the war because they just lack so much international support, right? I understand that this plays into Hamas's strategy, but yeah, I don't know if I have any problem prosecuting Israel for the Justice Bello, the laws of war. I'm using that right. Wait, Justice Bellum? Yeah, Justice Bellum is right too low. Justice Bello is the laws of war. Or no, just in Bello. Law of government. Yeah, see, I don't think I have any problems with the ICC prosecuting Israel for the Justin Bello, but I do with the Justice Bellum. But they're only prosecuting them for the Justice Bello or Justin Bello. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care about Latin. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I'll add that to the notes, I guess. Okay, we opened so much random shit. What is this? How long is this? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, okay. any books or scholarly articles you recommend to help me talk to women. I thought it was gonna be. Why did I think it was gonna be actual thing for a second? I haven't found one yet. Yeah, I don't know. All right, listen. If I knew, I would tell you. I don't know. There's that Howcast video. Dude, I love the Howcast video. I think they posted on April 1st. Oh, they didn't, but guess I'll just have to read more. I thought, how to get a girlfriend if you're noting T dating tips. Oh, I gotta see this, guys.
Hey guys, my name is Shallon, and I am here to help you with all the questions you might have about love, lust, romance, and everything in between. For more, visit me on Twitter at Downtown Shallon, or be sure to check out my website, shallononline.com. If you're a nerd, or a geek, or a doofus, a wiener, a loser, any one of those things, I've got news for you. You have a much higher chance of getting a girlfriend because most people are nerds. Think about it. How many popular kids are there really at your school? 10? 15? The vast majority of people are just like you. So the world is your oyster, but you might not feel that way. Here are a few tips to getting a girlfriend, even if you don't think you're the coolest kid on campus. Firstly, and most importantly, be realistic. If you're super into anime, maybe don't go after the girl on homecoming court. And I'm not saying that you can't get her. It's gonna be an uphill battle, truthfully.
Do you really
but
think
what do
she
you really
can
have in
help me?
common with her anyway? Are you
I
dating
don't
her
know.
just for her
We'll
status?
see.
That's not really that cool. Date someone who can appreciate your similar interests. Probably another nerd. You'll have way more to talk about, and isn't that the whole point of dating?
I don't know. Goddamn. Hey girl, what's up? You want to get into some new Keynesian economics, girl? Let's talk about the Phillips curve. What about the Rome Statute and jurisdiction under international law? I don't know. I don't know if that would work, guys. I
Find your
don't
other
know.
half. Also, and I say this a lot, but be confident. The goths, the emos, the preppies, the jocks, they all have one thing in common. We love a confident man. So go up to the girl of your dreams,
True.
ask her out, make an actual plan. Julie, I'd love to take you out for dinner tonight if you're available. If she turns you down flat, whatever, I heard she's a bitch anyway, but she'll at the very least respect you. And that's gonna do more for your
Awesome,
reputation
man.
than her saying yes and dating someone you probably
Are you implying women don't have intellectual interest? Most people don't have not intellectual interest. Most people don't have the same interest I have, which are incredibly
aren't compatible with. So go forth, my nerds. Take your lightsabers, take your other nerd accoutrements, and go. Claim that woman as your own.
wow. Be confident, and that's really all she said. She said, "Be confident." All right, I forgot noise suppression wasn't on, but whatever, it's fixed now. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna help. Maybe. Okay, so two notes I want to take. I mean, let's be real. If you're watching how YouTube video how to talk to women, it's over. Yeah. The easiest case to make against Israel. But I was watching that ironically, so it's not over for me because it was just entertainment for my stream. Listen, guys, I'm in the top 3% at Twitch, I think. I think I'm in the top 3%. Okay. Okay, is Twitch tracker down or something? What the hell? But only 2%. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I looked at my YouTube statistics, and women are not interested. Yeah, 2.1% compared to 90. Not we're not doing good on that front. That's the ideal distribution peak performance. Listen, maybe one day we'll get to like 90-10 is probably the best we're ever gonna do. I don't know if I can ever make it to 80-20. Look at that. Top 3.54% at Twitch. Okay, guys. Wow. Dan, I'm falling off. I'm actually just stagnant. I just didn't stream as much. But this is still, it's still May. Crime and starvation in the Gaza Strip. Even if the intention is only to prevent goods from getting to Hamas, the fact that starvation of the civilian population would follow the ordinary course of events. Oops. Is enough to establish the crime. What percent politically involved Zoomers or socialists do you think? Politically involved Zoomers, it's like at least 30%. Yeah, it's wild, dude. Just from the the interactions I've had with people, basically it's like either you don't really know that much about politics, you may even vote or whatever, but like at the end, like you don't know that much about politics, you don't do like reading into it or anything. The people who are like what I would count politically involved, like a third of them are socialists at least. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really count. Yeah. I think like everyone I know who is voting is a socialist, I think. I think anyone who I know is voting isn't a socialist. I know like one person today, one of my old school friends sent me a video of a Biden just accidentally saying, hold on, I don't want to leak our DMs, but I want to. Yeah, you can't see anything. Yeah, you can kind of see stuff. Look, he accidentally read pause, like, because the teleprompter says, like, 4 more years and then pause. He accidentally read pause. He sends me clips of Biden being old, and then I'm like, hey, Trump is, like, literally trying to overturn our democracy, and he's like, yeah, but Biden's old. That's the entirety of our relationship. It's awesome, dude. Yeah, he sent that to me, and I sent, there's even funnier clips of Trump saying, I could have declassified it, but I didn't. And there's another clip of him saying, I just need you to find 11,000 votes. But I guess Biden said pause. So, I mean, tough decision. Okay, what's the other thing I wrote down? Oh, prosecuting. Okay. Prosecuting Israel. For crimes violating IHL. Does not necessarily Here, Israel's very ability to defend itself. IHL exists to limit. I don't want to say to limit. I mean, it is to limit. It's to restrict. To limit the attacks you can do. Not to prevent states from defending themselves, but to insist that these. Yeah, okay. Not to limit states' rights. Not to limit states from defending themselves. But simply to make sure they do so. Whilst abiding by the laws of war. How does the ICC have jurisdiction over Israel, a non-party to the state statute? I think, I mean, this might go into it more. It might change my opinion, but I don't see. You're not streaming that video while I like that. I mean, we watched the whole video, How to Get a Girl If You're Nerdy. We watched the whole thing, man.
Hey guys, my
It
name
was
is
awesome, dude. Literally all she said was be confident. She said two things. She said, think about it, guys. More people are nerds than they are jocks or whatever. So, yeah, you weren't here? I'm aware. So if you think about it, more nerds have girlfriends since there's more nerds. Secondly, be confident because everyone likes a confident guy.
Questions you might have about love, lust, romance, and everything. If you're a nerd or a geek or a doofus, a wiener, a loser, any one of those things, I've got news for you. You have a much higher chance of getting a girlfriend because
thanks for the follow, Pigwood17. Wow.
10, 15, the vast majority of people are just like you. So the world is your oyster, but you might not feel that way. Here are a few tips to getting a girlfriend, even if you don't think you're the coolest kid on campus. Firstly, and most importantly, be realistic. If you're super into anime, maybe don't go after the girl on homecoming court. And I'm not saying that you can't get her. It's gonna be an uphill battle, truthfully. But what do you really have in common with her anyway? Are you dating her just for her status? That's not really that cool. Date someone who can appreciate your similar interests. Probably another nerd. You'll have way more to talk about. And isn't that the whole point of dating, to find your other half? Also, and I say this a lot, but be confident. The goths.
Those were the two things you said. Find another nerd and be confident. And make sure that I'll add, make sure they're not a Mossad agent. That doesn't help anyone. Yeah, see? So it wasn't even worth it, bro. I don't think a single person has replied to me yet on that app that you made me download to find Red Alert 2 players. Part of it may have been because I only used my thumbnail faces for my pictures of myself, though. And my thumbnail faces are awesome, dude. Dude, I hate that this face, dude, this stupid face gets, I literally test the thumbnails, right? I have different variations of the thumbnails for these videos, but when I do this stupid face, they get more views. That's why I use it in all of these, because I literally have other variations of the thumbnail, but yeah, they literally get more views. It's wild. So it literally, if I do the soy face, it like doubles my views, man. By the way, we're 5 subs away from the big 700, guys. Okay. Soy Play Unite. By the way, I don't think Isaac's streaming or anything, but Isaac did reach 100 followers and he did dye his hair blue. Which we're 3 followers away from. I don't know if I'm going to dye my hair blue at 100 followers. It's probably too late to decide because I'm 3 followers away. So
I'll never know.
Yeah, look at him. The blue-haired warrior. Best way to get women is to put a guy fight good or bad. I should do that, honestly. Yeah. No, I legitimately thought before, right? Just because like I'm interested in this stuff. Like I don't think I could have like a super religious. I don't care like if someone is like nominally religious, but I don't think I could ever date someone who goes to church because I'm an atheist. No, it would drive me crazy. And then I don't think depending on how pro-Palestinian, like if you're wearing like a pro-Palestinian patch or something, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. If you're unironically wearing a kaifa, I couldn't do it. It would drive me insane. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it, guys. I don't think I could. If you have the flag in your bio, it's over. I couldn't do it. Okay. So picky. If it's just I don't like that. I don't listen, I think it would be a better person if that wasn't true. But like it would drive me. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. It would drive me insane. It'd drive me insane. State of Palestine has accepted the jurisdiction of the ICC over events occurring on its territory since 2014. It did so by first lodging an Article 12, Section 3 declaration of the court, the same mechanism by which Ukraine accepted ICC jurisdiction over its territory. Palestine later acceded to the ICC statute on January 2nd. Could Hamas martyr find love of an Israeli settler? That'd be a killer movie, I bet. On the 2nd of January 2015, the court found it to be a state party for the purpose of statute on 5 February 2021, giving the court jurisdiction over the events occurring in Gaza and the West Bank. The claim that Palestine is not yet a state is at best a minority position. Okay, Palestine is recognized as such by 140 states. As an observer state in the UN General Assembly, it's not only a full UN member due to a US veto. So is the ICJ the UN court? Yeah, wait, okay. Yeah, the ICJ is the UN court. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Okay. Because the ICC, no, that makes sense. Okay. So the ICC, I guess that makes sense. I guess it makes sense why they wouldn't necessarily have to be a UN state to be like considered a state. State of Palestine. ICC is a joke. But listen, they got some of the Yugoslav people, bro. Listen, the ICC is a tool that I use only when it supports me, never when it supports the Palestinians. If I state it enough, it will be true. True. Accepted the ICC's jurisdiction over its territory through lodging an Article 12, Section 3 declaration with the court. Same way Ukraine did. Name me one Serbian war crime that's real and allegory. True. The Serbs never did anything wrong. I think wasn't if I had to guess, I would say the Serbians they were probably the most Serbians prosecuted in the former Yugoslavia things. I would guess that the most Serbians would out of like Bosnians and Croatians and people, I would guess that Serbians had the most people prosecuted. ISIS fucking broken, dude. What the hell? That's because ICC was the most violence against them. That's true. Hold on, just real quick. Dark Brandon, chair. Not much Comfy has shown as much. Oh, that's true, actually. Listen, Biden's actually been doing stuff I don't fully agree with lately. The tariffs on China's EVs. I feel like those were kind of cringe, and then there was another thing. Oh, the capital. I don't care about the capital gains tax that much, honestly. I care way more about the tariffs. But the raising a capital gains tax, I mean, because I'm such a fucking loser econ nerd guy, it's just like, I don't know. It's like I'm not really a big fan of capital gains tax, but like obviously, Biden. I mean, first of all, he's going to get him elected because he's appealing to like the, all the Piketty fans, okay, and all the inequality haters. So it's good optically, and then also, I mean, like Biden can propose raising the capital gains tax. There's no way that Biden could ever like come out and say, "Hello, my fellow Americans. I've been reading some textbooks lately. I have decided to propose a destination-based cash flow tax and a value-added tax." Yeah, there's just no way he could ever do that. Other millions who would never provide. Exactly. I don't think anyone would actually. I think 90% of people who care about inequality, I think it's this horrible, horrible thing. I don't even think most of them have read Piketty. No, they don't even know what R over G means. I don't even know. I know a little bit about R over G, but that's it. I haven't actually read anything. Yeah, by raising the capital gains tax, the tariffs. I don't even know R over G. They claim to hate inequality. Exactly, bro. Okay, same way Ukraine did. Palestine later ascended to ICC statute on January 2nd, 2015. And the court said it found the Unity Party. Okay. Palestine ceded to the ICC statute in 2015. This is agreed to. Yeah, I use my context.
Accede.
In 2015, the ICC the court found it to be a state party for the purpose of a statute 5th of February 2021. Given a court jurisdiction over events. Okay. It's uncontroversial that a state has jurisdiction over crimes committed in territory, even when committed by foreign nations. Territorial jurisdiction over foreign nationals is subject only to limited exceptions such as diplomatic immunity and treaty arrangements such as the status of force agreements. is well established that territorial jurisdiction over foreign nationals may be delegated to an international tribunal. The facts here are not meaningfully distinguishable from the arrest warrants issued for Vladimir Putin in the Ukraine situation involving the ICC prosecuting crimes committed by foreign nationals of an ICC non-party state, Russia, on a territory of a state accepting ICC jurisdiction in Ukraine. Okay. So, foreign nationals committing crimes. Who has better culture? Israel. I don't know. Is Twitch gonna let me? Is Twitch gonna let me touch that? I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I'll just say the. Listen, I'll just listen. All I'm gonna say. It is. It should be really uncontroversial. Okay, to state something like, in the 1850s, the U.S. had a worse culture. Okay, there was racism, there was slavery, women couldn't vote, they couldn't own land. These were all artifacts of our culture at the time. Just because it should be very easy to say the U.S. culture today is better than U.S. culture back then. Now, just because, but we have the same situation now. We're on the other side of the world. Afghanistan is a totalitarian society that doesn't let women vote. They can't own land. They are forcefully married young. Should be uncontroversial to say that our culture is simply better than their culture, in the same way our culture now is better than our culture in 1850. Should be uncontroversial to say that, chat. I'm being so real. That shouldn't be controversial to say. That should be an easy thing to say. Okay. That our values now are simply better than our values were in 1850. Our values now are simply better than the Taliban's values. Okay? That should be simple to say. That's all I'll say on the matter. Okay? That's all I'll say. Okay, back to I don't know about that. Oh no. Territories with a state that accepts ICC jurisdiction still subject to prosecution. Listen, where's Hollow Husk gonna feel ya? Where can we get my Westgood supporters in here? Territorial jurisdiction over foreign nationals subject only to limited. Okay. I think U.S. culture in 1850 is relatively better than other parts of the world. I don't actually know what's going on in other countries in 1850. Probably not. We were one of the later countries to outlaw slavery. At least when comparing ourselves to like Europe or whatever. I don't know. I feel like we were still doing pretty bad stuff with the natives in 1850. We were, I don't know. I know we were sort of one of the earlier countries to give women the right to vote, but I don't know. I think New Zealand was the first, and like Norway was the second. I think we did it before Britain gave women the right to vote. I don't know. I don't know about like that's the only, I only know like when women got the right to vote. I actually know country by country when a woman started getting more rights to like own property and shit. Yeah, I should say state has jurisdiction for crimes committed in its territory, which can be delegated. Some countries in Africa still have de jure slavery, I'm aware, yeah. And even more still have de facto slavery, including those in the Middle East, yeah. Although, actually, I thought, I technically, slavery is outlawed everywhere. I think Mali was the last one to officially outlaw it, even though, yeah, during 1905. But a system with descendant-based slavery, so I could say. Mali, last country to abolish slavery. Oh, Eritrea. Oh, it's difficult. In 2015, the government extended definition of slavery to include countries where slavery still exists. But this is, I know like India has a lot of like de facto like foreign labor shit and stuff. In China, it's a lot with the Uyghurs. I think Yemen has their system of slavery, right? Or was that? I never looked too far into that, but I heard Yemen had their slavery thing, and then I heard other people say, "Oh, the news outlet reporting that it's a fucking state-owned whatever shit." De jure isn't the right word there, but there's still places that have slave auctions and stuff, right? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Delegated to international tribunals. Therefore, foreign nationals commit crimes in a state that accepts ICC. Why is it doing that? Has the ICC prejudged complimentary? The Jerusalem Post asked how arrest warrants would be issued without first addressing the issue of complementarity. What does this mean here? Concept of two contrasted theory. Is this just drawing equivalences between Israel and Hamas?
Complementarity.
Certainly, the IDF has a robust criminal-prone mechanism for investigating war crimes, regardless of the IDF's poor record of investigating and prosecuting crimes committed by its members against Palestinians. This involves a misunderstanding of how ICC's complementary jurisdiction operates. On the yeshdin.org. Should read this later. Common misconception is that complementary means the ICC only has jurisdiction if the state in question is unable or unwilling to prosecute. This is not correct. The relevant rule found in the admissibility under Article 17 of ICC statute. The first question to be asked, is the state investigating prosecuting the same suspect for the same crime? If the answer is no, the ICC case is admissible. If the answer is yes, an investigation and prosecution are ongoing, the ICC may proceed only if the state is unwilling or unable to genuinely carry out the investigation and prosecution. Okay. Commonly misunderstood. That because Israel has a mechanism for investigating war crimes, ICC cannot charge them because they, or since Israel is not unable or unwilling to prosecute. Actual relevant question. Is in Article 17 is any state investigating or prosecuting the same suspect for the crime. The answer is no. ICC case is admissible. But if the answer is yes, could a court ruling ever change your opinion on a conflict? Not if the court ruling had good evidence behind it. Like just what the court says alone, it's not going to change my opinion. But like usually when like these things go to court, like they have to present evidence, and usually like I mean, yeah, right. Usually it's like there'll be like new evidence uncovered, or at least presented in a clearer way. So the evidence presented in a court case could change my opinion, but like what the court says alone, it's not going to actually change my opinion. If there's good evidence, wouldn't it already be available? Some of it might not be. Like I don't like they can hide stuff, but even if some stuff is available, it's possible I just haven't seen some stuff, right? Like usually, when South Africa presented this case at ICC, it like had this like list of quotes, which some of the quotes were kind of bullshit, but it had like the list of quotes trying to prove intent. Why would the court have it? Because they found it. I think I don't know exactly how international court works, but I would assume technically, there's probably a discovery process where like Israel has to submit evidence, right? I mean, those quotes I'm aware, but I'm just saying like I wasn't aware of any of those quotes before, right? And they at least had to try to present evidence. It's just like the evidence that they present makes the case for them. So like it's possible that the evidence presented in the case could change my opinion, but like what the court rules doesn't actually change my opinion. It's just what the evidence presented is. I don't know, but I mean, like if I think oh, thanks, Stone Socialist. I'm pretty sure they subbed way earlier, and Botrix is just catching up now. So we might see some other subscribers come in. I'm pretty because I got a notification. Yeah, these people subbed like a day ago. New subscriber Minar reports. Wow, no way. It didn't say Minar subbed. Oh wow. Yeah, see, it's just catching up now from all the subs I got a while ago. Yeah, these people did not just sub and like right now. Do you think it's possible that plausible that evidence presented in a courtroom can actually change your opinion? Yeah, if I saw the evidence, yeah. It would have to be good evidence. But like it's possible. Like there's stuff I just haven't read that like you can make an actual argument. Argument for. Okay. ICC case is only admissible if the state is unwilling or unable to carry out genuine prosecution. Couldn't show me any evidence. My opinion, Israel's the greatest country on earth. True. For example, if an ICC case would be admissible, Prime Minister Netanyahu would charge for the war crime starvation, and there was an investigation and prosecution on foot in Israel against him for these same underlying conduct. The only way to invoke complementarity, I don't know how to pronounce it, is thus to run a genuine case of your own. This includes, for example, conducting a criminal investigation. Evidence that doesn't support Israel is not evidence. That's my underlying ideology, yeah. And only then double jeopardy for an ICC case from moving forward. It would, however, be open to Israel to contest the admissibility before the court at a later stage. Okay. Oh wait, maybe we should read this. Oh shit! I keep. We're never getting off Israel Palestine. There's so much shit to read. I'm gonna game end myself. Okay. What the hell? What will be the impact of anyone standing trial? Based on ICC's track record to date, the odds of anyone from this conflict standing trial in a hog are not zero, nor are they high. For example, the ICC warrant first issued now former President al-Bashar Sudan in 2009. He continued to travel largely unhindered around Africa for years and has not been surrendered to the hog, even after losing power in 2019. Even when senior political and military figures have been brought before the ICC, an embarrassing number of such cases have collapsed on trial or on appeal. Notable examples include Ruto in Tsang, Kenya, Bemba, Congo, and I don't even... What the fuck is this shit, bro? Okay. The impact in politics is likely to be wider. None of those with ICC arrest warrants out against them can safely travel in 124 states, including effectively all of Europe and much of Africa and the Americas. However, the United States, Russia, China, and much of Central and Southeast Asia are not parties. Still, while living as an international fugitive might not make a notable difference in the life of Hamas military leader, one can scarcely imagine a politician who used to the global stage as Prime Minister Netanyahu relishing the prospect. It is commonly believed that President Putin has curtailed international travel due to the ICC arrest warrant against him. Chance anyone will stand trial. It's not zero. Nor is it particularly high. Political effects. I like it to be bigger. For example, then I'm going to learn how to spell his name one day. No longer safely travel to the 124 member states ICC member states. An arrest warrant. Oops, what the fuck did I click? Oh, okay. Including thoughts. Common criticism in international courts that they may become obstacles to peace. Indicted indicted leaders' argument goes are incentivized to cling to power if the alternative is sitting in the dock in a hog. It is less clear whether the ICC intervention here changes any of the party's incentives. It is unlikely the Hamas leader in Gaza care much, though Hamas political leaders in Qatar might. Prime Minister Netanyahu already have every incentive to stay in power, insofar as he faces a complex and ongoing corruption trial in Israel. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. Indeed, without prejudging the outcome of those proceedings, in the end, the nearest cell awaiting him might be much closer to home than the Hague. The biggest impact may be on third parties, continuing to give materials and political support to leaders labeled indicted war criminals in international headlines. It's likely to be contentious. Germany, as a major supplier of military aid to Israel, may in particular find itself caught between traditional support of the ICC and traditional support of Israel. There was also the possibility of backlash from non-parties to the ICC statute. Indeed, we already have seen some U.S. politicians decry the prospect of ICC intervention and reaffirm support for Israel. How old is Netanyahu? Netanyahu's like over 60, right? Yeah, 74. Imagine Israel captures one of the Hamas leaders and tries to go to the ICC. That would be based. That would be based. I doubt Israel would do that though. They would keep them for themselves, yeah. Because they don't. I mean, if they don't recognize jurisdiction of ICC, so I don't think they would ever hand it over. But yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a Hassan. I need a drink. I'll be back.
Starvation in the context.
Wait, if I'm doing Hassan, this is an incredibly boring video. Hold on. All my videos the problem is I can't actually do a Hassan because all the videos I want to watch and I'm interested in are actually too boring.
I don't think that people
for people to like stick around that much. Hold on. Oh, we'll watch that later. The debate between Destiny and the other guy in trigonometry over Trump or Biden. Okay, anyway, I'll be back.
This is Just Asking Questions.
Watch this libertarian propaganda.
Minds on Reason.
How much do billionaires really pay in taxes? Just Asking Questions. I'm Zach Weissmuller, senior producer for Reason, joined by my co-host, Liz Wolfe, Reason associate editor and author of the daily Reason Roundup newsletter. Hey, Liz.
Hey, Zach.
Today, the super rich control a greater share of America's wealth than during the Gilded Age of the Carnegies and Rockefellers. Those are the words of Gabriel Zucman in a recent New York Times opinion piece entitled, "It's Time to Tax the Billionaires." Zucman is an economist at the Paris School of Economics and UC Berkeley and a frequent collaborator with superstar economist Thomas Piketty, author of the extremely influential book on wealth inequality capital in the 21st century. But hold on a second. Today's guest, Phil Magnus, says the work of Piketty and his circle of inequality-obsessed colleagues is deeply flawed and sometimes outright deceptive. He points out that billionaires do pay taxes, a lot of taxes, and that the inequality literature, he says, is riddled with errors and bad stats. Magnus is an economic historian, author, and the David J. Thoreau Chair in Political Economy at the Independent Institute. Phil, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Let us start by looking at this first claim made by Zucman in the New York Times. Let me bring that back up here. There we go. So this graph purports to show the effective tax rate for the 400 richest Americans plummeting from 56% in 1960 to 23% in 2018, which incredibly appears lower than the 24% effective tax rate on the bottom half of income earners. So in other words, the poorest Americans are paying more of their a larger share of their income in taxes than are the richest. And you say this is misleading. Why?
Absolutely. Well, this chart, which was tweeted all over the world and celebrated by Elizabeth Warren, pushed out by Gabriel Zuckman, basically manipulates the numbers to get the results that he wanted. And they do this through two ways. That top line that you see there that purports to be the rate that the wealthiest earners are taxed at, the billionaires, 400 richest Americans. They actually suppress that rate by reallocating the share of corporate taxation to the wealthiest shareholders, which is a very unconventional way of handling corporate tax incidents. What that does is it suppresses the rate that they actually pay, at least in appearance, over time. And in the meantime, for the bottom half, the lower income earners, they actually exclude intentional tax credits, like the earned income tax credit and child tax credit, that benefit poor people by basically giving them a tax break. And it turns out if you take out the tax breaks that they have, well, shocker, the rate goes up. So basically, these two statistics are inaccurate, unrepresentative of reality, and yet they're being touted as a basis for tax policy.
All right, let me talk about that first line on the top first, with where you say that basically they played some games with the way that corporate taxes are calculated. Could you just explain that a little bit more? What did they do, and why is that wrong and misleading in your mind?
Well, if you look at corporate tax rates over time, they've generally gone in a downward trend. You go back to the mid-century, 1950s and 1960s, corporations are taxed at a higher rate, as are personal incomes. But that downward trend, you see an succession of tax cuts that occurred, mainly starting in about the 1980s and continuing to the present day. And what it's done is it's reduced the rate on taxes that corporations pay. Now, how do you allocate the burden of corporate taxation to people? This is a
horrible phrase for it to freeze on. Oh my god, it looks so goofy. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna watch this later, but yeah, I found it. I mean, they mentioned some of the things in there, like counting the tax credits for or removing the tax credits for the low income people, but not the corporations, right? But yeah. It's super good to be able to call things out like that whenever people say stuff. Like the big thing I have, like the three funny claims, or like the paycheck to paycheck thing, where like I can like mention like very specific things. Like number one, it's not actually an economically well defined term. And you're like, I literally know based on the number they say what like stupid ass scam survey they're citing. Because they're like, if they say 70%, it's like, I know. Oh, you're citing this bullshit payroll.org survey that they're using for marketing purposes. If you look at like actual large academic studies, its assumption does not appear to be true. Or like the majority of Americans can't afford a $400 expense. Yeah, knowing exactly where that comes from, the Fed survey, and knowing that the number's been trending downwards for years, and that's not even a question they ask. The question they ask is how would you choose to pay a $400 emergency expense? Yeah, knowing those things is super helpful. So knowing the stuff with the bill government is taxing will also be really helpful, even if it is libertarian biased. As recent TV tends to be. Who knows, guys? Maybe non-fun libertarian art will come along one day. Maybe it'll happen. Okay, what were we reading? We read I guess I didn't write down any notes for my concluding thoughts. Let's see. Oh, do I need to though? I don't know if I need to. Don't care. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll read this. I don't think it's too long. Yeah, it's not that long. The attack by Hamas on October 7th on Israel, or in Israel on October 7th, and a military response by Israel in Gaza have tested the system of international law to its limits. This is why in international lawyers we felt compelled to assist the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. When he asked us to give advice whether there was sufficient evidence to lay charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Today, the prosecutors have taken historic steps to ensure justice for victims in Israel and Palestine by issuing applications for 5 arrest warrants alleging war crimes and crimes against humanity by senior Hamas and Israeli leaders. These include applications for a warrant of arrest against the political and military leaders of Hamas and Netanyahu, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. For months, we have engaged in an extensive process of review and analysis. We have carefully examined each of the applications for arrest warrants, as well as underlying material produced by a prosecution team in support for the application. This has included witness statements, expert evidence, official communications, and videos and photographs. In our legal report published today, we unanimously agreed that the prosecutor's work was rigorous, fair, and grounded in law and facts. We unanimously agree that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the suspects he identified have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity within the jurisdiction of the ICC. It is not usual for the prosecutor to invite external experts to participate in an evidence review under appropriate confidentiality agreements during the course of investigation or trial. And this is not our first time as an international prosecutor has formed a panel of experts to advise on potential charges related to a conflict. But this conflict is perhaps unprecedented in the extent to which it has given rise to misunderstandings about the ICC's role in jurisdiction, a particularly fractured discourse, and in some contexts, even anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. It is against this backdrop that, as lawyers specialized in international law, hailing from diverse personal backgrounds, we felt we had a duty to accept the invitation to provide an impartial and independent legal opinion based on evidence. We were selected. Yeah, how long are they just gonna fucking con about? What's the actual? Can they present evidence or anything, or provide any like actual arguments for like why it's good? Or are they just gonna? They're just gonna glaze themselves. That's what's happening here. We were selected because of our expertise in public international law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. In the case of 2 of us experienced as former judges of international criminal tribunals. Our common goal is advancing accountability, and we have reached our conclusions based on an assessment of the warrant applications against an objective legal standard. We have reached these conclusions unanimously, and we believe it is important to publish them given the extent to which discourse has been politicized, disinformation has been rife, and international media has been denied across different lines. The panel unanimously. Oh my god, you're not actually providing. Okay, whatever. The panel unanimously agrees with the prosecutor's conclusion that there are reasonable grounds to believe that 3 of Hamas's most senior leaders have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity for the killing of hundreds of civilians, taking of at least 245 hostages, and acts of sexual violence committed against Israeli hostages. The panel also unanimously agrees that evidence presented by the prosecutor provides reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu's defense and Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. This includes the war crime of intentionally using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare and a murder and persecution of Palestinians as crimes against humanity. Our report, reason for reaching these conclusions are set out in our legal report. God damn it. Yeah, I read the fucking report. It's important to understand the charges have nothing to do with the reason for the conflict. The charges concern waging a war in a manner that violates the long-established rules of international law that would apply to armed groups. Yeah, it's the Justice Bellum, not the Justice Bellum. Or is it Justice Bellum, right to war? Just as Just in Bello is... Okay, hold on. Okay. I am right. I am always right. And of course, the warrant applications announced today are just the first step. We hope that the prosecutor will continue to conduct focused investigations, including in relation to the excessive harm suffered by civilians as a result of the bombing campaign in Gaza and the evidence of sexual violence committed against Israelis on October 7th. There is no doubt that the step taken today by the prosecutor is a milestone in history of international criminal law. There is no conflict that should be excluded from the regional law. No child's life valued less than another's. The law must apply. The law we apply is humanity's law, not the law of any given side. It must protect all victims of this conflict and all civilians in conflicts to come. The judges of the ICC will ultimately determine which warrants, if any, should be issued. And as investigations continue, we hope that state authorities, witnesses, and survivors will engage in the judicial process. Ultimately, we hope that the process will contribute to increase protections for civilians and sustainable peace in a region that has already endured too much. Okay, don't care. Okay, awesome. Bro spent the entire time glazing themselves, bro. We unanimously agree. Don't care. Provide an argument, please. And if it's against Israel, it's not a real argument. Oh, by the way, chat. I've agreed to do a bro versus bro with Isaac. Which, if you don't know, it's just a it's a game, okay? Ludwig does this a lot. He does bro versus bros. We're just stealing it from Ludwig. Where the each person chooses 5 games, and there are 5 neutral games. So I choose 5 games I'm good at. Isaac chooses 5 games he's good at, and there are 5 neutral games that neither of us are good at. And whoever wins the most games wins, essentially. I need to choose my games for it because I don't know. I don't know what I should do. I'm not very good at video games. Targeted sanctions against West Bank settlers. Teetering on the brink of man-made famine. Teetering on the brink? Isn't that just the same as saying they're on the brink of being on the brink of a man-made famine? Like they're adding a... They're not even on the brink of it. They're teetering on being on the brink of it. That seems like a... What's this? Oh, this is the ICC. This is the Rome statute. We should read this entire thing. Unless provided otherwise, the person shall be criminally responsible and liable for punishment for a crime within the jurisdiction of the ICC of the court, only if the material elements are committed with intent and knowledge. For the purpose of this article, the person has intent where, in relation to conduct, that person means to engage in a conduct. In relation to a consequence, the person means to cause that consequence. So it's dolus directus. Yeah. Or occurs in the ordinary course of events. That's not necessarily dolus directus. That's dolus indirectus as well. For the purpose of this article, knowledge means any awareness that a circumstance exists or consequence that will occur in the ordinary course of events. Know and knowingly shall be constructed accordingly. Yeah. So that's dolus indirectus. Okay. All right. How much? Listen, I'm actually curious. I don't know. ICC. Do they have like a head judge? President. Salary. I'm just curious. 97,000 guys. Oh, this is in the United States. What? See, guys, listen. I could be an international lawyer, and I could be making bank. That's what I'm gonna do. What do they even do all day? They don't. I bet they don't even do shit. It's just free fucking money. Okay. Fuck, we still have so much shit to read. We're never moving on. Okay, we'll probably read this one. Can you give me my $5 back? You subscribed with Prime, dude. And also, I don't even know if I have an ability. I literally don't think I can. Because you subscribed with Prime. I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a mechanism for me to do that. Oh. I can make the sub goal bigger. Cause I was right, guys. There we go. I know I sub, but I really need to refund my boss. It's gonna kill me? Right, dude. If you actually didn't pay anything to sub, though, you subbed with Prime. Actually did not cost you anything except the opportunity cost of subbing to someone else. Therefore, I can't. There's no way to. Yeah, Carter? I think I might know. Isn't that like your second time today, dude? Didn't you say you got a noise complaint earlier? What the fuck you mean question mark? You have to jack off 3 times a day, otherwise you're going to jail. I can't believe Joe Biden would do this, man. What the hell? Okay. Chaka 5 times. Jesus, man. 5 times. It had been expected in Israel for weeks, but the moment was still a shock when it arrived. On May 20th, the prosecutor for the ICC, that guy, I don't care, announced that he was requesting arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and Israel's prime minister and defense minister, along with leaders of Hamas, the Islamist movement, that launched a deadly attack on October 7th last year on charges of war crimes. The prospect of their leaders appearing in the dock along with the perpetrators of the massacre against them is unthinkable for Israelis, but it's a sign of the horror with which many in the world have come to view their government's devastating war in Gaza. Mr. Kalan, a British lawyer, issued detailed and lengthy accusations against both sides. He opened with the allegations against Hamas chiefs Sinwar, pictured right, Mohammed Dead, don't care, detailing the charges, or detailing the wanton murders, sexual assault, and kidnapping of Israeli citizens. But the charges against Israeli ministers were no less pointed. Mr. Khan noted that Israel has the right to protect its citizens, but he is accused of having pursued starvation as a method of war in Gaza. Israel has denied this charge, pointing to the aid convoys that have been allowed through this. But this has mainly happened in the last couple of months under international pressure. There is ample evidence that Israel has closed routes into Gaza and disrupted its supply of humanitarian aid. Early in the war, Israeli ministers also made clear in their public intention to impose a total siege in Gaza. Mr. Khan has chosen to focus on these war tactics rather than the bombing of civilian areas. He also has chosen, at least for now, to target Israel's political leaders rather than the generals in the IDF. Nor did the charge include the allegation of genocide, which is being investigated separately by the International Court of Justice. Mr. Khan may be sticking to the crimes that are somewhat easier to prove. This is only the first step. The ICC, the judges in the ICC pretrial chamber, must now agree that there is sufficient evidence to issue the arrest warrants. Even if they do so, Israel has not ratified the Rome Statute establishing ICC, and has no legal obligation to hand over its leaders. Mrs. Anwar and Mr. Def are hiding somewhere in Gaza, unless they didn't. Mr. Ayar rarely, if ever, travels to a country which is party to the treaty. An actual trial in the Holocaust is extremely unlikely anytime soon. But it's still devastating, far more so for Israel, a country which democratically elected government and aspirations, with a democratically elected government and aspirations to be part of the Western world, than it is for Hamas, a terrorist organization. Some Western leaders have already criticized ICC for asserting an equivalence between the leaders of Hamas and Israel's prime minister. However, if the prosecutor's request is granted by the pretrial chamber, they would be legally bound as signatories to the Rome Statute to arrest Mr. Netanyahu should he travel to their countries. Well, not America, because we're not a party either. But yeah. America, which like Israel is not a signatory, has an altogether different dilemma. For months, Joe Biden, the president, has both publicly and privately beseeched Mr. Netanyahu to allow more aid through and to go to greater lengths to avoid civilian casualties. In recent weeks, he has delayed at least one shipment of arms that could be used for the IDF offensive in Rafah. ICC prosecutor claims that the claims are in line with American criticisms, but Mr. Biden nonetheless calls them outrageous. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, said that they were shameful. America has a mixed relationship with the court. Donald Trump, Mr. Biden's predecessor and possible successor, issued sanctions against the ICC for investigating allegations of war crimes committed by American troops in Afghanistan. I remember that. That was awesome, dude. Mr. Biden lifted those sanctions and worked with the court on issuing arrest warrants last year against Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, for ordering the abduction of Ukrainian children. America's response to this time, however, is shaped by the fact that Israel is one of its closest allies. Back at home, as Netanyahu received rare support from his political opponents, it's not possible to issue arrest warrants against Netanyahu, Sinwar Def said Yair Lapid, the leader of the opposition who has called for Mr. Netanyahu's resignation. There is no such comparison. We cannot accept it, and it's unforgivable. Benny Gantz's other centrist rival, Mr. Netanyahu, on May 18th threatened to leave the war cabinet, of which he is a member, also rallied behind the prime minister. But Israel will almost certainly be short-lived. Israeli security officials have been quietly warning politicians that withholding humanitarian aid early in the war would come back to haunt Israel. It should have been clear that they would have to do Sorry, they would have to walk back the bombastic statements on besieging Gaza, said one IDF officer. So why do it in the first place? I'm actually curious. We should read this at some point too, because I'm curious. After the Iran president died, I just looked up Iran president Wikipedia because I knew Wikipedia updates so fast that it would actually be faster than looking up who was the new Iran president. I saw so according to Wikipedia, okay, unless you guys don't trust the source, I don't know, but the vice president, the new president is a vice president. After the president died, he became president, and I think they have 50 days to hold elections to determine a new president. It's also an issue because the president of Iran was the most likely guy to take over as supreme leader after the current supreme leader. There's too many Khomeini's. Is it Khomeini or is it Iran supreme leader? Khomeini. As Khomeini, I don't know. They were Iran first supreme leader. What's this guy's last name? Khomeini. No, I was right. Khomeini. Yeah. He was the most likely person to replace the supreme leader. Yeah, it says right here, who will eventually succeed Iran's 85-year-old supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the most powerful man in the country. Okay. Okay. I think who's ready for some reaction content? Oops. We'll watch this eventually, but this is going to do numbers on YouTube when I upload it, guys. Hold on, I'm super curious. How is it? How this short's still not done anything? What the hell? They should be getting views, bro. This one has 4 now, and this one has 1. Oh, maybe they're finally. Maybe they're finally about to blow up. Who knows? I kind of doubt it, though. We'll see.
Every part of Donald Trump's foreign
market's efficient. I mean, I haven't done any more reading into that ever since we watched that debate. All right, I saw a few clips of this on Twitter. It looked like Destiny did pretty well, but like this is Trump versus Biden. It's hard to do bad in that discussion because everything Trump did is so fucking indefensible, dude. But maybe we'll see.
Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy, it was a disaster.
He's out of his depth. He's out of his depth.
Out of my depth? Okay. The analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right? Well, there were no wars, right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen.
So what he just did is he said the conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945 were created by President Trump.
A lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would obviously come out on October 7th and that horrible terrorist attack.
It's because nobody fears the...
I mean, he's right on that. Like, Trump did support moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and he supported the annexing of Golan Heights. He didn't do shit to stop the West Bank settlements.
Seen out old man in the White House who talks to dead people and thinks his wife is his sister. That's why the world is on fire.
True.
The question I want to ask you is a question I can't ask you on YouTube, which is about January the 6th and everything that happened around that. Do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
So to say that he went along with the peaceful transfer of power is just a lie.
Oh my god! Is this paywalled? Hold on, I want to know if this is paywalled. I bet it's paywalled. Goddamn, no. Sam Harris, what? Fuck, it's paywalled, isn't it? I don't know. We'll see later.
Not only, yes, after he failed to steal the election.
Gentlemen, welcome to the debate. Seb, Stephen, thank you so much for coming on. Obviously, we want to focus exclusively on the election that's upcoming. And one of the things we agreed before is that both of you get a chance to set out a positive case for your candidate, something that we never hear anymore because everyone just criticizes the other person. So given that Biden is the incumbent, Stephen, do you want to start us off?
Yeah.
Why is he good?
I think that Biden is a good president because I think that he's shown that he's willing to defend and strengthen our institutions. I think that the United States is only as strong as the institutions that we have. You can have parchment guarantees from constitutions that say you're afforded X, Y, Z rights, or you're guaranteed in the United States to be able to do some particular things. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a government telling you that the food is safe, or this medicine is safe, or your car's not going to explode at the end of the day, I think that none of those things actually matter. The parchment guarantees. So I think that Biden has done a really good job at kind of reaffirming our institutions, whereas I feel like Trump is a bit more negative towards them. The second thing is I think Biden has done a really good job at being able to actually bring different people in Congress together to pass legislation. I think that bipartisanship is really important right now, considering how divided we are. You've got things that Trump said about infrastructure for 4 years that never got done. The closest we got to infrastructure building in the United States under Trump are tariffs, which are basically just taxes on our own citizens, whereas Biden was able to pass the IRA and the CHIPS Act, which both have fostered a ton of new manufacturing that's been happening in the United States, which I think is really cool because we're finally building stuff again. And then I think that the foreign policy under Biden, I think that our aims right now are a lot more noble than they were under Trump. I think that regardless of your feelings, our participation with supporting Ukraine against Russia or supporting Israel against the situation in the Middle East is a lot more defensible than endless drone wars that we're trying to hide in Yemen, fighting in Syria, whatever other, the photo opportunities with North Korea, the back and forth with Iran, whatever kind of mixed bag of undermining the United States Trump was involved in when it came to U.S. foreign policy under him. So those would be my three big ones. I think defensive institutions, ability to bipartisanly pass legislation, and then more noble foreign policy aims.
Perfect. I will come back to you to probe at some of those things. Seb, what's your case for Trump?
He loves America. He doesn't hate America. It's really
Oh my fucking god! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm gonna. Oh my god! How is that the one thing he points to, dude? It actually everything is just cultural or fucking brain rot now. It's just oh my god. My guy loves America more than your guy loves America. Oh my god! How you can't actually point to any? Maybe he'll make up for it. Maybe he'll actually point to policies. But oh my god, he literally is a fucking child. My guy loves America more than your guy loves America. I'm gonna.
He understands the institutions are either broken or corrupt. And he's not a member of the political elite. He wasn't in politics for 47 years like the current incumbent in the White House. He is not part of the quote-unquote political elite that clearly...
True. How did draining the swamp go in his first term, by the way?
Tests our nation and Judeo-Christian civilization. There's a reason that working-class Americans from across the nation voted for him in 2016. There's a reason that recently in Harlem, we saw what? We saw a black 10-year-old child chant out, "We love you, Trump," which was then picked
Wow, proof.
Picked up by all the adults around that young boy because they see in that man authenticity. He's not a machine.
That is true. Actually, this guy is British. He should not be allowed to comment.
Career politician. He's not somebody with 21 shell companies funneling money from communist China, Russia, Ukraine into his son's dodgy dealings and then into the Biden family. He has authenticity and he loves America. The first time I met him, I've told this story on your show previously.
You know how the positive case for Trump is apparently is just talking about Hunter Biden now. Oh my God, Jesus! I
grew up in the UK. It was a very different culture for me to meet this reality TV star in his, golden tower in New York. But within 30 seconds of sitting down with this man, I realized two things. He loves America and he hates political correctness. That is the antithesis of the political class, whether it's rhino, fake Republican.
It's over. This makes me so sad. It's all the culture war now. It's all just a culture war. He loves America and he hates the evil. Oh my God. We're never escaping out of this. It's all the culture war.
Or the institutionalized Democrats, and that's why he's trouncing Biden in every significant poll in America. People see a man who understands America has lost its way. The elite on both sides of the aisle have betrayed especially American workers, and we need to fix it. That's why.
And is it really true that like the Biden and the people around him hate America? I mean, isn't that an extraordinary claim to make, Seb?
It is. It's kind of perverse, but if you look at everything they've done for the last 3.5 years, answer the question thusly. What else would you do for 3.5 years if your ostensible goal was actually to destroy America? What would you do differently? Nothing. You'd open the borders. You'd give billions of dollars to the greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world, Iran, that every Friday...
Okay, oh my God. Destiny should just respond with the worst for his accident when it's silly that is accurate. Yeah. Oh my God. You know what? I'm glad Destiny did all the research in immigration. I feel like he's hopefully going to do pretty good on the immigration stuff now.
Chance of death to America. You'd undermine our relationship with our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Stop sending them the weapons they need to save themselves from the bloodthirsty jihadists that killed more Jews than we've ever seen since the end of the show, at the end of the Holocaust. You'd make it harder for Americans to...
Dude, you know what I love now? It's 50-50 whether a conservative is going to be anti-Israel or pro-Israel now. It is just 50-50 because they're like, there are a significant number of conservatives that don't like Israel now and are just totally anti-establishment. And because the establishment supports Israel, they're just totally anti-Israel. And they're like, why are we sending billions of dollars to Israel who just kills children? It's actually 50-50. Doesn't do well on topic.
Live their lives. When on the first day of the Biden administration, you ban the XL Keystone Pipeline extension. You say no more fracking, no more energy exploration on federal lands. And what do we have? We go from $1.80 a gallon of petrol to now we have in California $6. When you're a man who lives,
I can't. I hope that, and Destiny probably going to bring it up, but just so we're clear, Biden, against pressure from progressives, Biden approved a lot of drilling and Biden approved a lot of fracking. Biden is responsible for why the U.S. is now producing more oil than any country in the history of the world. We are producing more oil now than any country ever has in the history of God's green earth, okay? But he's not going to mention that. He's going to mention that for a brief period. Yeah, we did see gas prices go up.
On how much it costs
I heard worship in
a
the
full
profit
tank of
base.
gas in your car. If you're a worker, if you're a plumber, if you're a carpenter, you've crushed tens of millions of people. That is only possible if you hate the nation in which you live. Think of this thing. It's set up by one person. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Sebastian. Listen to Biden's former boss. 5 days before he became president, he said, we are going to fundamentally change this nation. I know you're a married man, Konstantin. Mm-hmm. Don't tell your wife you want to fundamentally change her because she won't believe you love her. You'll be on the couch or in the doghouse, okay? You don't love that which you wish to fundamentally change. And that's what the left has become.
Well, there you go. I'm getting marital advice as well. Stephen, there's quite a lot there. I'm going to come back to some of the points you made in your opening and let Seb probe at them as well. But there was a lot there. Do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with almost every part. I think that I don't think Trump loves America. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump loves himself. I think even Trump fans will admit that Trump is more in love with himself than any other individual entity that exists on this planet. I always think it's really funny. I think one of the most interesting things that happened with conservatives is this idea that they found a common man who's not a part of the elite to champion their causes, and it happens to be a billionaire real estate mogul from New York City that was essentially born with a silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about like I mean, we could go into family stuff. I think it's interesting that people are so critical about Hunter Biden when Kushner is signing multi-billion-dollar deals with Saudi Arabia, when Kushner was working in
Hold on, but that's whataboutism, right? That's not like Hunter Biden could be a bad guy and Jared Kushner could be doing whatever you say he's doing. Does it not?
Sure, I'm not. It's not a whataboutism because it's not a defense of Hunter. I think it's more remarking that it's interesting what conservatives that are fans of Trump are selectively skeptical of. That if Biden had created a position in the White House for his son Hunter to work under, and then he had sent his son to go and negotiate on behalf of the United States, and then afterwards his son was signing multi-billion-dollar deals for companies that he worked with, this is like Burisma, but 100 million times worse because it's in the official capacity as a government worker while being related to a president who didn't divest.
I guess all I'm saying. Sorry to interject. I really want to get the time. That argument could be played the other way. If Donald Trump had a son like Hunter Biden who was doing what Hunter Biden did, everyone on the left would be outraged too, right? So
you could play people on the left talking about Kushner that much, considering how crazy those deals are.
I mean, people have talked about it less. It's true.
Sure.
Anyway,
for Hunter Biden, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has pictures of him in Congress. I don't know if you saw that.
Also, Hunter Biden's just cool. Okay, Jared Kushner is some corrupt douchebag. Hunter Biden has a big cock. He slides down water slides naked with prostitutes. He does cocaine. Hunter Biden's cool as fuck. Jared Kushner is just some rich nerdy kid. Okay, Hunter Biden is rad, dude.
In terms of like, what would you do if you wanted to make the country worse? I mean, I can think of several things. I would encourage my supporters to lead an insurrection on the Capitol. I would try to say that the election results weren't real. I would claim that the election was fake before even coming into office, which he did before his first term. I'd probably start to gain notoriety or popularity in the political world by suggesting that the current president was born in Kenya, not the United States. A lot of people forget, but that's how Trump initially picked up his popularity. It was with the birth certificate stuff with Barack Obama. I think that when you talk about like wanting to fundamentally change this country, I don't think Biden wants to do that. I think Biden genuinely loves the United States. I look at somebody like Donald Trump who undermines basically every single part of this country, whether it's the legal and judicial system, whether it's trust in the voting.
Also, Donald Trump's slogan is "Make America Great Again." I don't know how I didn't think of that until now. His message right now is that he wants to make America great again, which kind of suggests that he doesn't love the country right now. Kind of suggests that he does want to change the country into something he does love, to make it great again, which implies that it's not great now. I don't know how I didn't realize that until now, but yeah.
Process, whether it's NATO, whether it's U.S. Impressions or the U.S. reputation abroad. I think that Trump fundamentally has no respect for any part of this country. That's why he suggested suspending the Constitution so that he could look for voter fraud. It's why before getting elected, he said that people that burn the flag are one of our most important First Amendment protected rights, should have their citizenship stripped from them, which is insane. And I would also probably try to undermine the current sitting president and the current sitting Congress by telling them that they're not allowed to get things done on the border, because if we keep that as a real problem, it'll help me in the next election cycle, which is why we weren't able to pass any bipartisan border legislation to actually fix the asylum problem that we have right now that the current government's hands are tied on.
Ted?
Most of that is just absolutely risible. He loves himself more than anything, any other human being on the planet. Yeah, that's why he's facing 730 years in prison right now, because he wants to be president again. He could have just gone off back to his private life, running his businesses, but no, he actually said a few days ago, I'm prepared to go to jail and make that sacrifice any day because the Constitution is more important than my freedom. That sounds like a very
half the reason he's running for president right now is because he wants to save himself from being prosecuted, because he thinks if he becomes president, he can either pardon himself or in some way become too costly to prosecute him once he's the sitting president. If Trump wins and tries to genocide, sorry boys, I'd find a place to hide you. Thank you, Koftanak. That means a lot.
Very selfish individual.
Soy boys stay.
Do you not
winning.
think, though? I think it's a fair critique to say that Donald Trump is narcissistic, and so he would want to go back because he feels that he was badly treated. The reason he didn't get re-elected was the election was stolen, and he wants to show the world that it's a personal ambition project rather than
at the cost of going to prison.
Well, some people want to sacrifice themselves so everyone can see how they've been badly treated because they're so obsessed with looking.
Look,
right.
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people from the outside.
Just saying, that's what a lot of people would think.
But let's look at the facts. He wouldn't be where he is today if he wasn't running again. That's just, we know that. This is an attempt to steal an election before any vote is cast. Whether it's the Fannie Willis corrupt prosecutor in Georgia, whether it's the person, Letitia James or Alvin Bragg, funded by George Soros during their campaigns, because sadly we elect these people in America, and who campaigned on putting President Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself, and he did nothing for America or destroyed America. Do you have any idea how much energy costs went up under the Trump administration, just for average families?
The president doesn't influence energy costs that much.
He does when he shuts down fracking and all licenses for oil exploration.
It's just against facts. Like, literally, you can look at the data. It is true that energy costs went up, and it is true that Biden did have environmental concerns that probably mildly contributed to energy prices going up. But even against pressure from people in his own party, Biden supported increasing the amount of fracking we did. Shit. Okay. Yeah, like a fucking... Biden opened up drilling, and the U.S. now produces more oil than any country in history of the world. This was against pressure from his own party. This is just against facts. Joe Biden broke his 2020... Yeah, like, literally... like, there were some... Like, does he just have amnesia about the Willow Project thing? Remember, every fucking progressive was out of their mind about the him breaking his promise in the Willow Project? Yeah, like he... It's dumb.
Exploration on federal lands. Don't divert.
U.S. oil production is at an all-time high, so that's
absolutely not true. Not true.
It is. We're energy independent.
What do you mean not true?
Okay, you're making stuff up. Okay.
How much
did energy go up? Do you know, under Trump?
Are we counting the last year under COVID when the entire world was slowing down?
Over 4 years, how much did energy go up? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
4%. Do you know how much it's gone up in the last 3.5 years under Biden?
I'm not sure.
28%. Who's destroying America?
So, but that's also a global trend. Inflation.
What is fucking...
But also, it's a function of what we created. When we were in the Trump administration, for the first time in our history, we were net exporters of energy. Think about what that does for the lifeblood. An economy requires energy. I know it's a scary, evil thing for the
Dad
left,
is doing well,
oil
not losing
and gas
patience
is
with
how
Trump
you run
too,
an economy. It's how you get food to people. So when we became the first time ever a net exporter...
I know, this is what also drives me crazy, is that it's obviously a global thing, and we're doing the best out of any other fucking country. We have the lowest inflation in the G7 and the highest growth in the G7. And this is what I hate, okay? This guy literally comes here and saying, my guy loves America, your guy hates America. But, like, even though we're doing the best in the G7 right now in terms of inflation and GDP growth, lowest inflation in the G7, highest GDP growth in the G7, this guy can't even be fucking patriotic, okay? He should be extremely fucking patriotic that we're doing this well, but he's not, because he does hate America, okay? He does hate America. All the MAGA people hate America.
Or talk about the other...
And he is also British, so his argument's invalid.
...aspects of the economy. We have the lowest unemployment for minorities in the United States since record keeping.
We have the lowest, we've been under 4% unemployment for like 2 years at this point.
Began, and the lowest unemployment for women for 70 years. Look at what we have today. I mean, it's absolute. The fact that most families in...
What do you mean? Like, we've been under 4% unemployment for like 2 years. Do we lose energy if our economy too much will get fat? That's true. That's accurate.
This nation cannot handle a $500 emergency. They don't have...
He's quoting the thing. He's quoting the bullshit Fed study. He's quoting the study right now. That's not what the study says, guys. The actual study, it's a survey from the Federal Reserve asking how Americans would choose to cover a $400 emergency expense. Sorry. Another point just came up in my brain because this guy does hate America. Okay? This guy does hate America. The survey asked, how would Americans choose to cover a $400 emergency expense? I think like 63% of people said that they would pay it with cash. Not even all the other options necessarily indicated financial duress, okay? Some of them probably did. Like if you have to sell something to cover a $400 emergency expense, that can indicate financial duress, okay? But not even all the other options indicated financial duress. Secondly, the median American has $8,000 immediately available in transaction accounts, so like checking and savings accounts. And 54% of adults have 3 months of expenses saved, okay? So the median American can absolutely afford that emergency expense, okay? Secondly, this guy does fucking hate America because he doesn't know that. He doesn't care that we have the highest disposable income in the world, okay? He should be proud that American workers have the highest disposable income in the world and are doing way better than every other fucking country. But he doesn't care because he hates America because the guy he likes isn't winning right now, so he does hate America.
$500 worth of cash. That's why Harlem is shouting, "We love you, Trump." I don't know if you saw President Trump after he had to leave the court last week. He delivered pizzas to the firefighters in Manhattan. It's really interesting to watch that video, not just of how he was received by those people who run into fires to save Americans. One of the firefighters actually audibly says in the background, "Save us, Mr. Trump." That doesn't happen if the man's selfish and if the economy's absolutely superb. It happens when you let in 8 million illegals in 3.5 years to crush the working man and woman in America.
Stephen,
Dude, let's I'm very curious. Has this guy read the new and it's NBNR paper, right? About immigration, about how it doesn't actually reduce wages. Oh wait, does inflation. Why the fuck did they? I used to be able to just have all my shit here and scroll down. No, it's in, where's immigration? Immigration. I wonder if he NBNR. I wonder if he actually read any of the empirical evidence which shows that immigration doesn't actually reduce wages. It actually has a slightly positive effect in wages. Like every single study basically shows either it's a wash, it doesn't have like any effect, or it has a slightly positive effect on native worker wages, okay? I wonder if he's read any of that. I wonder if he's read that that immigrants getting jobs has been essential for our COVID recovery. How immigrants have been getting more jobs than ever. The right wing will do it. Even for low skilled workers, it found a slightly positive effect. I think. Yeah. Significant effect between 1.7 to plus 2.6% of wages, less educated native workers. Even for this was just one paper. On the whole, yes, immigration can sometimes affect the wages of low-educated native workers in a negative way, but it's like very slight. Okay, it's probably worth the trade-off, but he's not actually going to have that discussion of trade-offs because he doesn't know shit about economics. He's just going to blame immigrants. Okay, I bet he hasn't read anything about how immigrants have gotten more jobs than ever, and how foreign-born workers were essential to our recovery from COVID. He doesn't know any of that shit, or if he does, what he's gonna say about it is, well, foreign-born workers are taking our jobs. Because if you look, in COVID, like a bunch of boomers retired. Okay, so like the amount of native-born workers that have had jobs since COVID is basically flatlined. It's basically remained stable. But foreign-born workers their employment has exploded. That was essential for our COVID recovery. It was really good that they were all getting jobs and helping our economy. But all he's going to say, he either doesn't know that, or he's going to say, this is proof that they're taking our jobs. When it's both of those are bullshit. Okay.
Even as a fair observer,
but he does hate America. He does hate.
Would have to say, and feel free to come back on the points I've made as well. But the immigration issue, the illegal immigration.
Listen, we're gonna take a chill pill here because Destiny knows more about immigration, and he's gonna carry.
Issue seems to be much worse under President Biden. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're facing unique issues right now. Yeah.
So, why would you want to re-elect a man who has allowed this many illegal immigrants in, despite the fact that I think it's fair to say the vast majority of Americans agree that this shouldn't be happening?
I think that when it comes to border stuff or immigration stuff, I think that most of the disagreement, I think for America, I think we generally agree on most things for what the immigration policy should look like. The problem is we have a very unique problem right now, the border relating to asylum seeking, and the federal government's hands are tied in terms of how you can deal with those people. So with the way that the law works right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come up to the border, you see that like the encounters have gone up dramatically. Well, so is the actual catch rate of people coming in. Like, not that many people are sneaking past the border guards. The reason why is because you don't have to actually sneak into the country anymore. You just have to show up between a port of entry, or maybe even at a port of entry now, and go, hey, I'm here to seek asylum. And once you've done that, it's like a get out of jail free card, and you're basically, they have to take you in, they have to process you because of how the federal laws on the books are right now. And then because we don't have enough judges to actually go through all the cases, you're given basically a slip. You're saying, hey, please show up for your trial, and then you basically release them into the country. Some people will try to say that like Biden does catch and release, or we have like a catch and release law, but we don't really. It's like a combination of pretty complicated things on the books for how we deal with asylum seekers. Now, Biden and the Democrats in Congress wanted to deal with this, but Trump was literally telling Republicans in Congress, do not touch the border issue. That's why the bipartisan bill that Republicans had largely approved of a few years earlier got completely shut down because Republicans don't want to close this issue. Again, in classic Trump fashion, which is putting Trump ahead of the country, we didn't do anything about the border because Trump was telling Republicans not to fix a particular issue because he wants to win re-election. That's an issue that Biden and the Democrats tried to solve, but we couldn't do it.
Look, I want to hear Seb's
also, just as another note, I'm pretty sure the percentage of immigrants deported has actually increased under Biden. The Cato Institute has a few different studies on that. But like of the percent as a percent, because there's more illegal immigrants now, so the total is higher. But as a percent, I think Biden has turned away more illegal immigrants than Trump did.
Answer to that and other things you're about to say, but just I can tell you, look, I was born in the former Soviet Union. I don't live in America. I can promise you, this unique set of circumstances that you're talking about, like every other country in the world, pretty much except Western Europe, is able to have a border. right? You can't just turn up to the border of Russia or China and like walk in and then be like, oh, can I please? That's not how it works. It's not. Look, the idea that a country has a border has not been controversial for very long. This is a very new thing, and the fact that the number of people has skyrocketed since President Biden was elected, you can't put that on the Republicans.
I'm not putting anything.
Yeah, hold on, real quick. In the 2 years before Mr. Biden took office, the Trump administration released nearly 713,000 immigrants, or a little over 52% of the 1.4 million crossers. In other words, Mr. Trump's policies returned far fewer removals in absolute terms, and a slightly higher percentage of Mr. Biden's released border crossers in Mr. Biden's. Yeah. Where's the... Like, I can keep looking for it, but they have good stuff in it.
On the Republicans. What I'm saying is what I'm putting on them is the refusal to fix the actual issue, which is passing legislation to do it. And the last huge bipartisan bill that died in the House was supposed to increase the amount of judges we have to work through asylum seekers. It was supposed to change the standards that we would use to evaluate people claiming asylum, and it would have increased funding basically for every part of the.
Wouldn't it be easier to just erect the physical barrier that prevents people from going into this country except at a port of entry?
No, it wouldn't do anything. This is the frustrating thing, because the issue is what I said. The issue, if you look at the vast majority of people that are coming in, and you talk about things like catch and release, it's asylum seekers. These are laws on the books that have to change. You can go to a border right now as an illegal immigrant and just like, hey, I'm like claiming asylum. Can I come in?
Nothing to do with laws.
And then that's the issue that you have when you're trying to deal with our current immigration issue, is the asylum seeking process. And you say that like, well, other countries have borders and they don't have to deal with this. When the Syrian refugee crisis happened, I'm sure you remember, because I think it was probably a big motivating factor for Brexit, even if it was in the background. There were tons of refugees that were streaming into Europe, and there was a huge crisis. You saw a lot of right-wing parties gain popularity because of how unhappy people were. In Sweden, you've still got residual issues relating to those immigrants. You had the AfD rising in popularity in Germany. You had Marine Le Pen becoming popular again in France.
I totally agree with you. Yeah. But the problem is that all of those decisions about letting those people in, they were political decisions. And that's why people are frustrated, because the decision to allow 1 million refugees into Germany was a political decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism doesn't work. It's not like the countries failed to have a border. It's that politicians choose to create a situation where millions of people flood into the United States.
I agree, but that's the choice that Trump and the Republicans have made right now, when we've said, hey, we can change this with bipartisan infrastructure, or with bipartisan immigration legislation. It was on the books. It wasn't on the books. It was a bill. It was ready to be passed. It would have addressed all of these issues. But Trump told Republicans, do not pass this bill. I need this as an election issue. And he didn't, even though this bill had, I wish I could remember the name of the Republican that had co-authored this, but this is like basically a Republican authored bill that would have fixed all of these problems.
I want to give you more time on other points. But
I will say one also, just
please, please. We're truly honored to be partnered with Monk Debates.
Nope, don't care.
It's like the lowest unemployment for minorities right now under Biden. Conservatives love to bring up the lowest unemployment for minorities under Trump and blah, blah, blah. We have the lowest unemployment for minorities right now under Biden. The idea that you would look at unemployment and use that as like a win for Trump, when unemployment under Biden has been the lowest that it has been in all of U.S. history. And it's after rebuilding an economy, not like soaring ahead of like historically low interest rates year after year after year, which kind of led into a lot of the issues that we experienced with inflation and having to tighten up interest rates and everything. The economy under Biden has done exceedingly well. It would be nice if we had a Democrat come into office.
When we brought inflation down without increasing unemployment that much. It's increased a tiny bit, but like, we've maintained under 4% on inflation, or under 4% unemployment, while bringing inflation down. That is incredibly impressive. Actually, it's not entirely impressive, because a lot of the inflation is supply side, so it doesn't actually have to do with employment. Which is another thing conservatives don't like to bring up, is that a lot of the inflation was supply side, but still.
That wasn't trying to clean up the mess of the last conservative. We had Obama come in after the end of Bush's presidency, which was the 2007 housing crisis, which was like an international financial issue. And then we had Biden come in after Trump's horrible mishandling of COVID. It would be nice if we could actually get a Democrat to come in and run a clean 4 years instead of cleaning up the mess of the last conservative and then still trying to compete on things.
Seb, obviously you heard my interjections about immigration, and I think they're fair, certainly from my perspective. But the one thing I have also heard, including from many Republicans who might be mutual friends of ours, or people who are high up in the Republican Party, is that Donald Trump is playing politics with these issues right now in order that he has a better chance of winning. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Let's talk about this canard that the left wants to fix this. And they had legislation that a rhino, a fake conservative, sponsored in the Senate.
This guy hates America. He hates bipartisanship. He hates America.
Legislation stated that if you sign this into law, you will allow at least 5,000 illegals into America every 24 hours.
That was the cap.
Of course, we're going to say that's garbage. That's insanity. The idea that they, in good faith, want to fix this. Let's just look. In preparation for today, I called up the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, and I asked him, what is the situation like? Let's just talk about one statistic, because 8 million illegals. It's hard to even fathom.
Dude, oh my God, he's not gonna address like any of the points. He spat out that one lie about him being a fake Republican or whatever, and then now he's not gonna actually address the point. He's just gonna ramble about. He's just gonna fearmonger about what his friend is saying is going on at the border right now. Okay, let's let him. In
the last 3.5 years, they have intercepted 47,000 felons at the border. These are criminals coming into America. That is a 99% increase over our 4 years in government. Let's just say 100% increase. Besides that, they found 160,000 felons, convicted felons, in America, including 4,700 murderers and 8,000 gang members, one of whom murdered a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student called Laken Riley in Georgia. A man who...
And Biden mispronounced her name and still hasn't apologized. Jeez, oh my God. It's actually... Oh my God, he's not going to address anything. He's just going to fearmonger.
Murdered her after he was asyleed into America by Joe Biden's system, was then arrested for endangerment of a minor in New York, and Alvin Bragg, the Democrat DA of New York, led him onto the street so he could murder this 22-year-old. Let's be clear. They created this. You're right. It's policy decisions. My parents were real refugees, real asylum seekers, because if my dad had gone back to the land of his birth as an escaped prisoner from a communist prison, he would have been shot on sight. You can't say 8 million political prisoners are coming across the border into America. And let's just use the stats of the left. The United Nations, hardly a hard MAGA entity. Human Rights Watch, not exactly America First. What have these organizations stated about the deluge, the invasion of illegals across our border under Biden? Between 50 and 60% of the girls and the women are being raped or sexually assaulted by the coyotes, by the human traffickers. It is absolutely empirically a statement of fact that Joe Biden has become the largest human trafficker in human history. The party of...
Come on, sir.
No.
Come on. He's
numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he's a human trafficker.
Totally. His policies.
It's happening under his...
50% of who was raped by...
50 and 60% of the girls and the women are being raped or sexually assaulted by...
Walker, does he mean woman and girls raped in America, or does he mean women and girls crossing the border?
The girls, illegals across our border under Biden. Organization stated about the deluge, the invasion of illegals across our border under Biden. Between 50 and 60% of the girls and the women...
they're talking about crimes about the people who smuggle... They're talking about he mentioned the coyotes, right? He's talking about crimes from the drug cartels that sneak people over the border, right?
Women are being raped or sexually assaulted by the coyotes, by the human traffickers.
I don't really see what Biden has to do with that.
It is absolutely empirically a statement of fact that Joe Biden has become the largest human trafficker in human history. The party of...
Come on, sir.
No.
Come on. He's not...
Numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he's a human trafficker.
Totally. His policies.
It's happening under his watch.
His decision. Let's talk about what he said.
No, hold on. But he's not a human trafficker. That's ridiculous.
His policies have made his government empirically... You can't argue with 12,000 illegals a day. 12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why. Because they are so bigoted and so racist. Remember, this is the Democrat Party, the party of the KKK, the party of the Jim Crow laws. This is the party that whose activist murdered the first Republican president, Lincoln, the great emancipator. This is the DNA of the Democrats. The Democrats are so fundamentally bigoted. They believe if we let in millions of illegals because they're brown-skinned, because they're black-skinned, when we amnesty them and give them naturalization and citizenship, they will vote for us because of their skin color. This is CRT at its core, critical race theory, and that's why they're doing it. This isn't an accident. You don't open the borders an accident. You know that. And this isn't because of humanitarian stuff. Let's talk about why it's happening technically and why he is the largest human
Finish the
trafficker.
point and I want to say something.
How do these people come into America? Do you know what CBP-1 is, Stephen? CBP-1 is the app that illegals download on their way to America. It's funded by you and me, American taxpayers. They're sitting in Mexico. They're sitting in the Dominican Republic. They're sitting in Afghanistan. And they download an app where they pre-clear themselves. You tick a box. I am Mickey Mouse and I'm an asylum seeker. When you cross...
Dude, this guy, I don't even... He's not actually... He didn't address any of the arguments. He said one bullshit... He said one bullshit thing about the bill that Destiny talked about, and now he's not actually addressing anything. He's just fear-mongering. Democratic Party totally owned the first Republican president because Democrats. True.
It's the border. You say, hey, I'm registered. And
there was also that bullshit point about the Democrats part of the KKK. Yep, we all know, my guy. We all know.
America. That's deliberate, Konstantin. That's not accidental, that's deliberate. And these people are political refugees.
Okay. Why didn't you build a wall when you had the chance?
We tried to, and we were stymied consistently. You know what President Trump had to do? This is the insanity. The protestations from the establishment were hysterical. We had to repurpose DOD funds and say the border is actually a national security issue if you've got terrorists coming across the border. We had to repurpose national security funds to build the border and buy the steel to build the wall.
Yeah, in other words, Trump was so bad at enacting policy that he couldn't get his own fucking party to agree to shit. Biden is able to pass massive bipartisan bills, and Trump can't even get his own fucking Congress to agree to a border wall. Yeah.
And that took us over a year. What does Joe Biden do? He comes into the administration, and the steel members that we had bought to secure the border, he sold them for scrap iron. That's why it's deliberate, and that's why he's a human trafficker.
The talking points are funny. I think it's really funny. I think if you're listening to this in video form, I think you should rewind because I think Seb accidentally gave away part of the plot. It's funny because you described that border bill and you said that it allows 5,000 illegal immigrants to come in a day. Minimum? Wrong. That was the maximum cap.
No.
One of the issues that we faced. I did, sir. I did read it. Let me finish. I did read it. You should read it as well. No, I did read it. And it's funny because what you said later on was that we were seeing numbers sometimes in excess of 12,000 per day. Mm-hmm. The reason why that bill was so important, one of the things that would have been nice is it would have actually placed a cap on the amount of people that were coming in and claiming asylum. That 5,000 per day would have said that once we hit this cap, we are not processing anybody else. You could have the most legitimate asylum claim in the world, and we would not allow you into this country, which was already about to be challenged by a ton of legal people around the United States. And I think there were international bodies as well, because whether or not you can cap asylum seekers is still an internationally debated topic, but that is what that legislation seeks to do. If you feel, again, so passionately about the border, why didn't we pass any bipartisan infrastructure or bipartisan immigration legislation? Why did Trump shut it down?
Because you have to have the other side acting in good faith.
You can say that, but you did. If you really truly believe that the other side is at fault, then it seems like you need a candidate besides Trump because Trump wasn't able to get anything done when he was president. You just said it yourself that Trump had to repurpose DOD funds to do it. Trump had a larger margin in Congress. Trump had all three branches of government and accomplished less than Biden did when it came to legislation, when it came to the border, when it came to infrastructure, when it came to foreign policy, when it came to almost every single aspect of running this country. And Trump was the one that came in saying, I'm the business guy. I can bring people together. I can get these things done because I know how to get people to work together. And all I hear from people once Trump left office was, well, the deep state got me and it was the other guys and I couldn't do anything. And I had to take money from the DOD to do it. I couldn't figure anything out and blah, blah, blah. And now that he's out of office, supposedly running for America, despite the fact that what he's really running for is so that he can pardon himself from his crimes and be immune from hopefully state charges. What he's really running for is to save himself. And that's why he didn't care about the border. That's why he tries to continue the border problems. He wasn't able to fix it when he was in office because he's more concerned with his reputation than actually bringing people together to get anything done. I don't understand how, even if you believe everything that you said, that asylum seeking is an issue, that illegal immigration is an issue, even if you believe that these are issues that are brought by Democrats intentionally and they're destroying the country, which are all ridiculous claims, Donald Trump is not the guy to fix them because he already proved that he couldn't do it once.
All right, so we can go back and forth saying, I read this, I read that. Look it up for yourself. Everybody can do that, okay? I just want it to be common sense. Does anybody with a straight face have the capacity to say, yeah, the Democrats are strong on the border and immigration and Trump isn't? I mean, it beggars belief. It's risible.
That's one of the weaker points Stephen made, but I think a very strong point that he made right at the end, and the one I'd like to hear you answer is, Donald Trump, you say, didn't build the wall because there was a lack of support from the other side. They were not acting in good faith. Okay, well, you think there's going to be more good faith after...
Okay, not just the other side. His own party didn't support it. He couldn't get his own party on board.
Gets elected, let's say, in 2024?
Right. I'm not sure it's the good faith that's the problem. He seems to paint President Trump...
No, you said this earlier.
No, but let me just unpack it in terms of what's possible and what isn't. I said this when I was in the White House. I said it after I left the White House. Donald Trump won the election despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP. I mean, this is the oddity. I mean, this is what Americans forget. I find it funny, but I have to, remind Americans who were born here, unlike me, a legal immigrant, that Donald Trump...
He's probably pro-Israel in a unhinged kind of way too. He's probably like a Jitty Ox version of pro-Israel, where he's like, oh, I literally think Palestine's a fake nation and Israel should just annex all the West Bank and Gaza.
The American people did something utterly historic in 2016. Because prior to that, every chief executive, from George Washington to Obama, was from the same class. They were either senators, congressmen, governors, or retired four-star generals. Every single one, from George Washington to Obama. Then what did the American people do in 2016? They say, we've had it with the swamp, the establishment, the rhinos, the Democrats. They elect a man who's never run for any office, not county dog catcher, a guy who has no political background, and they say, F you to the establishment, we want him. True. That's actually historic. Now,
and did he drain the swamp? Is the swamp drained? Is this drained swamp in the room with us right now?
It's what the president had to compete with. When we walked into the White House on January 21st, I said this publicly back then, there were less than 20 of us in senior positions like myself who were actually America First and MAGA, right? Because it was an insurgency. It was a political insurgency. The establishment hated President Trump. We had people inside the building who were actively subverting him, even his former chief of staff. That will not happen in a second Trump administration because the president understands what Reagan taught us. Personnel.
Dude, yeah, why were they subverting him? I wonder why. Maybe it's because everything he tried to do was fucking insane. Dude, why would this is him like admitting that Trump, this is borderline him admitting that like Trump is gonna try to steal the election or next year, because he's saying the people who stood up to Trump during his first term, for example, there were the threats of like mass resignations when Trump tried to fire certain people. There was Mike Pence refusing to not certify the 2020 election. This is just an admission that that he's not going to let this happen next time. He's just going to install a bunch of fucking loyalists in the government. Oh my God, he's actually insane. Like, I wonder why people are subverting him. I wonder, like, should Mike Pence have not subverted him? Should Mike Pence have overturned the 2020 election? Is that your position, my guy? Is that your position?
Oh, is policy.
You're saying if Trump wins the White House, he'll be able to substitute as a mental asylum for. Oh, true. He'll be able to substitute as a mental asylum for him and his cabinet. Yeah.
We can't have, people betraying the will of the American voter inside the wire, inside the building. It's more than just, oh, well, he didn't pass legislation. He actively had people who believe in the footsie under the table with the other side. I'll get my cushy, lobbyist job after I leave Congress. That's changed in the last 8 years.
Yep, that's what happened.
The Republican Party now is MAGA, is America First. There's a few holdouts and rhinos who are leaving like Mitt Romney, but the situation for getting even more stuff fixed is much brighter than it was when we walked in 2016.
Stephen, anything you want to say?
Populism usually takes a pretty predictable route where people are frustrated with a set of circumstances, which, to be fair, there's a lot of things to be frustrated about. And what you do is you turn to a strong man who promises to deliver you from all of your evils, to deliver you from the pain and the suffering and whatever around you, because he's the one source of truth, the one source of goodness, the one guy that can get the job done. That's what Donald Trump sold himself as when he came into office. And like every populist, he came in, he overpromised, and he underdelivered. Trump failed on every single conceivable metric when it came to being a president, besides, and I will admit, he is very funny. He's very funny. He's got good stage presence, and he can work a crowd. That's why the
economy was pretty good.
Oh shit. Yeah, second worst of the orange guy.
It's fair until COVID hit.
The economy was good, but I mean, like, you can Google markets, you could look at indicators, like everything had been hitting all-time highs since 2013 under Obama, right? Ever since the economy crashed after 2007 and started to recover, that same recovery happened under Trump. And it was happening with pretty low interest rates, and it was just a carry on from Obama's administration. People will say, well, the economy was really good under Trump. What did Trump even do? He did a bunch of tax cuts, and that's it. He didn't really do much else.
Hold on.
And then as a quick thing again, I'm sorry, but my managerial experience in the ordinary world, outside of the YouTube world I live in now, is limited. But I was a supervisor in a restaurant. If I was given a shift and all my tables were dirty, and my manager comes in and she sees my restaurant, it's my ass. I'm in trouble. I can't say, like, well, these employees were working against me and these guys didn't show up and these guys didn't call in. She said, okay, well, you're getting paid the big bucks. It's your responsibility. You're the leader there, right? When Trump was coming into office, because I am an ardent capitalist, the only redeeming quality I saw was, well, okay, he is a business guy. So at the very least, maybe he's got some comprehension in terms of how to get people with different opinions to actually work together. And he is the most divisive leader in like all of U.S. history, or at least in recent U.S. history. The idea that, even his former chief of staff was against him, like that's a point in favor of Trump. These are your people. You're nominated. How is it that every person that's worked with him, how is it that his former attorney generals, his chiefs of staff, his personal friends, his personal lawyers, when you have this many people around you that are saying to the rest of the world, don't trust this guy is no good. I don't work with him anymore. I don't trust this guy anymore. Like, at what point do you look at him and you're like, okay, well, maybe it's not actually the deep state, every single institution, all of the media, all of the world, all of academia, and all of the politicians against him. Maybe just kind of like a bad person who's not very good at getting his job done.
This is
based. It's like, also, like, it literally, this is a problem. Okay. Either Trump made bad appointments or his appointments are right. Those were the two options, okay? Either you have to admit and say Trump chose a bunch of deep state officials as his appointments in his cabinet, or they were somehow corrupted, I guess. Or they're correct and Trump is actually insane. Yeah.
You live in an old
Trump was never good at business, yeah. Well, he's really good at falsifying records.
Universe. I know you're on YouTube and that those are your qualifications.
We're all on YouTube, Sam.
I know, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've been banned. I've been banned on YouTube, right? So, I take that as a mark of honor. I'm on Rumble. So this idea that he failed at.
I wonder why. I wonder what positions he could possibly have that would have got him banned from YouTube.
Yeah, that's a great description of Joe Biden. From mortgage rates to inflation to the price of energy to surrendering in Kabul to the invasion of Ukraine to October the 7th. Yeah, massive successes in the last 3.5 years. Let's talk about my bailiwick. Let's talk about national security. We had been told by our predecessor, Obama, that ISIS, quote, is a threat we just have to get to learn to live with. Can't be solved, just going to live with it. When we came into the White House, President Trump got the lawyers out of the way and unleashed JSOC and Delta Force. Within 5 months, the caliphate of ISIS was gone, kaput. China, we initiated a trade war with China. We facilitated the rise of NATO to such an extent that under President Trump's presidency, defense spending shot up by 4.
I'm glad he's banned too. Trump constantly undermined NATO. He constantly undermined NATO, and he even said he wanted to fucking withdraw recently. Okay, that's fucking absurd. Also, the trade war with China is also probably not good. And in fact, what I would say is the worst thing about Biden is that he's continued the trade war against China. There are some things I think are fine, like investing in infrastructure and investing in American manufacturing is fine. Okay, I'm fine with like the Chips and Science Act and investing in American manufacturing and building new chip plants here. Okay, that's fine. That's chill. I love that. Okay, but like the tariffs on Chinese EVs, which he recently announced, I think that's actually the worst thing about Biden.
$100 billion inside NATO. The guy who was going to destroy it actually saved it. Then we look at, the Middle East. 5 peace accords in less than 4 years. These are meant to be failures for us. Let's look at the international environment. Under Obama, Ukraine, Crimea, taken. Under Biden, again, a second invasion. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians.
He is an actual child. Okay.
And Russians dead. The largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust.
Also, we're going to talk about any of the comments Trump just made about he would let Putin do whatever the hell he wants. So we're going to talk about Trump being all buddy with Putin. Are we not going to mention that?
In Israel, and then the absolute surrender and betrayal of the Afghan people in a withdrawal that made Saigon look like a small incident. These are supposed to be the successes. And as to this, he's the most divisive. It's so peculiar, but I find it incapable. I find it impossible to remember my former boss giving speeches in front of iconic locales such as Independence Hall in Philadelphia, bathed in red fascistic light, with Marines standing flanking him, labeling half of America extremists and fascists. And
to be clear, he did it. It's so funny because Biden was so careful during that speech to not upset half of America. He was what I would say was like overly careful. Like I think, like unironically, like his statements were like so like wired in on like specifically like MAGA Republicans. He was like a very small minority of MAGA Republicans in Congress. Like his statements were so fine-tuned to not apply to all Republicans or half the country like he's implying here. Yeah.
Preaching to us about white supremacy in his State of the Union address. That really brings us together. This is the man who told us, Biden said on his inauguration, I'm going to bring you together by calling half the nation white supremacists. When the real racist problem in America are the Democrats on the campuses DEI. Saying death to America from the river to the sea if you're Jewish. That's the left today. Radicals who hate America. I go back to my original point. And then this strange idea of populism, using this label as a smear, some kind of pejorative. I don't know. I remember the good old days where if you had the popular support of the people, that was a good thing. I don't like the elites. They stink. They're corrupt. But a guy comes along who has popular support. No, the elites will decide. Just like Sam Harris destroyed himself on your podcast when he said, I don't care if Hunter Biden had dead children in his basement. The plot against Donald Trump and the election in 2020 was, quote, justified. That's the left.
Dude, top 10 base Sam Harris moment. What the fuck? Dude, that was awesome, dude. What did you think, Sam? We should watch that thing he did of Sam Harris because I like Sam Harris. I don't care if
Hunter Biden had dead children in his basement. The plot...
That is a top 10 base moment right there. Oh my God.
Against Donald Trump and the election in 2020 was, quote, justified. That's the left. That's the other side. Those are the divisive people.
I want to talk about a couple of things you raised there, which is foreign policy.
Dude, it's so funny that like he's going from like the left is the left are people in America chanting from the river to the sea, death to Israel. Meanwhile, he's talking to Destiny and quoting Sam Harris. Does he think Destiny and Sam Harris are pro-Palestinian? Does he think Destiny and Sam Harris are at all pro-Palestine?
See geopolitics, etc., and also what's happening on college campuses, Stephen, as well. I would like you, before I go back to Stephen, to address you the one point that he made, which I think is worth exploring, which is, we say this guy knows how to get things done, and you say you had all these people in the White House and elsewhere who were working against him. What about what Stephen said, which is he just seems like an asshole that annoys everyone, and people can't work with him?
Well, look, I've said it many times before. It is absolutely remarkable what he achieved in really not 4 years, 2 years, despite the people who are subverting him because they represent the elite class.
What were those achievements again?
Right.
The strongest economy we've ever had, lowest unemployment.
No, like things he's done, not things that happened.
Oh my God.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
So, like, if I stand outside and the tree grows, I wouldn't say that I grew the tree.
Oh yeah,
if I planted the seeds for the tree,
he did nothing in regards to the economy.
Like,
I'll give you the example. You said he did nothing with not his responsibility. When we came into the White House,
the tax cuts. By the way, I haven't done the full reading into it, but there are some interesting articles I read that like these tax cuts, they may have they probably did increase workers' wages a bit, just because the burden of corporate taxes does fall on workers' wages to an extent. But they did not stimulate the economy that much.
And had a modest goal. He said, I've had it with the growth of the state. You know, the burden on the average American. 60% of businesses are small businesses in America. I want to get the monkey off the back of the guy who has the family company. So what did he do? He said, I'm not going to sign any executive orders as president unless for every one I sign, 2 are rescinded. I want to have a redress of the balance, the abuse of executive power. We said, okay, sir, by not the end of the first year, by the 10th month of the first year, that figure wasn't 2-to-1. The figure was 22-to-1. We had rescinded 22 executive orders for every new one the president signed. That's how you unleash the economy. And that's exactly what happened.
Okay, I don't know why we would ever focus on that. That doesn't seem to be... Okay, anyway. Yeah, These are, yeah, they all kind of funnel around zero, man. Doesn't seem like corporate taxes do that much to stimulate the economy. 2022 meta-analysis suggests corporate tax rates aren't actually that powerful in practice. We applied better regression models to a novel data set with 441 estimates from 42 primary studies. There's evidence for publication selectivity in favor of reporting growth-enhancing effects of corporate tax cuts. Correcting for this bias, we cannot reject the hypothesis of a zero effect of corporate taxes on... Yeah. Doesn't seem to be that strong of a correlation or anything. But anyway, let him.
When you allow federal government lands to be used for energy exploration, when you say yes, XL Keystone Pipeline, when you block Russia's Nord Stream, that's when you unleash the American people, and that's on President Trump.
Let's just finish this point, Seb, which is about the fact that Donald Trump is not able to lead the country well because he's not able to bring enough people with him to buy into his vision, and instead you had constant turmoil internally. And it's not just rhinos who were leaving; it was people like Steve Bannon.
No, he didn't leave. He was fired by the chief of staff, who was an actual seditionist, right? John Kelly fired him. Steve didn't want to go.
So why didn't Donald Trump overrule him and say, this is my guy?
Because he trusted Kelly. This is a 4-star general, right? This is a guy who was in the Marine Corps. Sadly, he didn't know. He didn't have buddies in the swamp. But now, after the last 7 years, let me assure you, because this is my number one concern, and I've discussed it with the president, he knows who to trust, and he knows who not to trust. Therefore, he will achieve even more, God willing, if we re-elect him in November.
All right, Stephen, go for it. We'll do a few minutes with you, and then I want to move on to geopolitics. What's happening in campuses.
That even.
Yeah.
The idea that Trump, a billionaire real estate developer from New York, didn't have friends in the swamp, which is very funny to me. Wasn't this guy? Yeah. Wasn't he literally in pictures of Hillary and Bill Clinton's wedding? I mean, like the idea that
you're living in Manhattan. That doesn't mean you're running a political campaign.
True.
He's a realtor.
Yeah,
he's a
billionaire realtor
who has never run anything in government. How would you know who the good bureaucrat is and the crappy one like Fauci? How would you know that? You're building real estate.
Because real estate.
Do you know a lot? You're in media. Do you know how to create a cable TV show?
I know a decent about.
No, do you know
I know
how
a
to
decent bit about
right
real estate. And I know that real estate is one of the most tax-advantaged things. I know that real estate has some of the highest integrations with city council planners, with policies.
Who the Secretary of Defense should be?
It's absurd. If he doesn't have any of these ideas, then you're making a very strong argument for career politicians. This is why people that tend to do politics stay in politics, is because they're actually able to know these things.
Yeah,
they understand these things. They have these relations.
We need more of them, Stephen.
Well, considering that Trump again failed in every conceivable metric, and you weren't able to give me like any strong things that he actually succeeded in.
The executive
He said that he
orders.
rescinded executive orders. Like that is a measurable increase. Give me something like the CHIPS Act. Give
Do
me
you not
something
think that
like
matters though? I mean, for the people who want to reduce the size of government, that would
it's
be
a lip service thing. I would encourage everybody that hears. There's two lines that people. There's one really common line that politicians always say. It's politispeak, which is funny that Trump utilized it. But it's this: I'm going to go line by line through the budget. I'm going to go line by line, and I'm going to get rid of all wasteful spending. First of all, this is just fiscal stuff. Okay, this impacts your budget, which, by the way, Trump ran record deficits when he was in office. So budgetarily, he still failed. But this doesn't improve your economy or
Dude, he is mauling right now. Oh my God.
Unleash your economy. It's not like we were rescinding significant executive orders that was destroying our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United States were our tech companies that Republicans are constantly trying to undermine and destroy by getting rid of Section 230, which would make it so you can sue Twitter when somebody posts something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that Trump was unleashing the economy by rescinding some irrelevant executive orders that had no impact on the economy anyway, and the fact that he was still running these record level deficits, even though the economy was exploding all 3 years, at least under his presidency, is ridiculous. Oh man, if we want to go foreign policy, Jesus. Almost every single decision that Trump made under foreign policy was either a form of kicking the can down the road or it just did nothing. We talk about like the historic stuff that happened with the Abraham Accords. I'm sorry, but the Abraham Accords started because Netanyahu was on the verge of annexing the West Bank, and the Gulf states were like, this is probably not a good idea, and a lot of people are going to be mad. And then Kushner hopped in, and there were official conversations that were essentially facilitated, and then eventually you start getting these bilateral treaties that are signed between Israel and other countries. But these bilateral treaties did something very important that's happened with other treaties with Israel, and that is that they undermined the Palestinians. They didn't include them in any of the conversations. So when you look at what happened on October 7th, and then you look at Biden, you go, man, this must be Biden's fault. It's like, okay, well, didn't we just have a historic round of talks with countries in the Middle East? How is it that the Palestinians were excluded yet again from these talks? You know, and the idea that Trump was some strong partner in the Middle East when in 2019, Iran literally was shooting drones and missiles over into Saudi Arabian refineries, and the United States stood by and did nothing. Or the idea that we're going to stand here and we're going to say, oh my God, in Afghanistan, we pulled out and we abandoned our people. One, that timetable was sent by Donald Trump. He had a round of talks called the Doha talks that happened with the Taliban, and the Afghanistan government was completely excluded from those talks. When Biden came into office, we'd already been drawn down to historically low numbers in Afghanistan. We had almost no military presence left over there. When Biden came into office, basically the only thing left to do was to follow through on Trump's timetable, which was to pull us out of Afghanistan.
But hold on a second. Yeah. Just on that particular thing, didn't you just say that if you're managing a restaurant and your boss comes in and sees a messy table, that's on you? And yet in this situation, you're saying it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it's Joe Biden that did it.
Nice.
It's not nice, and I'll explain why. If you take over
I'm just trying to be fair.
No, that's fine. It's a good question. It's a good question. If you take over a restaurant and you're the manager of a restaurant, you've bought a business, and somebody comes in and they say, hey, I'm going to sit here with me and 20 friends, okay, because that's what we're going to do. And I go, well, no, that's bullshit. And they go, well, actually, you bought this restaurant and we signed a contract with your last boss that gave us the right to do this for a year. Well, if you buy a business, generally you also inherit, along with the assets and liabilities, prior agreements you've signed as well, or the previous owner did. With the Doha agreements, we were on a timetable to leave. Now, could Biden have increased the troop presence and fought against that withdrawal? He could have, but then at what cost? Remember, it only takes 1 or 2 attacks against U.S. soldiers by the Taliban to have the United States thinking like, well, shoot, do we need to stay there for another 10 or 20 years? I agree that the pullout could have gone better. I think that there were people that should have had the opportunity to leave that country that worked with us, that should have come out, that didn't get that opportunity. But like compare that to say, because remember, this is done under a Trump timetable. What is Trump's excuse for abandoning the Kurds that we fought alongside in Syria to a Turkish onslaught? There was no excuse for that. There was no reason for that. But he did that with, I don't even know, because he said, well, I don't want to be in the Middle East anymore. And then he obscured all the information relating to Yemen drone strikes that we were helping Saudi Arabia with, as opposed to Biden, who said we're no longer going to participate in the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen, which was, I think, an improvement. We axed the Iranian.
And Biden, Trump greatly obscured information about even the number of drone strikes we were doing, whereas Biden, I think, rescinded a lot of those and stopped doing a shit ton of drone strikes. There was one really good article read, Biden nearly ended the drone war and nobody even noticed. Biden nearly ended drone strike. Yeah, Biden nearly ended the drone war and nobody noticed. Yeah. I don't have the graph in here, but he did significantly less drone strikes than Obama and he basically did none.
A nuclear deal, and then we replaced it with nothing. I guess ostensibly that's supposed to keep Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons. We had historic photographs taken with Kim and our leaders. for nothing, I guess. I've heard Sebastian claim in the past that they stopped ballistic missile testing. That's not true. That you can literally go on the Wikipedia and read test after the dates. Pence and I believe Tillerson were both complaining about those talks because literally nothing got done in North Korea. Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy, it was a disaster.
Let me give you a narrative that is popular with people who probably don't agree with you, which is that the main thing about Donald Trump is that people around the world, and I can tell you this is true, people around the world feared and respected him. They didn't like him necessarily, but they feared and respected him. And the fact that you have Iran-backed people from Gaza committing October 7th, the fact that Putin felt able to invade Ukraine, the fact that China is getting more muscular on Taiwan, this is a sign of the perceived weakness of the United States under Joe Biden. And you can take that at whatever level you want, all the way through to sitting down across from Joe Biden and going, this guy can't finish a sentence.
If we want to say that the United States has a weak foreign disposition right now, I think I would probably agree with that.
Okay.
But I don't think it's because of Biden. I think it's because of how divided we are internally. And I think when you look at a country and you see that they're like fighting with themselves, like okay, well, let's come over here.
I wrote a whole book about that, so I definitely agree with you.
Because like when I look at any of these particular issues, and it's easy to kind of like paint a story if you just like name some things, you don't really dig into them. Like we talk about Iran, right? And we say, well, October 7th, Iran was bold enough to, do foreign proxy training for troops in Hamas. Okay, well, Iran physically, literally attacked Saudi Arabia under Donald Trump, and nothing happened. So why would we imagine that they wouldn't back Hamas as well? It's not like Trump destroyed.
Also, October 7th happened on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, right? Like, it probably would have happened regardless of who was president. So
it's not about imagination. It didn't happen when.
Well, no, that attack did happen. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, and Trump didn't. Which is bolder than October 7th.
Didn't happen.
Sure, but from an Iranian perspective, that attack was bolder than October 7th.
What about Ukraine, etc.?
For Ukraine, Donald Trump didn't. Like the Crimean Peninsula was inhabited by Russian troops the entire time. Donald Trump didn't do anything to stop that. Donald Trump didn't care about that. It's not like we pull anything out of there.
Let me just do this bit. That's a bit different though, Stephen, because in 2014, as Seb said correctly, under Obama, Russia took Ukraine and started a civil war in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah.
Steve wanted us to invade.
To recapture Crimea at that point would have meant literally World War III. So nobody could have retaken Ukraine. It's not like Joe Biden's position when he was elected was, we're going to help Ukraine retake Crimea.
Yeah.
So what I'm putting to you, and I think it's a fair question, is, isn't it the weakness of the withdrawal from Afghanistan? I think we'd both agree was calamitous. Whoever's fault it was, that's where the debate was. Signaled weakness to other people who wanted to capitalize on that. Yes, I agree with you. The internal divisions in America contribute to that. But ultimately, isn't a large part of this the signaling of weakness that invites challenge?
No, because again, I would say I'm pointing to Ukraine. It's not like Russia stopped their military activity in Ukraine because of Trump being in office. That the invasion just hadn't escalated yet to where they were doing a full-on actual on-the-ground military invasion instead of the more subversive stuff they were doing.
Under Trump, post the 2014 taking of Crimea, and once the Minsk Accords were in place, there was no hot war going on in Ukraine.
There was still the civil war in the southeast. That war has been raging for like 10 years. The conflict, you think there was a total... Didn't those Minsk agreements last for like months? Minsk 1 and 2?
No, look, I have a lot of family in Ukraine, it's a region I understand very well. Post the Minsk Accords, there was no hot war going on.
For how long?
Well, until the invasion, basically. Until the invasion. It was pretty...
Bullshit. Oh, that I don't think that's true, man. I highly doubt that. There's disagreement over who violated the Minsk Accords first, right? Like Russia and Ukraine both say the other side violated first, but like bullshit. Those agreements were violated multiple times.
Pretty stable. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't the occasional people, but it was broadly, there was a ceasefire in place. People were not killing each other en masse. I can tell you.
I'd have to go and I'd have to.
Is that his depth? Is that his depth?
Out of my depth? Okay. I mean, we can focus on the Middle East more if you want. But I don't think that. I mean, Trump. We talk about NATO. I think that Trump was.
Listen, I'm the Wikipedia warrior. Okay, there are frequent violations by the ceasefire by both parties to the conflict. Talks continue to miss. Like, I think both sides say the other one violated the other one first, but yeah.
Constantly like NATO skeptic on the international level. I think a lot of people expressed a lot of fear for that.
Well, he wanted other nations within NATO to contribute their fair share.
Yeah, their military percentage of GDP.
Which they were not doing, and he was saying we can't continue with NATO if America is the only country that's actually paying its way.
Sure, but the idea that the leader of NATO would be publicly undermining NATO and saying we might have to pull out or stop it, I think there are more diplomatic ways to pursue those conversations.
He never ever once said he was going to pull out forces. You just make stuff up, Stephen. You've got to stop it. Like there was hot fighting in Ukraine.
Focus on the issue. Come on.
No, this is important.
Give us the facts.
Because this
is an area where you can win. If you want, so give us the facts.
This is tactics. He just floods the zone with stuff that's false.
Let's address.
Let's talk about it.
Versus him, oh my God, he literally. you literally fucking lied about the immigration stuff and about the there was one other thing. God damn it! I was getting fucking pissed at him earlier, but
claim if you want. Well, that's what I'd like Seb to do.
When we were in the White House, and you know this, as opposed to what Obama did, Obama, after the invasion of Crimea, the jewel of Ukraine stolen, what did Obama do? He sent blankets and night vision devices. If you don't believe me, look up blankets and night vision devices. When we came in, I don't understand this. Stephen's positing that we should have invaded.
I've never said that.
Oh, well, there was land in Ukraine that the Russians controlled, and Trump didn't do anything about it. You want intervention? I didn't know you were a neocon, Steve.
When we got into
the White House,
did I say that we should invade anybody?
You said that Trump did nothing about the land taken by Russia.
I said that Russia didn't run away from Crimea. They didn't fear.
And you
Russia
said the operations were continuing. Garbage. There were no military operations in Crimea, in Ukraine, or on the border.
Crimea was captured. The whole thing is a military operation.
There were no military, as Constantine is right, there was no hot war. You're just making stuff up. When we came into the White House, we deployed Javelin, shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons to Ukraine so they could defend themselves. And for 4 years, it's interesting,
we gave Ukraine a shit ton of javelins. By the way, Trump threatened to withhold that aid to get information on Hunter Biden. But forget about that for a second. I mean, we have significantly increased our support for Ukraine, I guess, after Russia did invade. Yeah, but I remember when people were all obsessed with javelins because they were being shipped to Ukraine.
KGB colonel did nothing. The idea that, I'm going to kind of explain away what happened in Afghanistan.
They even
Let's
added
break
them to
Afghanistan
Fortnite.
Down for a second. Yes, there was a timetable for President Trump, but it was conditions-based. If the Taliban hadn't met those conditions, there would have been no withdrawal. I was part of those negotiations. Let me tell you, there would have been no withdrawal without those conditions having been met. Instead, because he wants a photo op for the anniversary of 9/11. I mean, what a cynical. Biden wants an anniversary, 20th anniversary photo op that I won the war in Afghanistan. So 13 of our servicemen are murdered by ISIS at Kabul airport. Thousands of Afghans, also our interpreters, are left. You see a plane take off with hundreds of people hanging on the fuselage. And how do they leave? Oh, we're going to get the military out and then we'll somehow get out the civilians. The rank dilettantism for the photo op that you don't even leave from Bagram, which is a military air base you can actually defend. You go to KIA in Kabul, indefensible, and you have a complete circus, well, not a circus, a tragedy of a surrender. And then Putin goes, okay, lads, rev your engines. We're going to invade Ukraine. Then Hamas says, ooh, yeah, let's kill hundreds of Jews on Israeli soil. That's on Biden.
And so let me put an argument.
I'm curious for that. What were the conditions based for that Afghanistan agreement, for the Doha agreement? What were the conditions that you feel like the Taliban? Name a couple.
Control of Wardak province had to be stabilized. We had to have Herat have less Iranian influence. I'm not going to go into any more details because they're classified, Stephen.
Okay, what you're saying is just not true.
One
of the big reasons why that pullout was so catastrophic is because the Afghanistan army wasn't. You can read all this. There was a huge report that was done by the United States analyzing the failures for why that fell so fast. And part of it was because the United States had negotiated away some of the land that was previously controlled by the Afghanistan government to the Taliban. And we didn't even tell the Taliban about that. So the Taliban would roll into cities and say, by the way, we agreed to this, and the United States said we could have this. And at some point, the Afghanistan army was like, screw this, and they just started to end whole retreat from these areas. So, but
let me put a challenge to you, Seb. You mentioned giving javelins to the Ukrainians, etc. I mean, as you well know, and by the way, it's interesting that even though we're all three from different kind of ways of seeing the world, actually on Ukraine, there's quite a lot of agreement in this room, ironically. But there are a lot of people on your side who have bought this idea that this is Ukraine. The reason the war in Ukraine happened is that Russia was provoked. It was provoked by the expansion of NATO. It was provoked by the giving of weaponry to.
Oh no, please say he at least has a good Russia-Ukraine take. I don't even care if you blame Biden, but please don't say it was provoked. Please have a good, reasonable Russia-Ukraine take.
To Ukraine. So what would you say to the people who say, well, yeah, Donald Trump gave stuff to the Ukrainians and that's why Russia invaded?
I don't think we need to go down, a kind of a rabbit hole on this. You know my stance. There's me, Dennis Prager, and Klavan and Mark Levin. That's about the three conservatives who are strong on Ukraine. We reject the Tuckerite isolationism, the neo-Buchananite isolationism. But the whole, you're the expert. You're the guy who translates Putin's speeches immediately when they're given. By
the way, isn't Trump pretty isolationist? Like Trump is isolationist, right?
This hoary canard
for the most part,
we encircled Russia, or that U.S. presidents have provoked this great champion of Western, Christendom called Vladimir Putin is asinine. I mean, you know better than anyone. For 22 years since he became premier, Vladimir Putin has been giving speeches on the fact that Ukraine, Poland, the Baltic states are all legitimate and need to be parts of Russia. He's been planning this ever since he, walked into the palace in Moscow.
Can I ask a personal question? I'm curious. Or not personal politics.
Last year, I was introduced to monetary metals.
Right, don't care. Second ad, really? God damn it, guys.
Imagine not only being able to protect your
They're
savings
selling investing in gold.
against inflation, crediting interest on monetary metals.
My mom came from Cuba, and my mom and dad were in the Air Force. When I grew up, my parents hated China and Russia for understandable reasons. My mom flew on the Looking Glass mission, looking for basically nuclear missiles, doomsday, end of the world type stuff. And yeah, the fall of the Soviet Union, the Iron Curtain was a monumentous thing in the world. And it sounds like you have similar feelings about Russia, which I'm happy to hear. Does it bother you, or does it give you pause that so many fans under Donald Trump, that so many people that support him seem to be so either skeptical about supporting Ukraine or fallen in support of Russia because they see them as a stronger, better country that champions Christian values better or doesn't submit to the woke mob better, and that maybe it is their right to own Ukraine and the U.S. provoked that?
It bothers me that there are such voices on the putative conservative right. I have come to the conclusion they're not numerous and they have nothing to do with my former boss. Let me tell you a story about that. We've heard for 7 years still, Hillary was doing it a few days ago, that he loves Putin and Russia collusion. One story. It's so amusing that there are people who are such experts on the Wagner Group now, right after the fake coup. We were experts on the Wagner Group in the Trump administration. We informed President Trump very early on that there are 300 Wagner Group special forces guys running around the Middle East destabilizing the region. We weren't neocons. He's not an interventionist, but he's not an isolationist. He's the perfect balance between the two. And he said, what? Putin's got hundreds of guys running around the Middle East? That's not good. I'm not going to invade the Middle East. I'm not an interventionist. But he told Secretary Mattis, kill them now. 4 hours later, every single member of the Wagner Group Special Forces deployment was red mist. What did Vladimir Putin do? Nothing. He crapped his pants. He didn't even hold a press conference because he was afraid of what President Trump would do next. That's what President Trump understands is the use of force. Not intervention, but when you cross a line, when you destabilize regions that are already destabilized enough. In Syria, when we informed, and this is now declassified, that there was a second chemical weapons attack being prepared by the Assad regime, what did he do? While Xi Jinping was having chocolate cake in Mar-a-Lago, he dropped 52 cruise missiles on that airbase and turned it into a sheet of glass and whispered into Xi's ear, I think you should know what I just did in Syria. That was a message for Xi, for Putin, for Kim in North Korea, for the mullahs in Iran. That's why for 4 years, no new wars. I don't understand why you aren't happy that for 4 years we had no new wars under Trump, and now you think you can blame October the 7th on Donald Trump? You can blame the invasion of Ukraine for a second time under a Democrat president on Donald Trump? It's actually an insult to intellect. For 4 years, the world was safe. And now we have a world on fire. But yeah, the guy who's in court today in Manhattan, it's his fault. It's laughable.
Anything you want to say?
Both the situations are just completely and totally misrepresented. The attack on the Syrian airfield, they had advanced warning of that attack. There were no soldiers there. They did chemical weapons. Trump said, we're going to bomb your airport. This is the one we're going to bomb. We'll give you a little bit to get out. And then we bombed it, and that was it. That was like business as usual. The idea that was some huge, strong show of force is hilarious.
No chemical weapons were used again.
And the Wagner Group, I mean, this operates as a paramilitary organization. Of course, Russia is not going to claim direct responsibility, at least prior to the Ukrainian war, for any activities that they do. That's fine, but Russia's not going to claim, Putin's not going to claim personal responsibility over any of their...
300 Russians being killed.
Of course he's not, because it's the Wagner Group. That's the whole point. Also, the people that were eliminated, the people that were eliminated,
was that Obama?
The conditions for the wars were being created. But the Wagner Group the Wagner members that were destroyed in the Middle East wasn't Trump saying there's people in the Middle East, let's get them. It was them attacking a U.S. position in Syria and then getting destroyed by U.S. air support.
We didn't have
That's
any
what
wars.
happened.
Constantine, this is exactly what I feared would happen.
Oh my God.
Is Alice in Wonderland, through the looking glass. Donald Trump is not responsible for anything good he did for 4 years, and all the awful things that happened in the last 3.5, yeah, those are his culpability. It's insanity. It beggars critical thought.
Okay. I think that, like, just real quick, just on one thing, okay, because it's frustrating because, like, the analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right? Well, there were no wars, right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen. So we've talked very specifically just on one event. Also, keep in mind, when you say, like, I don't want to go into the weeds or get into a rabbit hole, it feels like it's because you know you're wrong if you actually get into the details of things. When you look at October 7th, what are things that Donald Trump did to signal how October 7th would have gone? Well, when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, he did nothing. He showed strong support for Israel by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and we signed the Abraham Accords, which we mediated them, which were bilateral negotiations between Israel and other Arab countries that didn't involve the Palestinians whatsoever. How do you not look at these things?
Base pro-Palestinian destiny here.
Like,
wow.
These are creating conditions that are relating to October 7th. Like, these are the types of things that lead to that type of violence.
This is actually disgusting. This is dishonorable.
It's a lot of adjectives. Where are the facts?
No, stop it for a moment, okay? Just stop it, because you've just blamed President Trump for October the 7th.
I did not blame
you
Trump
said,
for
no,
October
stop it.
7th.
I'm going to respond now because this is your debating tactic.
It's not a
You're
tactic.
like
I'm
an
just talking
ADHD
facts.
version of Ben Shapiro. You throw out stuff out there and then
goodness.
it's all garbage. But beneath it is actual venomous illogic.
Is that what history is? Venomous, illogical?
Will you just shut up for 2 minutes?
Seb, hold on a sec. First of all,
let me respond to
you
him.
got to
haven't
stop.
responded to a single point
Guys,
I
both
said.
of you stop right now. First of all, Seb, you got to stop insulting him. Secondly, when he was talking, you were interrupting a lot. I tried to stop you. Now you're talking, he's interrupting
so
a lot.
let me interrupt.
So what I'd like for both of you to do is just make your points in a slightly calmer and more respectful way. Go ahead.
Right, so what he just did is he said the conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945 were created by President Trump. That's horrific.
Good response,
almost,
or?
Stephen, chill
Okay.
for a second,
All
both
right.
of you. Seb, go ahead.
it's almost like a blood libel. It's really, the fact that this man, let me talk to you about who Donald Trump is. For 23 years, swamp politicians of left and right broke a promise to Israel. Bill Clinton said, I'm going to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish state, and I'm going to move our embassy. Because of that statute, every 6 months for 23 years, the incumbent president, Clinton, Obama, and Bush, had to send a diplomatic missive to Jerusalem saying, sorry, I know we promised this, but we're not doing it now.
Why would we do it when Israel's doing shit we don't support in the fucking West Bank? Actually, I mean, we kind of support the settlement sometimes, but like, I don't understand why we would give Israel this win for nothing. I mean, like if it came as part of like a, some bilateral agreement, it's like, hey, stop the fucking settlement, stop doing this wacky fucking shit you do. Okay, and then we'll recognize the embassy in Jerusalem. Okay, that'd be chill. Okay, whatever. But Trump did it for nothing. He did it for nothing.
When my former boss was chosen by 63 million Americans to be the chief executive, he said, I'm doing this. By the way, a man whose daughter is Jewish, whose grandchildren are Jewish. He held a meeting of the National Security Council at principals level, not the bureaucrats, but the actual cabinet members. And he told them all, I'm moving the embassy and I'm recognizing Jerusalem. Only 3 members of his cabinet, shockingly, supported him. And his Secretary of Defense, this man who had very carefully built his reputation as Mad Dog Mattis, was petrified and told the president, Mr. President, don't do this. You will ignite World War III, and I don't have enough Marines to protect our embassies. What was the president's response? He said, I'm doing this for 3 reasons, Jim. Number 1, I promised the people of America who elected me during the campaign. Number 2, for 23 years, we've told the Israelis we're going to do this and we haven't. We have dishonored our oath. And 3, it's the right thing to do, Jim. We moved the embassy and
the right
no
thing
bombings,
to do.
No slaughter of women at pop concerts in the desert, no men being beheaded with blunt garden hose. I watched the unedited video of what happened on October the 7th. Strangely, none of that happened. But when Joe Biden comes in, surrenders Afghanistan, and Ukraine is invaded, then suddenly we have 1,300 Jews massacred. No, it's not Donald Trump's fault that he recognized Jerusalem, moved our embassy. It's because nobody fears the senile old man in the White House who talks to dead people.
Okay. October 7th happened on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. I would assume that was when they were always going to do it. I don't know.
And thinks his wife is his sister. That's why the world is on fire. And don't you dare blame President Trump for what happened on October the 7th, because that is despicable and you know it.
Which is definitely what Destiny did.
There's other stuff I want to ask you about, but I feel like you should have a right to respond if you want to.
Yeah, there's no substantive analysis. I mean, it's a bunch of virtue signaling. It's a bunch of, how dare you? I saw the videos and blah, blah, blah. But the reality is Donald Trump was an idiot when it came to foreign policy. He didn't understand the intricacies of any of the situations that he nor his administration were involved in. And a lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would obviously come out on October 7th and that horrible terrorist attack. It's funny that you were even slightly prescient without realizing it by saying that, like, well, if we move the embassy, there's going to be World War III. Yeah, moving the embassy and showing that kind of support for Israel while they're continuing to kick people out of neighborhoods in East Jerusalem, while the rest of the Arab world is having this huge separation between what their people think, because a lot of Arabs aren't really happy with Israel, but the leadership is kind of like done with the conflict and they want to move on. But it's continuing to antagonize those types of things. It's the Abraham Accords, again, these completely cut out the Palestinians from any of the conversation whatsoever. Donald Trump was a man who loved cheap victories. The idea that I could get bilateral peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, who for all intents and purposes had already basically normalized like conversations with each other, You
don't think it was historic?
No. The Abraham Accords? No, absolutely not. The impetus for the Abraham Accords was...
I love the pro-Palestinian destiny here, guys. He's so based.
Look at what's going on in Palestine. There's a big part of the West Bank called Area C that Israel is holding on to, and Netanyahu was essentially signaling that he was about to start to formally annex parts of these. So they formally annexed the Golan Heights a while ago. You've got East Jerusalem is more or less formally annexed now by Israel, and now they were going to start to...
Which Trump supported, by the way. He supported annexing the Golan Heights.
Encroach into Area Cs and formally annex that, because I think it's kind of the goal for Israel. And I think it was Qatar, I think that might have been the first ones to say this, but like, we need to talk and do something, because if this happens, it's going to be catastrophic. And then Kushner inserted himself into this process, and then we got the Abraham Accords out of that to delay essentially the annexation of the West Bank. But again, it was a cheap win without solving any actual problems, because the big stickler right now, at least in the Gulf states and in the Levant, is Palestine and Palestinians, and Trump got us no closer to any of that. Again, a cheap win, whether it's the Abraham Accords or the Doha talks of the Taliban, in exchange for an actual real solution, which would have been lasting peace solved for Afghanistan, or an actual deal that involved Palestinians. Donald Trump wanted neither of those, but man, we sure got a lot of really good stories and moving speeches about it.
But haven't you seen a Trump peace plan, bro?
It's a one word. I want the viewers and the listeners to note his choice of words, which is very telling. This man labeled October the 7th the result of frustrations. The murder of women and children and grandmothers is justified.
He is just virtue signaling. Awesome, dude.
As the result of frustrations.
Okay,
File that away.
You got your sentence in. I didn't mean it in a dismissive way. I'm just trying to make sure that you both have the right amount of time and being fair. So the one question I think that we ought to be thinking about in terms of the geopolitics side of things is, Donald Trump could be reelected, or Joe Biden could be reelected. How do you think Joe Biden is going to improve the global situation? I think we all accept that the world is on fire in terms of everything that's going on. The conflict in Ukraine, the conflict in Israel and Gaza. If Joe Biden is reelected, what gives you hope that he's going to resolve these things in the way that you talked about, having some kind of long-term solution to these very complicated, difficult issues? How do you think he'll solve that?
When I think of the three hotbed spots right now, in my mind, I'm thinking China and Taiwan, I'm thinking Ukraine and Russia, and I'm thinking Israel and Palestine. I think of the three hotbed foreign policy things right now. When I look at Joe Biden's behavior for Ukraine, I feel like it was about as well as it could have been, in that we were able to gather a wide amount of support across Europe. We were able to energize our allies. We were able to add to our NATO roster. We were able to raise a lot of money and send stuff to Ukraine, while at the same time drawing like a very clear, like, listen, we're supporting them, but we're not going to have troops on the ground. We're not going to do no-fly zones. We're not going to do anything crazy. Nothing that's going to set us on some road, that we can't turn back from to go to World War III, but we're going to support them as much as we can, basically. I wish the support would be a little bit stronger. I understand the hesitation, though, in that they don't want Ukraine to be able to strike into Russia because there's concerns about escalatory stuff there. I wish the support was a bit stronger, but I think for the most part, I think Biden's handling of the Ukraine-Russia situation was
May I pause you just there? Because
on
that issue, I just my perspective is slightly different in that I understand the hesitation about offering more help, and it's a lot of money, and it doesn't enjoy as much domestic support as it did at the beginning of the conflict, etc. But I can tell you what's happening on the ground now is, even though these bills are very controversial in America and they're hard to pass, that $61 billion, it's not going to make any difference on the ground. Ukraine is losing. I'm sad to say this. I was a very keen advocate of us helping them. I don't know that I would agree with you that that strategy is going to be effective going forward. What I'm saying is, if the current way of dealing with that situation continues, what will happen is Ukraine will keep losing hundreds of thousands of men, as Russia will. Ukrainians will lose territory, and eventually they will get a worse deal than the one that they might have done a year ago when the Ukrainians made huge advantages, thanks to the weaponry and the support that the United States provided. So how do you think Joe Biden is likely to resolve that situation going forward? Because I will put it to you, what's happening now is not working.
Okay, I haven't heard the same, but maybe we talk to different people or see different things. I've got a lot of friends that go back and forth between the front lines, and I've heard there were huge complaints relating to amount of shells available or what they thought the support would look like. So, for instance, sometimes you can't advance, not because you don't have the weapons to advance, but once you advance, you don't think you have the supplies to maintain that advance.
Well, that is what's happened, right? They retook territory, and now they've been sliding back. Now, I'm not saying the artillery shells they're going to get now are going to make no difference, like in small situations, but on the big picture, it's not going to make any difference.
Well, F-16s are supposed to be online, I think, by the end of this year, or maybe even in the next few months. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm not going to be delusional. Ukraine winning, I think, is still probably like a less than 50% chance thing of happening. And when I say win, I mean like at least take back Donetsk and Luhansk. But I think there's an important question to be asked about, like,
I don't understand how, like, it just doesn't get better for Russia. Like, I don't know, PPG, who's now been banned from Twitch, keep talking about this, how like Russia's on the verge of regaining a ton of territory in Ukraine. But like, I just don't understand. Like, Russia's been struggling for like a year now, and I'm supposed to believe that Russia is like about to make these like vast gains when they've been struggling for a year, and like they haven't. It's not like Russia's getting aid from the international community. Ukraine's getting aid, but Russia's still using their same fucking Soviet era bullshit. Yeah.
who's to tell Ukraine not to fight? Like, if we have the ability to supply them with weapons, and if we want to stand by them for as long as they're willing to fight, doesn't that send an important message to, say, China, where we would say we would support Taiwan, or we would support them in whatever capacity that we feel is responsible until we feel like the fight is completely over, rather than like, well, we're a democracy, so if you can make the war last for a couple of years, it's probably going to be unpopular, we're going to pull out, which is historically like a strength or a weakness that democracies kind of have. So I think that showing support for Ukraine is important in two ways. One is the moral way, that if they want to fight, they should be enabled to. It's funny, I hear foreign people express more concern over people dying in Ukraine in this war than I've ever heard Ukrainians express. Like, I'll hear people all over the world be like, oh my God, these poor Ukrainians, they're dying, we need to stop supporting them. And then I hear Ukrainians say, we want to fight, Russia is taking our territory.
Look, my wife's Ukrainian, my mother's Ukrainian. I'm very concerned about Ukrainians dying because I have family and friends on the ground. Now, at the same time, I've always said from day one, as I think you both know, is that Ukraine needs the support that we were giving them to get the best possible deal, because they were always going to lose territory. So I guess what I'm saying is, how is this conflict going to come to the best possible end for the Ukrainians, which is what I care about, right, under Joe Biden? How is he going to, in your opinion, resolve that? Because throwing some artillery shells at them when they get desperate every now and again doesn't seem to me like the route to what we might want for them and also for the interest of the West.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the path forward is to supply them as much as and as long as they're willing to fight. And then once it seems like the fight is done, or Ukrainians lose the will to fight, or it's basically positioned itself into a war where no gains are being made or lost, then at that point you look for some kind of off-ramp or some kind of peace deal. So Ukrainians would
Telegram notification. I don't ever want a Telegram notification again. What the hell?
But I mean, that's basically all you can do. But I'm not sure. I don't know significantly more, I guess, what the U.S. could do in that case.
Well, I guess what American people, I imagine, would want to know is, like, if we vote for Joe Biden again, how is he going to make this problem go away? I guess that's how most people would just be thinking about this.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, it's not. I'm
going to ask him all the same questions.
No, yeah, I understand. Yeah. I don't think there's anything the U.S. president could just make it go away. We could tell Ukraine, like, we'll stop fighting right now. But I mean,
what we could say to them is, look, we've come to the end of the road. There's clearly the domestic situation is such that we're not going to be able to give you much more. It's time to start looking for the deal.
Do you think is it the U.S.'s place to say that if Ukraine wants to continue to fight?
Well, the U.S.'s place is to decide whether the U.S. is going to provide weapons or not, and then Ukrainians can make their own decision.
But I'm saying, like, if Ukraine wants to fight, should we say, well, we don't want you to fight anymore, we're going to pull that?
No, what I think we're misunderstanding each other on is this. If the President of the United States was to say to the Ukrainians, we are not going to provide you with more weapons, the Ukrainians would then have a choice to make. They would not make the choice to keep fighting.
Yeah, of course. But that's what I'm asking, I guess, is because we truly are making the choice for them, regardless, right? Like, if we continue to support them, we're at least enabling them to say yes or no. But if we say, okay, well, we're kind of pulling out, then you guys are done fighting. Like, is it the United States' place? If we have the opportunity and the means to help, should the United States say, we're done?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So I guess
I don't think we should. I don't think Biden would.
So what I'm hearing from you is, if the United States votes for Joe Biden, he will continue to give them support at the level that he can muster in order that they can keep fighting or not, depending on what they want.
That would be my assumption. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see that changing.
And on this side of things, is there anything more you want to say before I go to Seb?
For Israel Palestine, I think that is an incredibly touchy issue. I don't think that Trump has the ability to.
No, focus on Biden. What would Biden do to solve that?
For Biden, I think that Biden has done a good job at providing support for an ally, which I think is always important, because the United States needs to be seen as supporting people they say they'll support, while also trying to rein in Israel a bit. So I think we were saying that I don't know how true these conversations are, but as of recently, I think Biden was telling Israel that, like, if there's a huge rapid rate, if a bunch of people start dying, like, we're going to start to condition some of this military aid. I know that initially when they announced their invasion on the 7th, I think that we encouraged them, like, you need to wait and chill for people to actually move out of northern Gaza before you guys start attacking. I know we've pressured them a lot to allow more humanitarian aid in. That Eretz crossing opening, I think, was a really good thing. The humanitarian aid port that's being built by the United States, is that the Navy Corps, Engineering Corps? I think that was a really good idea. I would hope to see more of that, but I also imagine that this conflict is probably going to be mostly done by election season. The Rafah invasion is happening, and then after that, I don't know what else there is to do in the Gaza Strip, but I feel like whatever that situation looks like afterwards, whether that's Israel occupying Gaza for some short period of time or whatever, I think it looks better under Biden, because I think Biden is more likely to tell Israel, like, hey, like, you're not going to start building settlements here, or hey, you're not going to do this or that, because he's already sanctioned some people in the West Bank who are building outposts. I think that Biden would have a better handle on controlling Ukraine there, rather than Trump, who I feel would give a little bit more unconditional support. Controlling Israel, I think. I don't know if I just said Ukraine.
Yeah, you meant Israel.
Yeah. Okay.
Seb, if the people of the United States vote for President Trump in 2014, how is he? You said the world's on fire. 24. We're all getting everything wrong. Let's start again. If the people can't do it. If
he wins, if the good guy wins.
I'm neutral in this debate. So
you just wrote a book on saving Western civilization.
I did. I'm not sure electing Donald Trump is the only way to do that. But if the people of the United States elect President Trump again to be their leader, you said the world is on fire. Yeah. How is he going to extinguish those fires and bring peace to the world?
Well, at the risk of talking about what I did in the White House, because they're just stories, but I think they matter historically.
Come on, be the bigger man. Come on.
I got this question asked all the time when we were there, saying, what's President Trump's national security stance? What's his foreign policy stance? What makes him different? And I just spent 2.5 years teaching the Marines at Quantico, and I just stole their motto. I said, under President Trump as Commander-in-Chief, no better friend, no worse enemy. And it's exactly what we did. The bad guys around the world were petrified. Good guys felt safe, whether it's Israel, the UK, NATO nations. They understood American leadership was back. With regards to specific conflicts,
bro, he's actually never going to respond to like the thing that like Destiny mentioned, where like Iran literally struck Saudi Arabia and we did nothing about it.
President Trump has said what he's going to do in Ukraine. He will end the fighting very rapidly by behind closed doors, saying to Zelensky, look, I know you want your country back, but you have to sit down and negotiate. It has to happen now, and I'll help you. And then he says to Vladimir Putin the obverse of what you were positing. He says, you need to sit down now with Kiev, or the aid we have given already will be minuscule to what I'm going to give Zelensky.
May I pause you there?
Yes.
Because this is an important thing to tease
Yes.
out. That is one of the reasons that to me seems like a credible way of solving that conflict. I've said this from day one. Whoever does that deal has to go in with a carrot and a stick.
Correct.
How is Donald Trump going to go in there and make the claim that he will quadruple or 10x the aid that's already been given to Ukraine when half his own party basically supports Russia?
True.
I mean, that's an exaggeration. It's an unfair thing to say. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But that's not a public discussion. I very specifically said
No, but why
behind closed doors.
why would Putin believe that threat?
Because he's made a measure of this man for 4 years. He understands that this isn't about bluff.
Because they
When you
all
decide
fear
to use
Donald
chemical
Trump so
weapons,
much.
We'll turn your chemical weapons base into a sheet of glass. If you're planning to kill 600 US servicemen in the Middle East, we'll kill you with a drone as you're on your way to meet the puppet prime minister of Iraq. That's what we did to Qasem Soleimani.
I know, but
he knows the words mean something.
Yes, but I'm just saying if Putin's thinking about it logically,
Right.
which I believe he is, then he will say, look, Donald Trump is saying to me he's going to throw the kitchen sink and give everything Ukraine that they possibly could get. But at the same time, I see the internal divisions that we've talked about already. How is Donald Trump going to sell this to his own party when half of the people involved are really against helping Ukraine at all? And that seems to me like a not particularly credible threat, even if it's coming from Donald Trump.
But again, you're mixing open political communications with what is done behind closed doors.
I know,
diplomatic. He doesn't have to go to Congress and say, I'm about to tell Vlad this, and you better back me up. That's not how it works.
Yeah, let's just clarify this. What I'm saying is, let's say that they are sitting behind closed doors. Why would Vladimir Putin believe the threat if he knows that Donald Trump can't then go back and actually sell the 10x of support to his own people?
Because it's a risky bet to say, he can't communicate this to his base, and I'm not going to take him seriously. That's a very dangerous. I mean, did you watch the Victory Day parade yesterday in Moscow?
With one tank, yes, I did.
Not just one tank. It was one T-34, not even a T-80, right? During the Cold War, it was Scud missiles, it was ZS-324s, it was hundreds of tanks. One tank from the 1930s. I don't think he can risk hundreds of thousands of Russians on the off chance that, he may not get that support
the
from
off
Congress.
chance, really?
I'm just going to bluff
Dude, with Biden as president, we couldn't get Ukraine aid for months because the fucking Freedom Caucus was blocking it.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you think it's credible to argue that Donald Trump could get the Republican Party to 10x support for Ukraine? You think he can sell that? You think he can?
Well, look, he wrote the art of the deal. The party is really big.
Do you remember fucking earlier in this debate where they were having the discussion where Trump wasn't able to get any fucking legislation passed despite the fact that he had higher margins in Congress than Biden does now? Oh my god. Dude, but he wrote the art of the deal, bro. Oh my god, he has amnesia. He forgot the first half of this discussion where they literally talked about this. Oh my god.
Is with Lara, co-chair of the RNC, with a lot of the rhinos actually resigning or not running again this year.
The rhinos aren't running again this year. So
it's not the rhinos who are the problem on Ukraine.
No, it's the isolationists. But I don't think the isolationists can go up against President Trump and say, yeah, sorry, you won the election, you're the president, but we're going to, we're not behind you.
You think he can take the party with him on that?
I think he can, but I think the more important thing is he can convince Putin behind closed doors that, dude, don't risk it. It's not worth it. And with regards to everything else, it's really quite amusing now that we're 6 months away from the election. I'm doing more and more international media. And when, the news agency of Sweden or Poland or whatever comes and they say, so what's it going to be like if President Trump wins? And I always say, were you alive when he was president? It was only a few years ago. It's going to be a redo of that. So whether it's China policy, it's going to be a very forthright, robust economic trade war with China. Whether it's the mullahs, it's going to be,
I don't even think Destiny, or sorry, Destiny. I don't even think Biden and Trump differ that much on China policy. Have I read this yet? I don't know. No, I have no clue what the fuck this is. No, I have no clue what this is. Anyway, I don't even think, I don't even know if Biden and Trump differ that much in China policy. Biden's been pretty effective at getting deals negotiated with like the Philippines. Like I think we're building a base in the Philippines for the first time. Yeah, we've just got that bill passed that gave aid to Taiwan. I think Biden's been pretty effective in combating China, which this guy seems to like. And Biden has, I don't like the trade war with China, but Biden has basically continued the trade war with China. What is this link about? It's super fucking long. What the hell, dude? Wait, just give me like a summary and I'll decide when I can read it.
The swinging sanctions.
Oh, it's about kiwi. I don't care about kiwi farms. What the hell?
Regime we put in place that almost had the whole of the economy of the ICC on its knees by the end of the Trump administration. With regards to NATO, we'll be back to what the current Secretary General Stoltenberg, who is a former left-wing prime minister and minister of the environment, said is absolutely what it should be, with increased spending and every member meeting its 2% of GDP target force goal. So if you want to know what it's going to be like, it'll be like the Trump administration the first time around, with the special addition of the deal with Vladimir Putin to scare him into negotiating. And then with regards to Israel, it's pretty obvious. This is the most philo-Semitic president since 1948 in the rebirth of Israel. And I expect President Trump to give Israel everything they need.
And how will he look to settle that issue long term? Because obviously that's an ongoing conflict.
Right.
It has been. I feel like the world has come to a point where everyone is horrified by what they're seeing, irrespective of what their political position is. The fact that conflict is happening is horrific, and it has reached horrific levels of mass killing. Right.
Right, but we also have people on U.S. campuses who are chanting from the river to the sea. So they may be horrified, but they're actually on the wrong side of that conflict. Look, with regards to the Middle East, we'll try and revivify the Abraham Accords, but with regards to Gaza, we have to be very blunt here. They have to kill every single terrorist responsible for October the 7th. But if you look at every poll, there's been 3 significant polls taken since October the 7th of Gazan residents. And between 72 and 78% of the residents support what happened on October the 7th. That is not something that is militarily soluble, right? You have an environment, you have a population that supports genocidal murder of women and children. I think the long-term solution, it's an un-American answer because it's not really a solution. We tend to think we can solve everything. It's a far more European one. Israel, after October the 7th, has to kill everyone responsible for that attack, and then they will be responsible for the security of Gaza for the foreseeable future. Not Hamas, not anybody else.
Israel. Do we then not go back to square one, where essentially Israel is living?
Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, I hope Destiny gets to respond to this, because I don't know. Even Israel's own defense minister, who is like literally just charged with war crimes by the ICC, even he doesn't want Israel to maintain control over Gaza after the war, and he came out and said, "Hey, Netanyahu, please don't be a fucking dumbass. Please don't annex Gaza. Please, Netanyahu, please."
With a population who are being badly treated, or feel that, let's just use neutral language, who feel that they're being very badly treated, they're oppressed, they're going to rise up against it, and we're just going to have more terrorism. And all of this horror is just going to continue.
Look,
I'm not saying I have a better answer, by the way.
But this was my thing for 20 years, was counterterrorism policy. Effective counterterrorism is about attacking 2 things. It's like any enemy, really. You have to attack their capability to hurt you, and you have to undermine their will to hurt you. The Israelis have been very good at the capability thing, right? We take out their chief bomb makers. We interdict their supply of arms from Iran and elsewhere. The question is the will thing. Will you create more terrorists? There's no really good solution to that. Why? Because the Arab states of the region don't want any Gazans. I mean, Egypt does not want any more Palestinians. Jordan is full of Palestinian quote-unquote refugees. If the Arab Muslim nations don't want that problem, Israel has to contain it. It's not neat, but it's the best thing they can do given the conditions that you have more than 2/3 of the population are pro-terrorism.
Well, gentlemen, we've had a great hour and a half. We've got one segment that we still have.
Kidding me? Destiny doesn't get to respond to that. Destiny should have been able to respond. God damn it. Okay. I don't know. I guess he got the last word, whatever.
Haven't covered, which is what's happening on US college campuses. I imagine you see that very differently. That ties into the election because of Biden and Trump and how they've
I don't understand why he thinks an Israeli occupation of Gaza would address Palestinians' will to fight Israel.
Responded to that. We're going to go to locals to talk about that and answer questions from you guys, which I will be putting to both Stephen and Seb. Head on over to locals right now for the rest of this debate.
The locals? I don't know. Antibodies use face rest on his face. True. Wait, what do I watch the rest of this debate? What? I don't know if I can.
On US college campuses, I imagine you see that very differently. That ties into the election because of Biden and Trump and how they've responded to that. We're going to go to locals to talk about that and answer questions from you guys, which I will be putting to both.
Why don't they link it? Oh. I'm assuming it's paywalled, but if it's just on Rumble, then maybe we can watch it. I don't know for sure if we can. But I'm not signing up for it's paywalled. Okay, I'm not. No, fuck it. Dude, I can't believe it's so funny. It's so funny to me that he was like the left is chanting from the river to the sea, and then literally in the next sentence quoted Sam Harris. Does he think Sam Harris is supporting from the river to the sea? He was using Sam Harris as an example of someone who is on the left. Does he think Sam Harris is quoting from the river to the sea? Does he think Destiny is quoting from the river to the sea? Oh, dude, that was insane to me. Who knows, man? Maybe. Dude, this article, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I care about this. This is so long, and I don't care. What it. 17K followers. I don't even. This just looks like some random internet drama that I don't even know. I don't even know enough about to. What the hell? Some of the stuff on Wikipedia might be good, but I don't know if I trust a random article on X to give me the stuff on Wikipedia, my man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like. Oh my god. This looks like actual schizo posting. This is actual schizo posting. They have all the sources at the end of it. What? This is an actual schizo post. I'm not reading this, man. There's no way I'm reading this. It's pretty serious. It's about fucking kiwi farms and the internet. I don't. You take hosting. Pretty good article. The walking eggshells effect actually experienced by people of color being afraid to point out racial stressors. Like a multi-million. Then send me an actual. If it's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, then there's a less schizo post version of this article that exists on like a mainstream media source and not a random Twitter thread. Giving away gaming PC to a lucky winner. I gotta retweet, like, and comment, guys. They'll give it to me. I don't think they're ever gonna give it to me because I'm actually. There is none. Then why the fuck would I ever trust this? He's saying it's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, but the only person to report on it is some random fucking guy on Twitter. It's either not a multi-million-dollar lawsuit or it's How many subs for you to read it? Well, now if we're talking subs, I don't know how many. That depends. 1,000 gifted subs. How long is it? I don't know. Why don't you make an offer? I don't have that much to spare. I would imagine. I don't know. Listen, I don't usually extort my viewers. But this just looks like an actual schizo post. I'm so confused how it's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, but apparently the only person to report on it is this one guy. Why wouldn't we? I understand he cites articles, but I'm saying like, what's it do? Like, I literally have never heard of any that. This actually looks like schizo posting. I don't know, 2 gifted subs and I'll do it. It's a new one because the day just started. Sierra Leone to Botswana. Oh man. Oh no. I'm never gonna get. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need Nigeria. I didn't need Nigeria. Okay. Oh shit. Wait. How many? Wait. What? Subscription times 1. Why did it gifting 5 tier 1 subs? I said 2, man, but holy shit, thanks. What the hell? I appreciate it, man. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get a twerk play for that. I was being half ironic too, but oh my god. I appreciate it, man. Hold on, let me VIP you too. Flash VIP. Oh, thank you, Cam Girl Ren. Holy shit. Okay, thanks, man. Thank you. Hell yeah. It's a very serious article. Okay, well, we'll check it out, man. Please don't dismiss it as merely a schizo post. It looks like, I'm just saying, it looks like a schizo post. That's what it looks like. I'm looking at it. That's just my impression. I have to make a new goal. Thank you, man. I appreciate it very much. All right. Okay, let's get into it. A person's most valuable party pair. Oh, the email didn't work. Feel like, yeah, you are a streamer. I knew it. Lewd gaming and skincare. Hell, wait, hold on. I gotta check these videos. No videos found. Damn. Well, welcome to the stream. I feel like I recognize your name, so I feel like I somehow knew you were a streamer. I don't know how though. All right. Online censorship, institutional power. A person's most valuable asset is their reputation. And there's no better place to build one's cash than online. For this reason, there's a convergence of extreme wealth, power, and influence being built up around the backbone of an internet like a cancer. With that, this is confirming my suspicion that this is a schizopath, by the way. Just saying. Without immediate organization and reaction from the atomized groups considering themselves anti-censorship, we will soon live in a less free world with a less open internet where rich and influential people can dictate their own trustworthiness and slander their opposition with impunity. In the 11 years I managed my own forums, the Kiwi farms, I have seen firsthand the power allowing people to talk about people. Anyone who is permitted to freely share what they'd like about another person is enabled to punch far above their own weight. When a forum organized like the Kiwi Farms hosts stories, media documents that never go away, it can become a permanent blight on diligently maintained reputations belonging to surprisingly important people. When that demerit is on someone rich and well-connected, they may dedicate years of their life trying to erase it. Liz Fong Jones is a transgender multimillionaire, formerly employed by Google, but now involved in at least 2 San Francisco tech startups, Honeycomb and Tall Poppy. His resume and portfolio has been leveraged. By the way, is this article misgendering them? Because listen, from the stuff I've heard from Kiwi Farms, that would not surprise me. His resume and portfolio is leveraged to try and deplatform the Kiwi Farm since 2017. Yes, it is. Okay, so I gotta do I have to unmisgenerate? Listen, the things I've heard about Kiwi Farms are not good at all. Okay, so it doesn't surprise me that like the guy who fucking owned Kiwi Farms or whatever, fucking moderator or whatever he said it was, is misgendering someone. Okay. Then I'm a trans warrior, guys. I will not stand for the misgendering. What started with a single email has expanded over 7 years into conspiracy targeting the most sensitive and important components of what makes up the internet. The story of Liz Fong Jones trying to take down the Kiwi Farms is indicative of what soon will be done to all controversial web content if there is not coordinated effort to make the internet and the companies which compose it more neutral and accountable. I wonder if they paid to print these views or they generate, or if they're paid to print these views. I don't know. Listen. Cam Girl Run, I have no clue what I'm reading right now. I have no clue. I have zero clue what I'm reading right now. So it would not surprise me if they were paid. Okay. Liz Fong Jones and Trans Lifeline. On August 18, 2017, Liz Fong Jones used her company's Liz.f a Google email address to send a complaint. The targeted provider hosted my website's email service. At the time, we used Cloudflare's security service, and a common way to bypass Cloudflare was to look at the mail server. Cloudflare does not protect email, and often the unprotected mail server for websites will be the same server or provider as the actual protected web server. Fong Jones complained we hosted personal information, hoping that this would cause our website to go down. The information in question was about Trans Lifeline, a hotline for transgender people in crisis, staffed by transgender volunteers. At the time, Trans Lifeline was operated by Greta Gustana and Nina Chabul. These organizers would post extravagant lifestyle photos on their public Instagrams. Meanwhile, Trans Lifeline service rarely had anyone to accept emergency calls. This led Kiwi Farm users to suspect that they were stealing from their charity. So we began documenting both their lifestyle and hotlines performance or lack thereof. Documents leaked to us by people who had worked with them show that there was almost no organization, no internal support structure, and no training. Transgender people recruited by TLL to be call agents would then be put on lines to deal with immediately at-risk suicidal transgender people with scant information on how to actually help. Some callers reported being hung up on. Operators reported trauma from having answered life or death phone calls without any idea of what to say to do. Or do. What to do or say. Jesus. Years later, and thanks to information made available only to the Kiwi Farms, they would be ousted from the organization for fraud. Trans Lifeline's operators would later file, under penalty, a free jury that Greta and Nina had inured hundreds of thousands of dollars. Liz Fong Jones tried to cover up what was happening by silencing the only people who were, at this point in time, both aware and capable of discussing transgender issues in a less than flattering way without being banned. This would begin the long trend of transgender activists saying, ignore the bad things on kiwi farms, they're made up, with the punchline being that we'd end up by proving right over time, and with damage done that could have been mitigated if we were trusted sooner. It would take Fong Jones 6 years to admit that Trans Lifeline was a scam. At the time she was supporting them. She explains how not only she now donates, it's so hard that I have to correct it every time. God damn it. But I'm a trans warrior. I will do it. Now only donates money to causes where she can directly influence the way it operates. Liz Fong Jones should be thanking us, but she still holds a vicious grudge against us because we reported the abuses of his Google work email. It's necessary to be. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Listen, I don't know any of the Kiwi Farm shit. I don't know. It's all too fucking schizo stuff for me. Okay, listen. I'm online a lot. I spend a lot of time on the internet. Okay, I don't go. Listen. I even spend time on Reddit. I am even a Redditor, but I will not. There are some places I don't go. This is one of them. But for 2 gifted, it was more than 2 gifted subs. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. It's necessary to be non-anonymous to organizations that immediate your giving in order to seek to get a seat at governance table and to ensure that funds are being appropriately set. That was a very painful lesson I learned from the fiasco. That was the early days of Trans Lifeline, where the inexperienced initial board did not meaningfully keep the founders in check and insisted on audits, and major donors, including myself, didn't think to ask for board seats to provide oversight, leading us all to get defrauded. You never hear the stories how Kiwi Farms identified fraud in a charity because it was not written about. There was not a single article from a supposedly trustworthy media source about the scandal. No journalist in the world can catalog that Kiwi Farms was right because the truth is a secondary concern. Sitting under was politically expedient. Liz Fong Jones from Google to Honeycomb. Fong Jones would continue working at Google for another 2 years. Anonymous reports regarding internal politics with the company where Fong Jones worked paint a picture of continuous menace, always looking for new victims to cause problems for. Fong Jones even finds himself named in a famous James Damore discrimination lawsuit against Google for discriminatory paste made on internal Google forums. This is an extremely good article about the walking edgeless effect as actually experienced by people of color of being afraid to point out racial stretches for fear of being jumped as oversensitive and in need of needing to phrase things to be palatable and not trigger offensive. Sugar-coated language of white fragility. Jesus, this is the cringe part of leftism though, okay. Sharing that a white person's viewpoint comes from a racialized reference. Effect on white identity. Challenge to objectivity. People of color talking directly about their own racial perspectives. Challenge to white taboos and talking openly about race. People of color choosing not to protect the racial feelings of white people in regards to race. Challenge to white racial expectations and needs/entitlements to racial comfort. People of color not being willing to tell their stories or answer questions about their racial experience. Challenge to expectations that people of color will serve white people. Bro. She claims to have resigned in 2019 after the Google walkout protest helped organize. Insiders reported that Google does not give severances unless you were asked to quit. This indicates that Fong Jones was likely paid to leave as opposed to having claims she resigned. Trying to fire a person is such a politically protected category, especially when they're as litigious and disruptive as Fong Jones is, would cost more than $90,000 she was given just to go away. I don't know. I'll trust that. During his employment with Google, she had acquired cryptocurrency and stake in the company. It is assumed that Fong Jones' net worth is in the millions. Indeed, Fong Jones stated that she has an interest. Honeycomb also makes UV lights like the ones burned. Like the ones T. Did you mean that? THT burned those guys in the eye of the NFT. Oh, awesome. Hold on, this is another thing. I don't go on this side of the internet, man. I know what you're talking about though. The one that burned people's retinas at the concert, yeah. Or the NFT rave, yeah. After leaving Google, he joined TechStone. Wait, we read that. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. Fong Jones has stated she indeed has interest in finance and wants to make wealth building part of her career. After leaving Google, he joined a tech startup, Honeycomb, as a chief field company officer. Honeycomb is a business-to-business software company that sells solutions directly to major tech companies such as Dropbox, Slack, video game companies including CCP, EVE Online, Behavior, Dead by Daylight, and finance companies like Vanguard, which is one of the largest investment firms in the world. Honeycomb is extremely progressive and has stood by Liz Fong Jones for years, even after she inexplicably announced to the world on November 19 that she had been credibly accused of sexual assault, which she chooses to refer as a consent accident. True. Consent accidents do occasionally happen. It's part of the risk-aware consensual kink. What the fuck? And I think that when they do, we need to be able to understand what happened rather than lashing out or blanket just denying that anything happened, both of which suck. You won't be able to find any information about this online, no matter how much you search, no matter which search engine you use. Instead, you will find gushing articles, preferably websites, Wikipedia entries. Oh, what's up, Casey Lee IRL? More talking about what a successful, important Fong Jones is. How can someone be accused of rape? Was it rape? Dude, this is such a schizo part of the internet for me. Were they actually accused of rape? Or were they just accused of... Okay, citation 8. What about the Dead by Daylight reference? How can someone accused of rape simply walk away without any progressive organizations around them? What? That's citation 8. Oh my god. Consent accident. No, this is just a tweet. What was she actually accused of? Because, like, if she's phrasing it as a consent accident, honestly, quite frankly, a consent accident to somebody on the far left could just be a dumbass term to refer to, remember the, George Not Found allegations when, he was tickling her or whatever and she didn't want to be tickled. That's what consent accident. That maybe, I don't know. I disregard all criticisms of this person, but actually just using the term consent accident is inexcusable in my opinion. I don't know what the actual allegation is though. I don't know. They only link to the tweet. They don't announce the actual allegation. Because what if the actual allegation? Listen, consent accident sounds like a dumb term that somebody would use to describe what happened with George Not Found and Katie Bugs or that one girl. Remember that drama? That's what a consent accident sounds like. So maybe she was just accused of doing something like that. In which case, a consent accident would be a consent accident. It's just I don't know. Right now, I don't know if she was literally accused of raping somebody or if it was or if she tried to tickle somebody. I don't know. Oh man. Okay. Liz Fong's and Tally Pop's cover up. Search engine optimization SEO is one of Liz Fong Jones' other personal. Might speak to the freeze response. Sorry, it might speak to the freeze response and others not seeing it as revoking consent. It might be. It was rape? Okay. Hold on. She genuinely believes that I have sexually assaulted her and I considered her a friend. This is sexual assault. Are we... What is this? Okay. This one's needed for seal deliberate. She communicated, but I hope she feels that way. This could be the whole. This making it seem like the Joyce Not Found thing. I don't know. That doesn't seem like. What was she actually? accused of. Oh, wait, okay. Lives with a dog. Lives clothing. Has dog hair in it. Lives had consensual sex with somebody. That person has a phobia of dogs here, and I didn't say so. That person thinks Liz deliberately, maliciously got dog hair in her. She accuses Liv of sexual assault. What? This is what. So she was accused of having sex with someone with dog hair in her that the other person thinks. Need to find the. Yeah, I don't actually know what she was accused. Who was even accusing her? I don't know. It's it's too schizo. My brain hurts. I want to go back to reading economics. I want to go back to reading about the plucking model. No. The accuser got nuked off the internet. Okay. That's going to suck as a woman trying to come back after that. Yeah, I don't. Hush money and signed NDA. Can we link a source for that? This is too schizo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold up. Movie. The thing you were reading has site X. What's the source? This is literally a Twitter article right now, bro. I was paid in gifted subs to read this, so that's why we're reading it. I appreciate the gifted subs, by the way. Thank you very much. This is a fun schizo read, to be fair. I'm having fun reading all this schizo shit. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's a works site at the bottom, but like you see where like it links to it says Honeycomb is extremely progressive. It mentions the like credible sexual assault thing. This thing here 8 only links to the tweet. Do you want us to tell us to the accused? Yeah, I want statements by the accuser because right now all I've seen is yeah. It only links to the tweet, or not even. Oops, that's oh, it just links to this. Wish that we had easy communicated our circumstances, but there's nothing I can do about the damage it's done. Hold on, she heals. I understand she may need to talk about it in order to heal or get closure. She's asked me to never contact her again, and I'm doing my best to abide by it. But I am also not going to allow myself to get smeared. Yeah, no. What do you mean, yeah, no? You're literally saying that she was accused of rape and you can't provide a statement from the... Rape is a strong claim to make. If you want to contact the accuser, you have to go find out yourself. I guess it doesn't matter. This is supposed to be about censorship or something. This may or may not be relevant, I guess. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. It's just they use 3 different words: consent accident, sexual assault, and rape. Rape is a very strong claim. Sexual assault is a slightly less strong claim, and then consent accident. Like the only there's information I'm missing here. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. My brain hurts. Oh man. But yeah, I mean, it says you won't find any information about this online, no matter which search engine you use. Instead, you find gushing articles. Blah, blah. How can someone be accused of rape and simply... Who even accused her of rape? I don't know. Who fucking knows? Okay, the cover-up, search engine optimization. Search engine optimization of what Liv Fogg-Jones, out of personal interests, as she enjoys a perfectly prejudiced digital footprint. She is an investor and board member of Tall Poppy, a reputation management company. This company is also a business-to-business. It's also business-to-business and advertises itself as provocative against proactive against online harassment and personal security threats. The name comes from an expression in Australia and New Zealand, and that means successful people get unfairly criticized. A tall poppy gets cut down. Okay, they have a decent list of investors and advisors, with 2 names jumping out. Y Combination has invested in them. Y Combination is a forum which has hosted negative posts about Liz Fong-Jones quoted in this article. This post now exists with Liz Fong-Jones' name completely redacted. A change which was documented between 23rd of May, 15th of September 2023, about 4 years after it was originally created. Not naming the accuser is a censorship or lack of facts as details posted publicly. They haven't even really gotten into the censorship part. I don't even know. I don't know what's happening. I don't want to go back. I want to go back to Keynesians. I want to go back to Keynesianism, bro. I don't know. Oh man. I don't know. Interlude Capital is also interesting as tall poppies outside the usual scope of their portfolio. They list on their website that they invest in digital infrastructure, which are generally low-level companies silently contributing to how the internet runs. These infrastructure companies will be relevant later. Tall Poppy boasts its customer list, which includes large companies like Spotify, viciously litigious associations like Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, NGOs like Global Disinformation Index, and Amazon's extremely influential streaming platform Twitch. No way. They received glowing endorsements from Ellen Pao, former CEO of Reddit, Anita, I don't know, of the Gamergate fame. Gamergate, no. Catherine Mayer, former CEO of Wikipedia, and Liz Lee, who has been involved in Twitter, and Morgan Stanley, one of the most powerful wealth management firm organizations in the United States. Ellen Pao was an interim CEO for Reddit in 2015. She was the head of the company when it decided to ban r/fat people hate. Reddit traditionally had a policy of tolerating free speech even when upsetting. It may be hard to believe considering the state of Reddit is today, but this was a very unpopular decision. Ellen Pao was forced to couch these reforms in language like, "We're banning behavior, not ideas." There were many changes she made, all unpopular. Her stay in Reddit was very brief. She removed Reddit she was removed, and Reddit apologized, saying that they would make things right. This never happened. It was clear that Pao was hired to make sweeping changes, setting the stage for a new Reddit moving forward, then step aside during the outrage so that she would take the fall. Not a single policy Ellen Pao implemented was ever reversed by Reddit corporate, and they have since have been compounded and expanded upon. This is, listen, as a Redditor, I know a little bit about this. Ellen Pao married an openly gay black man, but has been going through a divorce since 2019. Details on divorce are hard to come by online. It raises questions as to what exactly Ellen Pao has been paying for. Catherine Mayer is a former Wikipedia CEO and current CEO of NPR. She is an avid ideologue whose reputation is so incredibly poisonous that her position at the Signal Foundation has raised serious concerns if the beloved privacy app Signal is fundamentally compromised. The direct connection helps explain how Liz Fong-Jones is able to generate significant positive press for himself and is permitted to craft narratives on Wikipedia articles. She is directly affected by and has incredible conflicts of interest with, including for her company Honeycomb and the Kiwi Farms. Her contributions are made by suggestion only via the talk pages, but since she is direct friends with Wikipedia admins who manage these pages, they are always included as favorable, him as in a favorable light as possible. Oh my god, my brain hurts. Wikipedia is supposed to be free and open. It's supposed to be a free and open platform for cataloging the knowledge of mankind. Catherine states here that this is no longer useful and that free and open perpetuates a white male westernized conflict and is exclusionary to communities without rich tradition. True. These ideas of racial openness did not live up to the intention.
about the idea of free and open as some of our founding principles, sort of free and open source, coming from the idea of the open source community. Well, I have come to the opinion and the perspective that free and open was a way of looking at the world that was inherently limited relative to what we were trying to achieve. Free and open has the best of intentionality, but in the end, what free and open often ended up doing, particularly in the case of Wikipedia, was really recapitulating many of the same power structures and dynamics that exist offline prior to the advent of the internet. And so what we ended up seeing was Wikipedia really rebuilt this idea of knowledge as a whole around what the Western canon. You see the exclusion of communities of languages because of the ways in which Wikipedia is based on reliable sources. The idea of a written tradition is something that is particular to many, the idea of a written tradition, which is particular to some cultures and not to others. The ways in which we describe notability often.
Okay, I mean, cringe take, whatever. True. I think Wikipedia. Where's the Wikipedia for oral tradition? Okay, where we all write down our. I mean, you couldn't make that actually because you'd be ruining the oral tradition by writing it down on Wikipedia at all. Wikipedia is by no means a measure. It's by no measure a free and open platform. You are only permitted to edit Wikipedia using specific IP addresses, meaning anyone concerned about the privacy may not edit Wikipedia. What? What does this mean? I don't know what this means. What does it mean, specific IP addresses? Does it just mean you... What does specific IP addresses mean? I'm assuming what this is saying is basically you can't use the VPN. That's what I would guess. That's what I would guess. Since Wikipedia admins and Wikimedia C-level executives may be friends of people trying to ruin your life, this necessitates de-anonymizing yourself to hostile actors to even create an account. Then you will discover, Then you will discover that almost every important Wikipedia page is under special protections, especially controversial pages like Kiwi Farms, living people such as Liz Fong Jones, and his companies like Honeycomb. Dude, I bet this person's Wikipedia is like 3 paragraphs long. Okay, goddamn. It's not that long. I don't even know. We're on some wild shit right now. Okay. But I would guess that the reason you can't edit Wikipedia from any IP addresses to prevent like certain bot activities, which seems valid. Seems like that makes sense. I don't know if there might be a way to do that without restricting your use to anonymize yourself. And the second thing, what was it? Oh, the protections. It makes sense because it's the protections make sense because like you don't want A, bots, or B, like random idiot children editing Wikipedia pages willy-nilly. Yeah. It's very profitable under capitalist healthcare to keep people believing that their chronic symptoms are proof of a genetic condition rather than being caused by things like repressing our emotions or living off processed food and sugar. Bro. I don't know. I mean, I think there are plenty of genetic conditions that we have pretty good proof of. I don't know. Evil capitalist companies are faking the human genome. Okay. You will need a certain level of reputation within a Wikipedia community to even attempt editing these pages. Protected and high-risk pages like the Kiwi Farms are watched for changes by hundreds of bureaucrats continuously. Your edits will certainly be scrutinized, whereas the edits of Liz Fong Jones and his personal Wikipedia admin friends will pass with rubber stamps. One major reason your edits may be revised is for original research. Original research is anything extrapolated from a primary resource. This includes government websites and the Kiwi Farms itself, if you're willing to write about the Kiwi Farms. What Wikipedia is like is secondary resources from trusted publications. Trusted publications are explicitly whitelisted news media websites. Kiwi Farms users in 2022 asked Wikipedia to start being impartial on a subject and stop trusting biased news articles. This prompted a 10-year Wikipedia veteran editor to state if Wikipedia had existed on expert consensus that the world was flat, then you would have asserted that position as fact. The men who buried Leonardo Berno at this stake for discrediting geocentrism now write for Wikipedia. True. At least Berno's executioner got paid. This guy's 38,000 edits were made for Wikipedia for purely self-satisfaction and ego. Oh, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Not much yourself. We're reading this insane article. I couldn't even tell you what half this shit is about so far. Oh, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. So in practice, Meyer's revolutionary, not free, not open Wikipedia means that any wealthy technocrat may buy fluff pieces from legacy news sites and can request that these articles be added to Wikipedia by their admin friends, specifically to accomplish political goals. Incidentally, Wikipedia article for the Kiwi Farms is nothing but sloppy accusations citing articles which contain no evidence themselves. Whatever the news writes about becomes the truth, and the news writes what Liz Fong-Jones tells them to write. She has often directly contributed to news articles or is the subject of favorable interviews with these publications, which she personally passes through to the Wikipedia admins to get compliment and grow articles in the direction she pleases. Wikipedia's true power comes in the presence of on search engines. It is almost always the first result of any search. Its contents are fed into the info box summaries found on search results, and its data is accepted uncritically by AI chatbots. If I ask Google to describe the Kiwi Farms in a sentence, it tells me it's a controversial web forum known for various users' online harassments and stalking campaigns against various individuals and communities. I feel like I need more background information on Kiwi Farms because I have no clue. Am I allowed to talk about Kiwi Farms on Twitch even? Who knows? I was gonna say maybe I should rename my stream title to include Kiwi Farms, but I don't even know how much of the shit I can talk about on Twitch. Twitch has been rather heavy with their bans lately. At least Gorps is unbanned now. He was a temp ban, so he's back up. It's fine. I don't know if I trust this. Okay. Who knows? Having explicit enforced rules against contracting people off-site to harassment to the average person, Wikipedia is the truth, and whatever is written on Wikipedia is what to believe. There's a real bad place to be. Never visited myself. It's like 2000s internet. It's the best way to describe it. Yeah, that's what I've heard. But like, I've really only heard Kiwi Farms used as an insult against other communities. Is like really, I've only heard like Kiwi Farms used as an insult to people. Like I've never, I don't know shit about Kiwi Farms, and I don't know shit about Liz Fong-Jones, and I don't know anything. I don't know, guys. Old 4chan is what I've heard. Yeah, I don't know. It just, oh man. I don't know shit about Honeycomb or any of these other or Gamergate. I was like little baby boy for Gamergate. Okay, I was like 10 years old when Gamergate happened. I don't know stuff about Gamergate. You expect me to know about Gamergate? Oh boy. Okay. Liz Fong-Jones' reputation management looks like this. By PPL.THD. But I feel like a boomer right now. By PPL, don't know what that means. THD, don't read it. Just use it as a meme, like Google it. I feel like a boomer. I don't understand that sentence. I'm gonna be so real, Cam Girl Ren. I don't understand that sentence. Harassment and illegal conduct is not allowed on the site. I mean, that might be their official policy, but I don't feel comfortable talking about it because I have no clue what's true. I haven't read it anything. Okay. It's moderated despite its reputation. Okay. What's the topic at hand, Raya? I don't know. We're reading about Kiwi Farms and Wikipedia bias. Okay. We're reading about online censorship. They've gotten a little bit to the online censorship part. Okay. We're basically. Oh, no problem. Kiwi Farms is using me. Yeah, I've really only heard Kiwi Farms using me. We're reading about Kiwi Farms and a person that was accused of being or has accused Kiwi farmers of harassing them, and what they do to Wikipedia to make it seem like maybe they weren't, to make it biased towards them. But I don't know, because I don't have enough background information. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, chat? I don't know. By the way, we're 2 followers away from 100 followers, which would be really cool. Anyways, appreciate you all watching. Just saying. Just saying. Nice following Jones' reputation. Oh, thank you. Shit, that usually doesn't work. Thank you, friendy. Fun. I don't know if I pronounce your name, or I don't know. Fun 3R for I, whatever. 1 follower away. 1 follower away, guys. By the way, I don't like. I notice it's hard to read the thing. 9 followers. Don't worry. Oh, really, Kaio? Oh, is this your first stream? Is it? Oh, wait, shit. Oh wait, was that? I don't know if that person was already following. Because I'm still at 99 followers, but I think that. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, thanks, Casey. Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, let's go, chat. I need to make another. I made a 50 follower special PowerPoint. We'll have to make a 100 follower special too. Can I add like a stroke? I don't think I can. Whatever. How to be here for 100? Yeah, chat. Let's get a twerk break for this, chat. Thank you guys very much. Stick around. Tomorrow we'll do that. Maybe not. Tomorrow or 2 days from now we'll do a 100 sub special. Not sub, follower special. I'm used to YouTube. Yeah, boy. We're almost at 700 YouTube subs too. 696. Almost there. If these stupid shorts that I uploaded would get views, I don't understand why these shorts, all the other shorts have gotten views. These shorts just have not. They've just stayed stagnant. 2 views with like typical performance, 360 views. Who knows? Whatever. Okay. That dislike ratio, that's because, well, yeah, that's because, I mean, it's political, so some people are going to dislike it, but that's because what YouTube does is, YouTube pushes it to their seed audience, right? So it's people who probably have never seen me before and probably don't enjoy my style of content. You get more folks that subscribe to you with long format. I mean, the thing with shorts is that, like, YouTube pushes them to that seed audience, so all of them get like 400 views. So like, if I make a short and get 400 views, usually that leads to like 2 subscribers. Usually. But I mean, yeah, you're right. You maintain longer term growth with long form at least. I feel like my shorts have probably got to me. My shorts and average probably get more subscribers. Not including the viral things. The viral things like Chuck E. Cheese WAP. YouTube has to find out as they push it to, and they give the audience, and the audience has to like it more than they give it views. Yeah. They're still trying to find the audience that likes me, which is they push it to the audience that doesn't like me, and I get those wild like to dislike ratios. Yeah. But hey, at least the YouTube Shorts streamed as well. And the Trump debate as well. Solid 10-minute with 200 would probably get you better percentage in Shorts A. Probably. Okay. Liz Fong's Jones reputation management looks like this. 1. Craft media narratives with context in the press. 2. Submit this narrative as publicly held truths using Wikipedia context. 3. Send links to these articles directly to ISPs to himself as proof of abuse. 4. Remove from search results or the internet completely any upsetting pages. I really like when YouTube uses me as a test audience for 8-year-olds. Yeah. 8-year-olds that found their mother's Google account post things. Yeah. YouTube has definitely been doing that. It's awesome, dude. I love getting I got one of those pretty recently. I'm not going to be able to find it because it was it was a bit ago now. Damn. Yeah, it's been too long. Damn. Ignore the whatever shit's in my history. Whatever. Damn. Okay. In this way, he can prove criminal behavior through a line of reputable sources despite no actual evidence for criminal behavior because no criminal behavior exists. This works to both harm websites like mine and benefit him, and benefit hers in crafting his and his company's reputation to his liking. Saw so much Coomer ASMR in history. Yeah, bro, I love it so much. It's not Coomer ASMR. It's not the weird ASMR. It's we can go through it. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of who I am. Okay. Yes, I do put ASMR in the background when I edit shorts. That is what I do. I do put ASMR, strawberry spa treatment, layered sounds, whispers, personal attention. I do it. I'm not ashamed. I am not ashamed of who I am. Okay? Okay, guys? I will say it. I do occasionally put ASMR in the background while I work. Why can't you listen to podcasts like normal people? Because I'm editing stuff, okay? When I edit stuff, it's better to have like ASMR than stuff that I actually have to pay attention to. We also have Elijah Wallace Fendi slide in here. So I think this evens it out.
Let's walk through it.
Does your camera often point to the ceiling? That might be why.
To the left, to the right, find your ride, now put that whip and drive, and do the Fendi slide. Show me how you slide. To the left, to the
Thank you, Kyle. I was waiting for you to do it.
right, find your ride, now put that whip and drive.
Listen, there's plenty of Coomer ASMR out there, but I listen to normal ASMR, and I listen to Tom York Radiohead sped up. Well, no, this is a slow down version sped up. So you guys want to get it because you're not Radiohead. You're not a Radiohead fan like I am. All right. I'm not ashamed of who I am. Okay. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. It works especially well because he's very low profile and not known outside of his fields, where there's no political crossfire to hold Wikipedia accountable. Instead, the only voice identifying this behavior is the Kiwi Farms, which has already been thoroughly outlined. Oh, I'm deaf. That kind of make it hard. Oh, yeah. Are you that kid that PPG slaughtered in a debate? Yeah. Listen, whose channel's still standing though? Who's who's still Twitch? Who's still on Twitch? Who's PPG? Don't worry about it. He's a Twitch streamer. We had a debate. Masad took his channel down. Yeah. We had a debate. It wasn't very. The way this guy debated me, by the way, he came into my chat with an alt account and said, "Debate me, debate me, debate me." And I didn't know who he was, and I was about to end stream because it was 2 a.m. and I usually end stream at 2 a.m. And it was like, and I had to like learn that he was a streamer because he was on an alt account. I didn't know. Yeah, and we had a random debate. I feel like I did pretty well, except for the stuff on China, just because I hadn't read into China. Like, he knew more about China than me. I'm fine saying that, but listen. Whatever. I get a little free audiobook coupons. He also got banned from Twitch for peeing on the carpet. OMG entrapment, true. He begged for subs and then peed on the carpet when he got them. And he got banned from Twitch. And then he made a new channel. And before he did one stream on that channel and got live nuked. I don't know if his new channel is banned yet. It wouldn't surprise me if it is. Let me check. His third channel that he made or the second band invading channel is banned. Who know? I don't. He probably has a new one already, but I don't know, man. I did not expect the Twitch politics space that that don't have 20 viewers to be so ratchet. Yeah, it's wild, dude. The stuff that happens here. You got the censorship part, I think? No, yeah, we're finally getting to it, yeah. It's going through how he controls the narrative, yeah. You finish the personal stuff? Good. Nobody's got distracted by other shit. Okay. What kind of non-consensual content creation is this? I mean, I agree to. I was under no obligation to hop in a call, but usually, when I set up a debate with someone, it's like either they're doing a panel and I hop into the panel, or we set up a time to talk and he it was wild, whatever. But you know what? It doesn't matter because it got views on YouTube. Where is it? 89 views. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know what's funny? My economics teacher watched the debate, and I was mostly fine with it or whatever until I didn't really want him to find my YouTube channel because it's kind of embarrassing or whatever. But he watched the debate. Dude, I remember this debate started out with oh my god, I totally forgot it started out with me and him joking around about being gay. And him talking about it started out with him talking about him having a threesome, dude. Oh my god, I forgot it started out like that. Oh my god.
Here we go, chat. Thanks, brother.
YT.
What do you think?
So I think we
so that economic means power, right?
I don't know when we talked about it, but oh my god, it was embarrassing. I'm sure a teacher understands. I mean, it's Twitch, I hope he at least watched my other stuff, dude. That's the only. He said he watched one of my shorts, and at least one of my shorts. That's baiting you to being clipped and misunderstood. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild. Okay. This works to harm websites. Yeah, okay. This email from Blake Willis of Zyro Paris exemplifies the trust in Wikipedia and the power of Liz Fong's joint connection with the industry. I must have the decision to terminate internet service at the level suggested in this email exchange is unheard of. This is equivalent to the power company shutting off a random abortion clinic or coal mine because they were too controversial. A mere 10 years ago, a decision like this would have been completely unthinkable. Formal economics is nothing more than vibes-based analysis. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. I love my formal economics. I love my formal economics. I love my new Keynesian economics. Hell yeah. I actually found out something funny. Janet Yellen, who's I knew it in the US. Yeah, I am in the US. I'm open about where I live. Doesn't matter. You're good. In volume 2 of this, I also have volume 2. It's just on my shelf right now. Janet Yellen actually wrote one of the chapters. You can see Janet L. Yellen, and she's Secretary of Treasury right now. Efficiency wage models of employment. Hell yeah. I'm kind of a Yellenist. Things become too large, you have to extract numbers that don't make sense. And pass share to Fed, yeah. So it's all vibes. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. It is. A lot of economics is vibes. It's expectations, bro. It's how, what are the vibes like? Okay. I have some more stupid economics up here. Oh, yep. What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limited Markets. It's a good book. Same economics teacher actually told me about this book. And then we have 2 Paul Krugman books. I love my economics. Hell yeah. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. It's all vibes, bro. Both the Keynesian business cycle is just vibes. Okay, that is what the Keynesian business cycle is. It's the animal spirits. It's the vibes. I don't know if I care to read this whole email. Someone with official zooming access to follow up Lindsey Gray's post that we're in parallel. Okay. Hashtag drop the Kiwi farm. Censors are taking notes. Oh, thanks, left-handed 07. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's get some Parse Blackman egg gifts for that one. Okay. Well, by the way, when is this posted? Sorry to give an opinion already. Do you think Ukraine should defend herself? Yeah. We went over that a little bit today just because we watched the Destiny 17th. Okay. We watched the Destiny Biden versus Trump debate that came out like yesterday. Oh shit, wait. We skipped a section. 2 seconds. What the fuck was that? What's what? With the Parse Blackman egg gift? What's wrong with Parse Blackman egg gift? You have an issue with it, bro? What's your issue? What's wrong? This is what makes me as a streamer unique, guys, okay? It's Parse Blackman egg gift. I enjoyed it too much. Based. Okay. Hashtag drop the Kiwi farms. The censors are taking notes. There's sentiment I want to overcome that the Kiwi farms, as only a moderate-sized niche community that is oftentimes mean-spirited, does not effectively act as a canary in a coal mine for the broader internet. I will demonstrate that the lessons being learned from this are lessons we learned from this meddling are testing a broader strategy applicable to us all. In 2022, disgraced fraudster Clara Keffels. No. I haven't read any of the Keffel shit. I don't want to touch anything Keffels. It makes my brain hurt. She's been accused of so much for so long. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's not true. There's so many. She's been in so much drama. I don't care. I don't know. I'm not dealing with it. No comment. Not dealing with it. We're reading this. No comment. No clue. I don't know what a Keffels is, okay? I don't know. I don't care about the Destiny Manifesto on her. I don't care about the Mudahar drama. I don't care. I don't know anything about her. I don't know a single thing about her. Okay. Unironically, I'm never looking into the Keffels things. Too many. I don't care. When you have this much shit, I don't care, dude. I don't care. It's such a better use of my time to go do anything else, okay? Than talk about Keffels. Okay, anyways, let's read about Keffels. As a disgraced fraudster, Clara Keffels, Sorrenti, would falsely claim that Kiwi Farms had orchestrated a swaddling of it. Oh, we're misgendering Keffels too, hell yeah. Of her domicile in Canada. Liz Fong Jones would lend her talents to try and finally destroy the Kiwi Farms. This included Liz Fong Jones appearing in person at Sydney to protest Cloudflare, which provided security services to us. The idea was that getting our security service to abandon us, we would be open to illegal cyber attacks that would bring us down. It worked, very powerful. People took notice. Liz Fong Jones helped to achieve total censorship of a community made of tens of thousands of users. Her efforts and her achievements are now being used as our proof of concept for academic research. If Liz Fong Jones succeeds, the model she is constructing will be applied to easier targets in the Kiwi Farms. I also stress that the Kiwi Farms has been unusually flexible and able to resist deplatforming, in no small part because I am an individual and very unusual. Okay, most people would have the good sense to quit and abandon their project well before it gets to the point it has with the Kiwi Farms. This is doubly true for websites, which must operate cash positive as a successful business, whereas the Kiwi Farms lives off cryptocurrency donations, a privilege unique dedicated to communities with very tech-savvy users. Liz Fong Jones personally gave a presentation at Cambridge, concisely detailing her own efforts to deplatform the Kiwi Farms. Josh has weaponized autism. What Josh are you talking about? A lot of Josh's I know. I don't. Josh is the author of the where is the chaos survived. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Liv Fong Jones personally gave a presentation. The camera is concisely detailing her own efforts to deplatform Q forms at every conceivable technical level. Shockingly, the most effective targets were the most important to the broader internet, such as T1 Internet backbone company Congen, based out of DC, who to this day will block any of their customers who allow Kiwi Farms to use them. I think even Liz Fong Jones was surprised at how quickly the internet backbone began censoring his request because it took months for him to even try. Once she realized that they would do what she asked, it became her go-to strategy. Why bother with the small contentious companies at the bottom when you can threaten to kneecap their entire business out of the gate with top-down censorship? The following Cambridge academic paper is released, which directly follows the deplatforming efforts made against Kiwi Farms. Interestingly, it follows the impact on user numbers and post participation in the community using publicly available data. It accurately details how the post rate slowed due to low availability. For instance, we were almost always available on Tor. Many users chose not to download special browsers to continue accessing the forum. Cambridge sees this as a win. Yeah. Where did you see the new doc from? Okay, it's weird. Sorry, what? Did you see the new doc from? Okay, it's weird. I have no clue what you're talking about. I feel like a boomer right now. I don't know what you're talking about. What is it? I didn't know. What is this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. What is this? Is it this guy? You're talking about this guy? I don't know. Two hours long. Jesus. I mean, this seems interesting, though, kind of. This is what the second minute was meant for. Protecting cows. Well, it's a doc. Yeah. Are you Russian? I'm not Russian, Eggy Toast. 2 hours, kind of normal A. Kind of. But he's not a real documentarian, okay? He's a YouTuber. I'm joking around. I respect YouTube documentaries a lot. I enjoy them. This figure is extrapolated over a very nice timeline figure that outlines precisely the long-lasting, enduring attacks made at every level of infrastructure, including illegal attacks aimed at pulling the site offline by directly compromising our software. Kiwi Farms is so central to these researchers and their work that they have appeared on a cybercrime podcast, Hacking Out, to discuss Kiwi Farms, albeit indirectly. They've also delivered on this report to the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer just past this year. It's incredible. He talks about how ranching and how it does things. I give it a watch if you have any time. Maybe. Would it be good to watch on stream? It might be good to watch on stream, actually. I don't know. Listen, reaction content is always easy. I love farming the content. Maybe we'll watch it as I do my Fallout 76 daily task. Or play Minecraft. Minecraft still up, by the way. The IEE, IEE is an incredibly important organization whose members decide International Security Center for Technological Development and works together with and has significant membership crossover with the Internet Engineering Task Force. These groups publish RFCs proposing changes to how the Internet works. Liz Fong Jones and his friends in academia would hope to persuade the IEE and IETF to make the entire world smaller, more centrally organized, more brittle, and easier to break apart. These changes could be implemented at a technical level so innate to how the internet works that it would be almost impossible to explain how a layman how it even happened. The Cambridge studies oriented to persuade important engineers that they must break the internet so that mean websites can effectively be removed everywhere. And these studies are being made off of where Liz Fong-Jones is currently failing to bring down the Kiwi farms. The political pressure conflicts with the First Amendment as we do nothing illegal. Oh, sorry, as we do nothing. Okay. Now they apply pressure aside academics, corporations, and trade organizations instead to circumvent our rights. Oh my God. Okay. Liz Fong-Jones sued Vincent Zen, owner of the Flow Chemical, I don't care, in Australia for $400,000 for defamation. To demonstrate how insane this is, I will chart the distance between Vincent and the post which Liz Fong-Jones alleges to defame him. Vincent, an Australian, owns Flow Chemical, an Australian company. Flow Chemical has an IP address through APNIC, an Australian nonprofit. Flow Chemicals leases some IP addresses to 1776 Solutions, LLC in Wyoming. Floridian own 1776 Solutions, LLC. 1776 Solutions has provided provided service to my other company, Locale LLC. Oh my God. Is this where the term locale came from? Users of the Kiwi farms, who are mostly American, made posts about LFJ. LFJ alleges these posts were untrue and defamatory. Yeah, that seems a little unhinged. Okay. Therefore, the court believes Vincent personally owes $500,000. I know Vinny and speak to him maybe four times a year on average. We live in different continents and completely different time zones, and it's hard to maintain a friendship over that sort of distance. As a result, Vincent knows almost nothing about Kiwi farms or what I do, and has no say in how I use my IP address I pay for. Neutral locale came first, then they incorporated it. Oh, okay. Dude, that's awesome. Why would he name his company that? Okay. Oh, Jesus. We're only halfway through. Okay, I guess a lot of it is the sources. I don't know, it's been fun, I guess. In affidavits applied to the Australian court, Liz Fong-Jones has promised under penalty of perjury that these IP addresses are critical to the Kiwi farms' operations, uptimes, and most importantly, ability to deliver mean posts about him to the worldwide internet. We have not used these IP addresses in a year, and only used them publicly for less than a year. How critical these IP addresses are can only be determined by the fact that Kiwi Farms remains available to the worldwide internet, despite the fact that we do not use any Flow Chemical IP addresses in doing so. It would be accurate to say that we do enjoy more uptime without using Vinny's IP addresses due to very technical reasons that Liz Fong-Jones has learned to exploit, broadly how to complain to ISPs and get entire networks removed from the internet. Vinny is very stubborn. He trusts the government to recognize the flagrantly spurious and fallacious nature of these accusations and dismisses it on its own. I don't know what this fucking term means. Of one's own accord. Okay. Voluntarily. He's also a very busy person who has better things to do with his time and money than be sued by a lunatic. I continually advise him against an action, perhaps once a month every month until he was guilty by default. He's working on a slow and expensive process of overturning the default. The real victory of this judgment is that Liz Fong-Jones can now pretend it says the Kiwi Farms is illegal and will create civil liabilities for its host. Indeed, it has appeared in numerous articles published by the unusual suspect who tends to polish Liz Fong-Jones. And these articles have somehow found their way to the Kiwi Farms Wikipedia page, despite zero direct involvement between Kiwi Farms and Flow Chemical and Vincent. Liz Fong-Jones is nothing if not incredibly spiteful. The money and resources has acquired are merely tokens for him to purchase human misery. The anti-censors are falling flat. Last month, Sony released a video game called Stellar Blade to the PS5, which had a featured a protagonist in very revealing clothing, which the developers had promised it would not be modified to release to the West. Sony did end up tailoring her outfits to be less revealing, and its decision prompted outrage. A petition to undo this cosmetic defect acquired 84,000 signatures in 2 weeks. Stellar Blade's petition is the largest outcry against censorship in recent memory, and it has so far failed to get Sony's decision reversed. This failure highlights to me what I believe should be obvious. Public outcry and petitions do not get things done. Money does. Whatever moneyed power convinced Sony to make these changes outweighs the perceived economic threat a game is promising not to buy the game. The anti-censors rallied around those cons and masses, no doubt thanks to how easily it is to complain on social media and sign a petition. Meanwhile, there is a vine of thorns wrapping around the esophagus of the internet. I feel like the other allegations were a lot stronger, and now we're talking about me when Sony says I can't show video game woman boobies. It's just like Sony wants to make money, and they feel like if they have this character all sexy or whatever, it won't make as much money. That seems like what it's about. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe there's stronger sensitive allegations behind it, but I kind of doubt it. Okay. Our ability to even communicate is at risk of being destroyed, and the people who intend to destroy them have networked an obscene amount of wealth and power being noticed. What money interests was throwing around their weight to make video games character have a longer skirt? Yeah, I don't know. It's the liberals, man. The liberals took the shorter skirt from us. Indeed, the money powers are actively working to destroy the internet and find themselves intertwined with supposedly anti-censorship entities without trouble. He's complaining about anti-censorship being distracted by unimportant stuff. I mean, I guess. For instance, the closest thing to institutional power online for anti-censorship is Rumble, which has recently started a cloud service that consists of a single data center, single ISP, and a single security service. Rumble highlights in particular the anti-censor's total and complete inability to learn lessons from other anti-censors. I personally attempted to communicate with Rumble by email to CEO Chris, that guy, and the head product, Rick, whatever, the imminent and urgent danger. They're relying solely on Content and Path presents to their companies and all of their customers. Content has taken unprecedented and deranged steps to stop the Kiwi farms from being able to operate, including threatening to disconnect their entire data centers in Poland, allowing us to continue to host there. I don't know. I mean, I feel like ISPs probably shouldn't be doing shit to get stuff removed, even if it's Nazi shit. I don't know. I don't think that's like an ISP's place, but I mean, Rumble's never going to get as big as Twitch, right? Because advertisers don't like the people on Rumble. I don't know. The advertising seems like a effective check, okay? Because it doesn't seem like advertisers are willing to advertise on shit that's too unhinged. Although Hassan is allowed to interview his Houthi people, I guess. International press are kind of nuts, yeah. Frogan is allowed to say a word that I'm not even allowed to say in Twitch. Doesn't really make sense to me, but whatever. The decisions to prohibit the new Kiwi farms and my company 1776 Solutions for operating in Content networks come from the very top. 2 separate sales representatives from Content have confirmed to me that a C-level decision was made to stop me from requiring a hookup with them. I've attempted to call Content investors meetings I've attempted to call in on investor meetings during public Q&A and was screened out of the caller pool. I stressed that even a few years ago. A T1 ISP making waves to try and censor online content would have been international news, a terrible blow to the reputation within the industry, and no company would possibly trust them with supplying transit. Path CTO, don't care. A pedophile, okay. Rory is on record admitting to watching 9-year-old girl be sodomized. His company Paths attempted to illegally seize my hard drives by sending fake Canadian court orders to my data centers. Path proudly advertised that they were the first ISP to disconnect the Kiwi farms at an ISP level and boasted about this directly to Liz Fong Jones. We are ahead of the trend. We bought Kiwi farms ASN advertising in 2021. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Despite this, Rumble still uses them. What's worse, Rumble's video site apparently uses Path for application level mitigation as well, which means Path, a mismanaged, near bankrupt security company currently being evicted from data centers for missing months of payments, is probably an SSL endpoint for Rumble. If true, it means that Path and Coney Barnhill can intercept and read all communications to Rumble's websites. I have warned them about this for months. At a very basic and fundamental level, the key point is that anti-censorship are being fractured and isolated from one another. They do not have a cohesive goal. They do not have cohesive goals and frequently allow irrelevant persons' issues to divide them. At best, their efforts are split and duplicated, and at worst, they are openly hostile to one another. No such issues exist for the pro-censorship crowd. Drowned in capital from mega corporations, which they share between friends like bottles of wine. They plot a web of academic journals, media publications, and presentations at important international organizations to achieve their goals. They live in penthouses outside of San Francisco, callously deciding which small, atomized, defenseless component of anti-censorship they will tie up in litigation and defame next. There is no equivalent for anti-censorship. No one stands at the IEEE or IETF and discusses how the internet is about to collapse into dystopia. That seems a little harsh. I don't know about that, man. The few who merely cheer it on, or the few who do merely cheer it on. Okay. Anti-censorship does not network and ignores the lessons already learned. They are too afraid of what will be said about them in the media, and the media is already a demonstrably poisoned network of people who can't wait to strangle the life out of them. The most important anti-censorship organization was the Electronic Frontier Foundation. The one time EFF tried to write in defense of the Kiwi Farms, they had to anonymize their authors because the two women who wrote it were threatened by a transgender mob. Okay. To this day, the EFF will take the sides of the mob who threaten them and hates them over any organization in genuine need of defense which may lack a favorable Wikipedia article. Is China's internet a dystopia? Dystopia? I mean, they have the Great Firewall. Kiwi Farms are trans people. What do you mean? Oh, man. This is a tough one, Copenhagen. China's internet kind of somewhat dystopian. That's literally their fucking government. It's the Great Firewall shit, man. This is just ISPs. Thank you for VIP. I love Israel. Oh, yeah. Well, someone gifted you a sub. This person gifted me a gifted sub, so I would read this article. Gifted 5. He's definitely. Hey, you and me. Every time I reach a follower goal, I just hit 100. I did it at 50. It made like a PowerPoint. Oh, it's a sub. Yeah. I made like a PowerPoint of the top 5 non-font ops and the top 10 non-font supporters. Listen, you'll definitely be in the top 10 non-font supporters. You and me. I was saying. Thought you made me a VIP. Well, I probably should make you a VIP. Previously, I've just been using VIP as an incentive for people to sub. But you have a gifted sub now. I don't care about the top 10 non-font supporters. I want to be the top 10 Israel supporters. What's the difference? They're the same thing. Every anti-Israel person is on the non-font ops. Every pro-Israel person is on the non-font supporters. That's how it works. That's how it works. No wonder when they're staffed. Oh, wait. Do we read this? Hasbro better. True. Starting to show cracks in the internet backbones, the EFF launched a petition, or what's called Protect the Shack, dedicated to trying to preserve the neutrality of the internet. They've never contacted the Kiwi Farms directly to learn about where the stack is in danger, and as a result, they have accomplished nothing. Despite the size, prestige, and financial support from the EFF, Protect the Stack accomplished nothing. Israel has no fans, and I'm no longer... It is no wonder when they are staffed by the likes of Cooper Quinton, a senior security researcher with the EFF, whose hobbies include wishing death on the users of a website who have openly supported the EFF for years. Quinton is proof of concept that anti-censorship wastes its breath trying to involve itself with the existing rotting structure of past anti-censorship. Those organizations have devoted and only new ones with renewed purpose can work. Thoughts on the death of the Iranian president? I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's any conspiracy thing about behind it. If that's what you're asking, but I don't have many thoughts on it. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Iran with the new elections that they hold, I guess. Actually, I wanted to read about The Economist did an article about it. I wanted to read the yeah, we'll read this after this. I'm sorry, wait, there was a conspiracy behind it. The Eli copter. Where is it? Oh. I don't know where it is. God damn it. I don't know. You got money in crypto? I don't. You're almost done with the article, I know. I think it will be out until it's done. Oh, probably. Okay, in conclusion, I like to end this article with a call to action. Here's the problem, here's the solution. While I would generally encourage intelligent cooperation between anti-censorship movements, I have no hope for that. Anti-censorship is inherently individualistic, as those types benefit from freedom the most. Some cohesion is necessary. The anti-censorship crowd is mostly preoccupied with lining their own pockets. Every anti-censorship startup seems hell-bent on being the first person to solve the censorship issue without any cooperation from others so that they may take all the glory. There's no conservative think tank doing what the pro-censorship camps do every day, combining intelligence, power, and money. Average kick chat, I can go 2 messages without mentioning crypto. Yeah. Instead, we run our own race and make less progress overall, falling further behind in our endeavors every day, winning only superficial victories with video games and local jurisdictions. While pro-censorship wins the big stage and behind the curtains of the international organizations who actually make decisions. There will be no particular participation trophies at the gallows. For those with resources, I emphasize the Confederation is required to survive the next decade. There will be companies. Oh yeah, you should all thank him, by the way. Companies making for the internet which are toxic and needing to be scraped out, and companies which are principled. Oh yeah, you can use those now. Texas Man. None of you guys are there for Texas Man. Texas Man is early non-fawn. Companies which are principled and need to be built up. The good is out there, and good people are trying, but they don't get the attention they need. A serious person with serious aspirations could be a pro-free speech trade organization or coalition, but it needs to be done in earnest with resources out the gate, and it cannot exclude members in what they would bring to the table simply by the negativity of their Wikipedia article. For the average person, instead of asking you to do a specific thing, I ask you to consider something. Every day, Liz Fong Jones wakes up and dedicates the whole of her existence to making the world a worse place. She decides how she is going to enrich herself. Dude, just from the optics, okay? I understand this guy doesn't like trans people or whatever, but just from the optics, I'd be willing to grant this guy way more charity if he just for the purpose of this article correctly gendered them, okay? Kiwi Farms after. Yeah. I don't know what shit we're Koftanak, I don't think you were here when we started reading this. I don't know what shit we're reading now, man. I don't know. You physically can't, yeah. This weaponized autism prevents them. Who is he going to exploit, where she's going to invest her wealth, and how he's going to expand his networks of his nepotistic friends. What are you doing? Are you spending your day productively? Hell yeah. I'm gaming, gooning, and streaming, bro. The 3 big things. Are you putting effort into growing your own wealth and improving your own standing? Are you waking up each day with a personal situation that's better than yesterday's? Anti-censorship in general appears most sensitive to popular culture changes like media localization, video game outfits, and movie race swaps. Okay. Had to throw in the movie race swap. I fear this may be because anti-censorship has become compliant and defeatist, It appears to many that perhaps the only achievable victories are keeping a motive. Keeping a movie's remarkable character white. I think many are spending their time absorbed in media because our real situation seems so dire. The plane is crashing. Everyone just wants a nice in-flight movie. I said everyone makes their every day more productive than Liz Vaughn Jones and his friends have made theirs. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. That article, not quite as schizo as I thought it was going to be. Okay, I'll give it that. That article has some good things in it, okay? That was fun to read. That actually was fun to read. And we're at 100 followers. Hell yeah. 102 followers. Wait, am I at more than Isaac? It's actually not that impressive because I stream way more than Isaac does. So, I mean, it's kind of... honestly kind of more impressive that he has the same amount as me. But... damn it, he's at 103. God damn it. God damn it, he's at 103. No. I'm just kidding. I'm not even in competition with Isaac, okay? Isaac's success is good for my success. Because Isaac's the one who actually sets up the cool shit and I don't do shit and I just show up. Oh, so this guy's live again. Man, this guy's awesome. So if you can't hear him. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna read this. And then we'll have one more thing to react to while I play Minecraft. The death of Iran's president will spark a high-stakes power struggle amid a regional war, a fight at home between clerics and military looms. 3 years ago, article was updated, after. Okay, 3 years ago, when Raisi, I don't know how to pronounce this, Raisi? I don't know, man. Won the presidency in a rigged election. The concern is having a solidified message censorship elites will abuse it to remove whistleblowers. Yeah, I understand, yeah. Similar to China? That's not really similar. I don't know if that's comparable to China. When you say the elite, the CCP, the government of China, is what sets up its great firewall with like explicitly political purposes. I don't know. Even if ISPs collude to some extent, I don't know if that's comparable. Some Iranians thought it was stepping stone to bigger position. Ali Khamenei, the ailing supreme leader, did not have a long time to live. When he died, Mr. Raisi would surely aim to replace him. But history has a sense of irony. Instead of catapulting him to the job, winning the presidency cost Mr. Raisi his life. The result is the same. What's the difference? I don't know if the result would be the same. Because, like, it would still be, even this guy's whatever fucking scenario, it would still be entirely possible for me to start an ISP company that doesn't do the thing he's doing. That would still be entirely possible for me to do. In China, a person can't just start an internet company that doesn't obey the Great Firewall. Well, May 19th, you can't? What do you mean you can't? Right? He's complaining that like ISPs are like deplatforming people. If I want to start something, if I want to start my own ISP, it doesn't do that. I have the total freedom to do that. Legally, you can't. What do you mean? You can. What do you mean legally I can't? There might be some restrictions for who can start an ISP, but like, really complex process of becoming your own ISP. Creating an anonymous server from it. Looks like you can do it. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think it's complex, and he has to I don't know. What do you mean by legally you can't? And I know some ISPs have exclusive rights over areas, but that's because they're a natural monopoly, right? So it kind of makes sense for them to have that. It would be non-compliant, so it gets him down. What do you mean non-compliant? Non-compliant to what? May 19th, he was returning from a visit to the neighboring Azerbaijan, where he inaugurated a dam on a border. Authorities lost contact with his helicopter in a mountain region about 86 or 54 miles. Don't care if those fake-ass units north of East Hazran. At first, they insisted that there was no cause for alarm. The president's helicopter had made a hard landing. That is so funny. Although confusingly, several Iranian news agencies reported that he traveled towards Hazran by car. Within hours, though, those reports had been deleted, and state television began to broadcast prayers for the president. On the morning of May 20th, state media confirmed that Mr. Razi was dead, along with the foreign minister, Hussein, not even going to try that one, who was traveling in the same helicopter. In many ways, Mr. Razi had been a figurehead. The president is subordinate to the supreme leader, but his death will nonetheless shake Iranian politics. It will force the regime to find a new president in short order at a difficult time. It is enraged by regional war that encompasses direct military action by Iran and its network of regional proxies. Iran's adversaries, including America, Israel, Saudi Arabia, are considering deepening their security links in order to counter Iran. The economy is sinking and could be hit further by tightening American sanctions. And Mr. Razi's death could also throw Iran's looming struggle into chaos by removing one of the two leading candidates from Mr. Khomeini's job. Much is still unclear. Starting with why Mr. Razi's helicopter crashed. The official story is that it's bad weather. It was rainy and foggy during the flight, with visibility said to be just over a few meters. Conditions were bad enough that rescue workers could not fly in to look for the president, and even drones could not find a crash site. The Red Crescent reported to sending search teams on foot. Mother Nature could well be the culprit. Nothing is ever as it seems in Iranian politics, though, as many Iranians have begun to speculate about the more nefarious explanations. I feel like if there was a nefarious explanation, Iran would have every incentive to call that out, right? Like, I feel like they would be pretty willing to say, we think the Mossad did this. Mr. Razi has a long list of internal enemies, from the relative moderates he has marginalized to the fellow conservators who think he has been an inept president. It is not unforeseeable to wonder if domestic foes conspired to kill him. Unsurprisingly, some Iranians have also wondered if Israel had a role in the crash. Oh shit! What I click on? Nope. Go back. No, I don't care. Oh shit! What's happening? The two longtime foes came to blows last month after Israel assassinated an Iranian general in Damascus, and Iran retaliated with a volley of more than 300 missiles and drones aimed at Israel. The Mossad, Israel's spy service, has a long history of assassinating its enemies, including in Iran, where it has killed prominent nuclear scientists. Allegedly killed this nuclear scientist. Can't prove shit. Israel would never. Israel definitely did. I think technically still alleged, but yeah, no. Oh, this guy survived. What the hell? Israel did nothing wrong. They would never. Fake news. Oh, Times of Israel. Iran kills. Is this citing the New York Times? It's definitely not impossible that they were behind it, though. I don't know exactly how likely it is. I'd have to do more reading into it, but definitely not impossible. There are strong reasons to doubt Israel's involvement. There are strong reasons to doubt Israel's involvement. It's never gone so far to assassinate a head of state. An unequivocal act of war that would invite a fierce Iranian response. It would be foolish to risk such a consequence to kill Mr. Rossi, a deeply unpopular politician who does not actually have a final say in many of Iran's most prominent and important decisions. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't understand why Israel would go after the president of Iran. That just doesn't seem like a worthwhile thing to do. Like, you're risking so much for what? That's the first thing I said when like Isaac asked about it. Yeah. Few Iranians would mourn him. They remember him as the hanging judge, a prosecutor in Tehran, who helped send thousands of political prisoners to the gallows in 1988. The streamer have time to be yelled at in Discord tonight, mostly about Israel stuff. Or try to do it another time. Not tonight, but we can definitely do it another time. Yeah. Oh, I think I have the thing with Isaac tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, we never decided on either tomorrow or Thursday, I think he said. But we can definitely do it. I'd love to do it. And I will remember his clueless handling of the economy. The president who stocked his cabinet with military men and clerics who watched as the rival lost 55% of its value less than 3 years. Rival, I don't know how to pronounce it. Mostly because the president is a hardline faction with Iran who helps with escalation. And it's very unpopular in Iran. I'll hit you up next time I see you. All right, man. Scheduling stuff is for nerds. Base. True. The Constitution sets out a clear process for succession. A new election must be held within 50 days. So getting rid of him benefit to moderate. I guess that's true. Well, this is about to get into that, actually. New election must be held within 50 days with the vice president assuming the presidency until then. He is known as the what the fuck? Member of the apparatchik, rather than a power player. The Guardian Council, a group of clerics and lawyers, decide who is allowed on a ballot. Before the last presidential election in 2021, they disqualified hundreds of would-be candidates. Of the 7 allowed to run, only Mr. Razi had a plausible shot at winning. While the regime is unpopular with many Iranians, it is likely that it can suppress any public protest that will break out around an election as it has in the past. Remember within Iran when they were kind of the brink of civil war? Yeah, I remember. Mr. Rossi has been an ideal consensus candidate for a factious regime. No one could question his hardline credentials, but he lacked the power. He lacked a power base of his own. Religious conservatives had hoped to use him to advance their interests, so had the military men of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is not clear who else could fill that role. The IRGC appears to be in a political ascent. Its belligerent influence explains Iran's recent unprecedented attacks on Israel. However, that does not necessarily mean it will want to be seen to be appointing the president, partly because the holder of that position gets blamed by the public of Iran's miserable economic position. The more important succession, though, lies a bit further in the future. Mr. Khomeini turned 85 last month. In recent years, Iranians have thought there were just 2 leading candidates to take his job after his death. One was Mr. Khomeini's second son, who has been sculpting his religious credentials in recent years and is committed to a longevity of the regime. The other is Mr. Razi. Though other clerics are mentioned as a dark horse candidate, it's hard to imagine them winning enough support. Still, neither of the front runners had an obvious lead. Mr. Razi was unpopular and I don't know how to pronounce this guy, would represent a hereditary transfer of power in a regime that came by overthrowing a hereditary I can't read anymore. We read too much nonsense today. Hereditary monarchy. With Mr. Razi's death, I'm just going to call him M. His son, M, would seem to have a clear path to the top job. He would rely on the IRGC to weather any backlash. Oh, what's up, Angel? In case he might have left. What do you mean, what's Casey doing? Me and Casey are best buddies, okay? I've talked to him one time. And that in turn can strengthen the IRGC's role within the regime. Iran might evolve from being a hybrid military clerical regime to being even more of a military one. And that could mean less religious conservatism at home and even more antagonism abroad. Hey, this is Casey. I was telling you. I think so. Yeah. I mean, everyone in the neutral water servers here is viewers. I was telling LinkedIn off on clicking my Discord. I ended up here. Oh, wait. What? Wait. People are clipping me and sending stuff to you. Oh no. Oh no. What did I do? Clip saying? Oh no. For years, hardliners had tried to ensure a smooth succession. They installed Mr. Razzie as president and a crop of conservatives in parliament. Fight. Fight. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday. I don't know. They have to find a new president at short notice. And some politicians wonder if the other politicians orchestrated a helicopter crash to advance their interests. They'll be nervous days ahead for the regime. So it'll be interesting. 50 days. And that's the maximum. They might do it before that. Who knows? Hold on. How do I check my? So did y'all talk about? Yeah, we talked once on a Twitch panel with FanOK Life. Okay, recently. Oh, I was gonna check out. What am I getting clips saying? Oh no! Oh no! I'm worried. What am I getting clips saying? I'm finally. What am I finally popular enough that I have to worry about being clipped? Okay, is a nerd true? The starvation is a war crime thing. It's definitely the. I think that's probably the strongest claim you can make. Because some of the things that were blocked in a blockade, although part of that, we'd have listen. The blockade, floating loner box in Israel, Gaza blockade. I was looking for it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think it's complicated. I think loner box did his loner box did a thing in it. God, I should DM him for his notes because he said I could. He said, posted his findings on Twitter. God damn, I ran a little too much. What if you want the notes, DM me. I should DM for the notes. Basically, my understanding is that from 2007 to 2010, the Gaza blockade was on a whitelist system. So certain things were allowed into the Gaza Strip, and everything not on that whitelist was not allowed in, which is why things like cookies weren't allowed in, right? It was just because literally anything not on a list wasn't allowed in. It wasn't like a specific thing like we are evil. I mean that's that's my understanding of what it was. It was in 2007 2010. It was on a whitelist system, so they didn't ban cookies because they were evil and didn't want the Palestinian children to have cookies. They just wanted to blockade Hamas, and they went about that in a bad way on the stupid ass whitelist system.
I don't think that people.
Yeah. I don't know. I should read more into it, though. I don't know. Corpse is still banned? No, he's not. He was unbanned today, right? Cookies used to make munitions, clearly, bro. It wasn't, yeah, but the reason cookies were banned weren't because of a security threat. It was just banned because, yeah, no, he's back. Yeah. It was just a whitelist system. But it doesn't actually matter whether the intention is punitive or not, because the fact that starvation would result in the ordinary course of events is enough for the war crime, I think. Yeah. Is this no fuck. Yeah, okay. Okay, I want to watch this. People talked a lot about the NYT tax stats, and now we have our libertarian bias Reason TV here. To weigh in. PBG would never be banned. He's probably watching. I mean, His second ban evading channel was banned, I saw, but he probably has a new one that probably hasn't been banned yet. PVG is dead. Did he make a... Tell him to lie low. Yeah. I saw his one channel, I think it was the second channel that he used to ban evade was banned. Has he made a new one? I got points for 2 weeks too earlier. Oh, what did you do? He actually ended up banning me for a channel. I'll play this video. I quoted the Quran.
Questions. A show for inquiring minds on reason.
How much do billionaires really pay in taxes? Just asking questions. I'm Zach Weissmuller, senior producer for Reason, joined by my co-host, Liz Wolfe, Reason associate editor and author of the daily Reason Roundup newsletter. Hey, Liz.
Hey, Zach.
Today, the super rich control a greater share of America's wealth than during the Gilded Age of the Carnegies and Rockefellers. Those are the words of Gabriel Zucman in a recent New York Times opinion piece entitled, "It's Time to Tax the Billionaires." Zucman is an economist at the Paris School of Economics and UC Berkeley and a frequent collaborator with superstar economist Thomas Piketty, author of the extremely influential book on wealth inequality capital in the 21st century. But hold on a second. Today's guest, Phil Magnus, says the work of Piketty and his circle of inequality-obsessed colleagues is deeply flawed and sometimes outright deceptive.
Oh wait, by the way, guys, this is my ViewBot in my Minecraft server. I can put my own YouTube videos here, and then they get watch time, baby. Hell yeah!
Billionaires do pay taxes, a lot of taxes, and that the inequality literature, he says, is riddled with errors and bad stats. Magnus is an economic historian, author, and the David J. Thoreau Chair in Political Economy at the Independent Institute. Phil, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Let us start by looking at this first claim made by Zucman in the New York Times. Let me bring that back up here. There we go. So this graph purports to show the effective tax rate for the 400 richest Americans plummeting from 56% in 1960 to 23% in 2018, which incredibly appears lower than the 24% effective tax rate on the bottom half of income earners. So in other words, the poorest Americans are paying more of their a larger share of their income in taxes than are the richest. And you say this is misleading. Why?
Absolutely. Well, this chart, which was tweeted all over the world and celebrated by Elizabeth Warren, pushed out by Gabriel.
I did see the Waterfeld guy declaring war, and Waterfeld his declaring war on the internet and challenging everyone to debate. I don't know why anyone would take him seriously, though. He seems pretty wild from everything I've seen.
Manipulates the numbers to get the results that he wanted. And they do this through two ways. That top line that you see there that purports to be the rate that the wealthiest earners are taxed at, the billionaires, 400 richest Americans. They actually suppress that rate by reallocating the share of corporate taxation to the wealthiest shareholders, which is a very unconventional way of handling corporate tax incidents. What that does is it suppresses the rate that they actually pay, at least in appearance, over time. And in the meantime, for the bottom half, the
Wait, what? It says in here 400 richest Americans. I would demolish Vosh. Well, Vosh is Vosh, dude. Wait, I don't know if I have a
lower income earners. They actually exclude intentional tax credits, like the earned income tax credit and child tax credit, that benefit poor people by basically giving them a tax break. And it turns out if you take out the tax breaks that they have, well, shocker, the rate goes up. So basically, these two statistics are inaccurate, unrepresentative of reality, and yet they're being touted as a basis for tax policy.
All right, let me talk about that first line on the top first, with where you say that basically they played some games with the way that corporate taxes are calculated. Could you just explain that a little bit more? What did they do, and why is that wrong?
My favorite short.
Well, if you look at corporate tax rates,
he might not be technically the worst person in the world, I guess. That's about as much as I can give him.
over time, they've generally gone in a downward trend. You go back to the mid-century, 1950s and 1960s, corporations are taxed at a higher rate, as are personal incomes. But that downward trend, you see a succession of tax cuts that occurred mainly starting in about the 1980s and continuing to the present day. And what it's done is it's reduced the rate on taxes that corporations pay. Now, how do you allocate the burden of corporate taxation to people? This is a tricky and very complex area of economics called tax incidence economics. And we have a robust literature going back to the 1960s that say the people that actually end up paying or shouldering the burden of corporate taxation are not necessarily the direct shareholders themselves. Shareholders do pay some of the burden of it, but it also allocates onto other sectors of the economy through the distortive effects of taxation.
Really?
So there's several studies that have shown, for example, that workers, laborers, incur some of the incidents of corporate taxation, whether they own the shares of the company or not. Some of it also spills over in very complex ways onto competitors. And when you do these adjustments, you do tax incidence calculations for corporate taxation, you have to impose a set of assumptions upon how you want to allocate those numbers. Well, Zuckman and his colleague, Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Saez, used to follow the economic literature pretty strictly on this. Very conventional literature where they'd allocate a share to corporate tax, to corporate shareholders, but they'd also allocate portions of it to some of these other people that incur incidents, and you get a really even distribution of the way that corporate tax incidence is incurred, basically spread across different sectors of the economy that economists have theorized. Well, what they did when they produced this new chart is they engaged in what I would call outright statistical trickery. They only assigned corporate tax incidence to the physical shareholders, which happen to be the rich, happen to be the wealthy.
Really?
Wealthy Americans own a larger share of corporate shares, basically, than any other American. And as a result of that, it tilts the entire trajectory of this upper line. So basically now it follows the succession of corporate tax rates.
Wait, hold on.
Wealthy Americans own a larger share of corporate shares, basically, than any other American. And as a result of that, it tilts the entire trajectory of this upper line. So basically now it follows the succession of corporate tax rate cuts, whereas previously, if you actually distributed the incidence in a realistic way, it would be much more flat, much more level.
Why didn't they use the same methods that would be in keeping with the methods they used to use 10, 20 years ago?
Well, that's the trick. I argue that Zuckman tried to pull an academic sleight of hand.
That's a really big accusation.
It is, and I think the evidence is there for it.
Social commentary is
if we go back to 2018, Zuckman and his colleagues published an article in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, which is a really well-regarded, high-end academic venue. And this article used conventional allocations of corporate tax incidence. They followed Arnold Harberger's approach that goes all the way back to the 1960s and has been updated by some subsequent literature. But it was a very standard way. And they state this outright in the article that we are following the conventions of the field in the way we allocate corporate tax incidence. Well, this gave them a result that was at odds with their political story. Because remember, they're claiming that tax
burdens on top 1.001% of earners.
Cuts in the 1980s to the present have caused inequality to soar. But when you look at the results, and you can see the chart there, I pulled this directly out of their data set, the incidence of taxation, the effective tax rate on the rich, so this is corporate taxes, this is income taxes, this is everything that they could measure, between 1962 and roughly today. So they took this all the way up to the mid-2010s, which is the data they had at the time. Now, this is the top
2014.
Yeah, top 0.001% of earners. This is roughly 1,200 to 1,400 tax filers, so the billionaires. It's the elite of the elite. And you can see the tax rate over time. In 1962, the effective tax rate on the ultra-wealthy was about 44%. We'll go all the way forward to 2014. Where is it? It's just over 40%. So it had gone down, and of course, there's some fluctuations over time that have to do with business cycles and some other events, but it had gone down by basically about 4 percentage points since the 1960s. That story does not fit their narrative about inequality.
So their narrative, in short, is inequality has, massively increased over the decades that we were just reviewing. And in part, that's due to the slashing of taxes on the rich. And you're saying, wait a second, no, using their own methods that they used to use to calculate this, we're seeing a very, very similar, very consistent tax burden from the 60s until basically today.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's very slightly gone down, and this comes from streamlining the tax code. But the wealthy are still shouldering far and away the largest share of the tax burden. But that doesn't. Yeah.
Well, let's compare it to the 2019 data. The
adjustment factory and stress graphs could be calculated with pure fuckery nonsense. Easy. What do you mean pure fuckery nonsense? I mean, it might be hard to calculate the fucking like incidents burden into taxes, obviously, but apparently I don't know. They used to use it. I don't know. We'll read more into it later because I don't know. I also don't trust these guys, to be fully honest. But yeah.
That you say happened. I just want to put these side by side, and you explain to me why these look different. So here's 2018, which we were just explaining. Looks like you kind of end up in the same place you started, a very slightly lower, and then here it is compared to the readjustment. Right. The orange line is going, starting in the upper left corner, goes down below 30%.
It doesn't even seem like that big of a difference to me, honestly. I'm going to take a screenshot of this still. I don't think they used to use it. He just showed that they used to use it. He just, Piketty says Suckman 2018.
They massage the data to get this result.
So almost all of the change here comes from altering the way they assign corporate tax incidents. They just altered their assumptions. It's the same data input, but by changing that one little assumption and reallocating it entirely to shareholders, they took was basically a flat line and made it a downward angled line that now fits this claim they're touting in the New York Times, where you see the tax rate in the 1960s, it jumped from about 44% to it's near 55%, which was the claim that he made in the New York Times. And then you go all the way forward to the mid 2010s, and it's no longer 40% that the rich are paying. They're now down to 22, 23%, which they claim is a lower rate than lower income Americans are paying. So it's all because of changing assumptions.
Yeah. So
they're really all because of
defense?
There's no way it's all because of because of changes in assumptions. Some of it, sure, whatever. It's like it's true. Like I guess they changed their methodology or whatever. But like, there has been a general trend downwards of taxes on the top 1% of people or whatever. And then secondly, as wealth inequality has increased, we now have like these super mega rich people, the Jeff Bezos of the world, who pay like no taxes because of the way because they can hide their money and it's all capital gain shit and it's all unrealized and they can take out loans.
Of changing that way of calculating.
Yeah, was there any charitable explanation for why
that it actually is, the fact that wealthier people own more stock. That is a better way to calculate where the taxes are falling. Because let me pull up like one slide in there that they might make in their defense. This is also from the New York Times article that says taxes on wages has increased as corporate taxes have decreased. So the green line, you can see the payroll tax going up, the corporate income tax going down, and they would just argue we need to capture the fact that this means the tax burden is shifting between different levels of earning potential.
Right. So Zuckman himself offers a defense of doing this, but he doesn't do so until after he's caught, which is a really interesting giveaway. Another way to think of this, they published in a top economics venue, the Quarterly Journal of Economics. This means that you have to make airtight arguments that go through rigorous peer review, often multiple rounds before top experts in the field of economics. And in doing so, when they adopted the conventional way of assigning corporate tax incidents, they met 60 plus years of academic literature that they had to go through basically a screening on to show that they were doing the methods consistent and the right way with that literature. So that's how they got it published. But then Zuckman does something really interesting when he realizes he has this problem, and this is around 2019. Randomly one day, he removed his data replication file from his personal website for this already published article that had come out.
Well,
so that's the smoking gun,
That's
right?
the smoking gun. It just disappears. And, several people noticed this.
Does he know about the Internet Archive or like the Wayback Machine?
Well, that's what caught him, because
Phil does not that, unfortunately for him.
Exactly. He puts this new file up, and the old one disappears. And I was involved in when this originally broke. It was a couple of other economists. I think Jeremy Warpadal, who's
he's wonderful.
Yeah, sometimes co-author with him. He also noticed it about the same time and posts on Twitter. Wait a minute, here's a side by side of the before and after of your website. Where did your data file go? And he really doesn't have any answer. And then Zuckman sees all of this and kind of panics. And this is after I've called them out. I pointed out that the two charts no longer align. Jeremy and a few other economists had pointed out that his website had changed. And he panics, and suddenly he reposts the old file. He puts it back up. And then a couple months go by, and he releases a new, like a white paper, a working paper that tries to retroactively justify all these decisions. And what he comes up with is this extremely heterodox viewpoint that says we need to discard the last 60 years of corporate tax incidence literature and adopt this new way that I'm proposing, which assigns the entirety of the burden directly onto shareholders.
This would be a more compelling argument, I would imagine, if that is the work that he had been doing prior to releasing this. But now it looks a little bit like he's attempting to salvage his own reputation, and like he was caught doing something pretty deceptive. He was
he genuinely thinks it's better.
Caught in this, web of deceit, and now he's trying to figure out a way to retrofit the data onto a new narrative. But it's like, well, wait a second. If you actually believed that to the extent that you claim you do, why didn't you make that case a few years ago prior to the publication of this and prior to being caught?
Well, that's exactly it. And I think the obvious answer here is, had he submitted this new heterodox way of calculating corporate tax incidence, he never would have made it through peer review of a top economics journal. They would have asked him why.
Also, shut the fuck up. You guys are heterodox too. You guys are all fucking Austrian dumbass bullshit people, okay? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Aren't you citing Harburger 1962 in 60 plus years of literature ever since then? You can't just introduce this new approach that completely inverts everything we know about corporate tax incidents and kind of wave your hands and assert that this is the new way to do it.
Instead of going through peer review, he made this under the radar adjustment and then went right to the popular media.
Exactly.
New York Times, Elizabeth Warren's office.
Peer review by the New York Times, peer review by sympathetic journalists who presented as fact, even though this was a major significant change to a previously published article.
Let's look at the other aspect of that you have a problem with in a little more detail, which is this bottom line, the bottom half of income earners paying more, having a larger share of the tax burden. And you mentioned that a lot of this can be explained by the exclusion of the earned income tax credit. And here's this is a graph from the CBO showing the average refundable tax credit rates among different income groups. The lowest quintile, unsurprisingly, is the largest beneficiary of the earned income tax credit, and then the second and middle quintile are
Isn't this guy right though?
Down there.
What guy? Talking about the people talking, or the other guy? I don't
know. His explanation, I'll just put it up here right away, is that the reason they did that is that
you talking about me, because I am always right.
Our analysis treats refundable tax credits as government transfers instead of as negative taxes, and that the earned income tax credit payments are that just because the earned income tax credits are administered by the IRS and a large portion of the public has become used to thinking about them as a negative tax, what might be good politics doesn't necessarily correspond to what is conceptually consistent. Economically, the earned income tax credit is no different from other cash transfers to low-income families.
I don't necessarily
What do you make of that defense of his methodological change?
It's an extremely tendentiously argued hand-waving exercise. I mean, if our objective here is to actually measure the tax rates that poor people pay, that lower-income Americans pay, you have to include the credits. And that's how these programs were designed. The EITC is introduced in the mid-1970s as an intentional way to offset the burden of the federal income tax on the poor, and in doing so also offset the total tax burden on the poor. It's implemented through successive legislative measures that are wrapped into the tax code. It's administered at the tax code. Zuckman's trying to make this almost contrived argument that basically says, we should treat the earned income tax credit like a Social Security check, which is it's an old age pension. It's a government old age pension that is collected at one point in life, and it is a transfer in the sense that we don't actually get our own input back. It's other people that are paying for it, but we receive Social Security payments after retirement in a very different way. The EITC is integrated fully into the tax code, and even more than that, and Zuckman actually acknowledges this and then just pushes it away, dismisses it. The way that the Congressional Budget Office and the IRS and federal agencies have always handled the earned income tax credit is to integrate it into tax incidence, integrated into the tax code. The CBO has been doing this since the late 1970s. They calculate, as you saw in that chart, the distribution of the earned income tax credit across income quintiles, and they also calculate tax burdens. They integrate them in together, and what it turns out is instead of like 22, 23% that Zuckman's showing, the tax burden on lower income earners is more in the neighborhood of 11 or 12%. So it's almost half of the actual number is almost half of what Zuckman is saying. And it's all just by this accounting trick that he's doing because he wants to tell a political story that makes it look like the poor are paying a much higher rate than they actually are.
To me, this is so highly offensive because at least my form of libertarianism, as the thing that I come back to is obviously wanting a lower tax burden on all people and obviously wanting smaller government. But the plight of the poor in the United States is not this thing that I sort of hand wave or dismiss away. Making sure that poor people have a good standard of living is very important to me. And in fact, that's why I'm a capitalist, because I very much believe in the power of markets to deliver abundance and higher standards of living over time. I see that benefiting the rich and the poor. That's why I'm a libertarian. That's why I oppose government redistribution. I think that capitalism is the best means to doing all of this. So therefore, it is especially important to me to have an accurate sense of what life as a poor person in the United States is actually like, what the tax burden looks like, in which ways the government makes your life harder or easier.
I'm amazed at my ability to design this in the most inefficient bullshit way possible. Dude, this is so fucked.
And so I'm not totally sure. I mean, I guess it's just classic good old fashioned politics. It's politics as a team sport that's leading to this distortion here. But I mean, really, why is he interested in misleading people as to what the plight of the poor in the United States actually is?
Well, the end game for him is making the case for a national wealth tax. It's making the case for higher income taxes. And if the tax system that we already have is in fact using things like the EITC to reduce the burden on the poor, his entire argument for the policy he wants goes away. And notice if you read the New York Times article, he does not disclose that he's doing either of these statistical tricks. He doesn't say I'm using an unconventional corporate tax incidence accounting for the top. He doesn't say that he's excluding the EITC and other tax credits for the bottom. He just presents it as is, as if this is the actual tax rate that rich people and poor people experience and pay in their real lives. And it turns out we have policies that are actually offsetting the tax burden on the poor in very, very substantial and intentional ways. So by leaving that out, he's almost like fomenting a case to try to get lower income people to agitate for higher taxes on the wealthy to argue for redistribution.
This feels like basically like rage bait dressed up in intellectual clothes. Like it feels like it's pandering to the New York Times Elizabeth Warren voting class, who is most likely to be in favor of this type of thing. But it's very much designed to get people angry about the state of wealth in the United States without necessarily having that reflect reality.
Yeah, he's claiming that our tax system is unfair, but any other objective statistical analysis says we have a tax system that is extremely progressive and has been basically since its inception.
There's this, I pulled this from the Tax Foundation to try to attempt to discover, well, how much do the wealthy pay in taxes actually? And I'm curious if you think this is a more accurate picture or not. They say that half of taxpayers paid 97.7% of federal income tax. And then when you break it down here, you can see that dark gold there, 45% was paid by the top 1%, and then you can add in another 20%, so we're getting up to 65% paid by the top 5%. Is this
American luxury tax is too low?
More accurate picture than what
I mean, listen, I'm all in favor of some type of progressive consumption taxation, my man.
But I
don't know.
Or do you
I don't know if luxury tax is necessarily the best way to do it.
Well, this is the revenue side, and basically what it's showing is the tax system
Depending
that
on
we
how
have draws disproportionately, overwhelmingly from the highest income earners. So that's clear as day, and it's been that way for a long, long time. In
Why
the
not?
data that
Hold on, let me check my notes.
the wealthiest are shouldering the greatest.
Oh, because it's just hard to implement. It's just not as efficient in the tax system. It's hard to. It makes it administratively difficult to have a tax code about it. Think about it. Income tax is always going to be popular. Yeah, exactly. I don't like income tax. I like some reading I've done on value added taxes and cash flow taxes. Is basically where I'm at. I don't necessarily think we should be taxing income in the way we do now. I think we should do cash flow taxes and value added taxes. Luxury tax is popular, yeah, but it's just not. It's just I don't think it's as efficient as cash flow tax. I think it's probably in this
share of the federal government's revenue burden.
Yes, 65% of our government revenue, of what's filling the
taxing
government
luxury
coffers,
items
comes from
more distorts consumer choice and increases
level
complexity.
Is the top 5%.
Yeah, you're getting into the several $100,000 range. I mean, these are comfortably in the six figures. As you get above the 1%, I don't know the exact cutoff this year, but you start talking about $1 million incomes pretty quickly. And then when you get to that really top slice, that 0.001%, these are high multi-million-dollar incomes that are coming in. It's really heavily tilted toward the top. But I'd say anyone in the gold and even the yellow categories there on that chart is comfortably upper middle class and higher.
So like
Cash
the
flow
working
tax
rich
is a
is
bad
how
idea. What's wrong with a cash flow tax? I like cash flow taxes from everything I've read. They seem pretty cool.
what's sometimes referred to in this
Absolutely.
literature, right? So working rich, I've written about this a little bit in the context of Elizabeth Warren's absolutely batty tax proposals. But working rich essentially, frequently refers to people who aren't necessarily in that 1%, but are more in that top 5%. The coastal city doctors and lawyers, sometimes dual income households, maybe people who will at some point receive inheritances or who came from wealthy families but aren't necessarily set up for life the way that somebody in the 1% might be. Working rich people who generally, go out to high-end restaurants, but definitely still have to earn money to pay for their rent or to pay for their mortgage. Think about the stereotypical lawyer in Los Angeles or New York as an example of the working rich. Those are the people who are generating the taxes that fill up roughly 65% of our nation's total coffers.
That's entirely the case. Yeah.
And then, so much of the focus now is on billionaires. I mean, this was the headline of the New York Times article. It's time to tax billionaires, as if they aren't paying any taxes. And by the way,
I mean, to be fair, some billionaires definitely aren't paying their taxes.
I mean, you're presenting some really damning
You're
data
not messing
to counter this, and
with SMM, and your larger corporates are pretty much unaffected. What do you mean your larger corporates are pretty much unaffected? My understanding is that cash flow taxes tend to have less avoidance than progressive corporate income taxes. My understanding is that they're usually harder to avoid, and they're just more administratively efficient. I haven't heard anything about that.
It's very troubling, and I am just going to openly offer, if Zuckman or anyone else wants to come on this show to defend this methodology, you have an open invitation, because I definitely have some questions based on what Phil's presented here and what I'm about to show also, which is your correction of their long-term projection of what the top 0.0001% is the billionaire class.
Right.
This is basically combining a study that you did and a study that Auten and Splinter, who
Isn't a
are
libertarian guy right, though? Definitely about the effective tax rate over time. I'm pretty sure he is. I'm pretty sure most of the stuff they said he was right. Yeah, I may not like their other libertarian stuff, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why I'm watching them, because usually, listen, I gotta get this shit from the liberals, and then I gotta listen on tax stuff. I gotta reach out to libertarians. Yeah, it's less avoidable, even especially for your small. Yeah, but wait, I don't. So what's your argument against it? Just that. What do you mean? Large corporations remain unaffected. Usually, large corporations tend to try to avoid stuff, right? And a cash flow tax, I think, has less avoidance. Usually, right?
Not like
isn't that a good
I think
thing?
it's a different chart, but because that's still Zuckman.
Oh, sorry. Yes, this is the wrong chart. Yeah, I think it's this one here. No, that's not it. 1 second.
I don't know who's worse, Zuckman or Zach, lying about tax data over here.
Oh, here, I think it's 12. Yeah, here. 1 second, hold, bear with me. So let us data here.
Oh, there we are. There we are.
This is from a study by Auten and Splinter. Maybe you could first just explain who they are, because this was a major counter to
theoretically it's less avoidance, but in practice, the larger
data
corporates
that
still
had been
avoid
coming
it.
out.
They're always
from
going
Piketty
to
and
try to
Zuckman
avoid
and
it.
his crew.
Yeah. So Gerald Auten and David Splinter, they're two economists that work in the U.S. Treasury Department and at the Joint Tax Commission. So they're tax statisticians. And earlier this year, they published an article in the journal Political Economy that had been in the works for many years, revisiting the income distribution.
Some small businesses already
you can see that on the chart
not
there.
avoid taxes as much as large
study
corporations.
side by side with Thomas Piketty.
Hold on, wait, I missed what they. Hold on.
Gerald Auten and David Splinter, they're
just in. Well, yeah, here. 1 second, hold, bear with me. So let us data here.
There we are. There we are.
This is from a study by Auten and Splinter. Maybe you could first just explain who they are, because this was a major counter to have the inequality data that had been coming out from Piketty and Zuckman and this crew.
Yeah. So Gerald Auten and David Splinter, they're two economists that work in the U.S. Treasury Department and at the Joint Tax Commission. So they're tax statisticians. And earlier this year, they published an article in the journal Political Economy that had been in the works for many years, revisiting the income distribution claims of Thomas Piketty. And you can see that on the chart there. They put their study side by side with Thomas Piketty. So Piketty is, you see, actually, there should be another chart there that has his numbers on there. That's the one. There we are. So Piketty, you see, is the blue line. And that represents the top 10% income share over the century. You can do the top 1%, top 0.5%, whatever segment that you wanted to break it down into. But you see it makes this U-shaped pattern across the century where it's very, very high, then it drops down at the mid-century, and then it rebounds in the 1980s. And what's going on there is they're trying to claim that the tax rates over the century have caused inequality to go down and then go up. So high taxes supposedly cause low inequality, low taxes cause inequality to rebound. But what happens in Otten and Splinter's work, and you can see their main figure is in that that dotted orange line.
Taxing corporations will get you nowhere. I mean, I don't
they calculated
totally disagree with that.
To the present, they went.
What do you mean get you nowhere? I mean, we probably should be taxing corporations at least in a value added way. Like everything uses all inputs use government infrastructure, right? So shouldn't we probably be taxing that shit? But I mean, I would agree. We should probably be focusing on consumption taxes.
And they corrected some accounting errors in.
So I mean, there are some inequality.
They did some further steps. They found that if you actually include post-tax and post-transfer income, so you bring in all the welfare benefits, you bring in the existing progressivity, the line flattens out even further. So that was that previous chart that you had. You go back to it. So if you see the red line down at the bottom, after-tax income, this is including all the taxes and transfers that we have.
Been.
Basically, what they're saying is the welfare state and tax system that we have already flattened out inequality from the 1960s to the present. This claimed rebound is just...
Yeah, the taxes and... if you add taxes and transfers, we've always had a pretty progressive tax system. Even in modern times, with our welfare.
It's an illusion that only comes from bad accounting, bad data, and pre-tax, pre-transfer income that's not realistic.
Let me pull up. This is the kind of the original U graph that came out in Piketty's book. So it's a very dramatic U. You know, it's saying back in the Gilded Age here in the 20s and 30s, this is the amount of income that was held by the top 1%. And then we kind of had a flat, we went down in the 50s and 60s, and then we're back to the battle days of like the barons of old. And this then complicates the picture because you are saying that this is a sounder methodology to do it because it gets at what we're interested in, which is like how much money do people have at the end of the day instead of kind of an abstract debate about taxes.
And that's exactly, there's a disconnect in Piketty, Sayers, and Zuckman's argument because they're taking pre-tax, pre-transfer data and saying, well, this is why we need to raise taxes, make them more progressive. This is why we need to redistribute income. But then if you look at the redistribution we already have, you look at the tax system we already have, it's already accomplished what they claim that they're going after. So it's like a before and after picture. They're using apples to oranges. Their apples being this pre-tax, pre-transfer version of the income distribution that also has other accounting problems in it. And they're saying this is why we need to adopt all of these policies. But it turns out if you switch to the oranges, the post-tax, post-transfer system we already have.
Basically, rich people feel good about spending. So just up luxury taxes and they spend more. They also enjoy it. Yeah, but you can get that with just consumption taxes. Like I would mostly agree. I don't think we should be really taxing saving. Even billionaires saving, I don't necessarily think we should be taxing. I agree. What's wrong with billionaires is that what we get upset about is they're like ludicrous amounts of consumption, right? So we should be taxing consumption. I just don't think luxury taxes are the best way to do that. Like they distort consumer choice again because you're taxing that. And they introduce a lot of complexity into the tax system of how you have to tax different goods at different rates. It just seems like I read that fucking thing in a Bradford X tax. Jesus, this is a longer thing I need to read on Bradford X tax too. But on Bradford X tax bill, I think. I don't know.
Long been an argument that people within the Austrian School of Economics have made that there is a tendency not only to lie with statistics, but for the economists who are most skilled.
Wait, what do you mean cash flow tax makes the business less robust? It's not real. What do you mean it makes it doesn't it? Wait, what do you mean by less robust there? What's the meaning of that there?
To tell a certain story that flatters power. Are the ones who advance in the field. Is that too cynical a story here, or like do you more or less buy that analysis of what's going on?
Well, if you look on Gabriel Zuckman's website, he proudly
lower the profit margins a lot less than progressive corporate income taxes lower their profit margins. And also, usually the way cash flow taxes work, if you have a negative cash flow, you get a tax credit.
Of exchange between him and Elizabeth Warren, where he is advising her on how to design a wealth tax. So I think he is absolutely seeking
Yeah, that's why you
influence
need to do
in
luxury
the
tax.
halls of power. Even more recently, and this
But
is
I
what
love cash flow
precipitated the
tax.
New York Times article, he went through to the G20 summit meeting that was just held
But
a couple
cash flow tax is like way more efficient than our luxury tax, just administratively, right?
weeks ago at the invitation of the Brazilian government. They were the chairs this year, and we know Brazil has basically a socialistic regime in place, and they took him up on the
Socialistic
stage
regime,
to make
true.
the case for a global wealth tax. So it's quite clear
Using
that he
consumption tax
is
is
not
dumb
just
since you
doing
tax
academic
everything.
analysis, not
Wait,
just doing
you want a luxury tax is a consumption tax. You know that, right? A luxury tax is a tax on consumption. I don't know why I made this. It just looked funny.
objective statistical work on inequality. He is trying to give politicians tools and arguments to make the case for higher taxation, and he'll openly state that. So yes, you see the motive at play here. Whereas I am, I'm skeptical of taxes. My normative preferences are like both of y'all's. Taxes are probably too high.
Get up there. Are you
And if
talking
you want
about
to
VAT
maximize freedom,
across
you
the
want to
board?
maximize economic opportunity. Yes, we have
I
a
mean,
normative preference.
Yeah, it's a consumption tax. Yeah, I agree. We should be taxing consumption, but I think a VAT is probably more efficient than just a luxury consumption tax,
For
right?
lower taxes. But I also want to get the statistics right. I also want to ensure that we're measuring the tax regime that we currently have in its full effectiveness. And when you do that way, you get a very different picture than this politicized version that Zuckman and Piketty and their colleagues are pushing to the New York Times.
You mentioned the correspondence with Elizabeth Warren, and she's been one of the most outspoken proponents of this idea of a wealth tax. She pushed it very hard in her 2020 campaign for presidency. I've pulled a clip from
Talking about taxing
the
specific
debate,
classic
the
consumer
Democratic
goods.
primary debate where she
Yeah.
makes the case for it. I want to play that and then reflect on what a wealth tax would mean for America.
I have proposed a 2-cent wealth tax. That is a tax for everybody who has more than $50 billion in assets. Your first $50 billion is free and clear. But your 50 billionth and first dollar, you got to pitch in 2 cents. And when you hit $1 billion, you got to pitch in a few pennies more. Here's the thing. Doing a wealth tax is not about punishing anyone. It's about saying you built something great in this country, good for you. But you did it using workers all of us help pay to educate. You did it using getting your goods to on roads and bridges, all of us help pay for. You did it protected by police and firefighters, all of us help pay the salaries for. So when you make it big, when you make it really big, when you make it top 0.1% big, pitch in 2 cents.
What do you think about that, Phil? It sounds reasonable on its face. You're a billionaire, you use the roads and the fire departments and so forth, so pitch in a couple pennies.
Well, Elizabeth Warren is playing fast and loose with words and definitions when she does this. Now, our income tax system taxes income. That's the only thing that's constitutionally permitted to tax. What is your income? That's how much you earn over the course of the year. What Elizabeth Warren is doing here, she's playing a sleight of hand. She's actually saying we should tax the net worth, the full value of the billionaire's estate, which is a very
how
different
would you even
thing.
do that? I mean, how do you even go about beginning? Like, that's the part that always really, really bothers me. It always strikes me as Elizabeth Warren and many of the people who boost her talking points are totally disconnected from any understanding of how like wealth management for the ultra rich actually works, because I don't even know how you would begin to go about attempting to assess taxes on the entirety of their holdings.
It turns out it's nearly impossible. Several European countries have tried this before, and they immediately encountered all sorts of problems. First, it's extremely difficult to value an estate, to value someone's net worth. And the second effect is it just causes the rich people to move to other countries. They leave with their assets.
Scandinavia has had this problem, and I covered this a little bit maybe a year or two ago. This is a huge problem in Norway, especially because a ton of Scandinavia's ultra-rich people just flee to Switzerland. And then you essentially have these little expat enclaves of people who are entirely in their same milieu, who in many cases they already know. So you essentially have these cute little subculture like clusters forming. But I think so frequently the governments that impose these types of schemes don't really understand that, like, why on earth would anybody stay if they're going to be treated like cash cows and taken for granted to this degree? Also, the IRS, by the way, as is, currently conducts a whole bunch of correspondence audits. So they hit those people who are recipients of the earned income tax credit. They go after the lowest hanging fruit because that is the cheapest type of audit to conduct. You know, it's actually very, very difficult and requires an awful lot of manpower from the IRS. Auditing rich people. You know what the IRS is currently struggling to do, even though they got that massive cash infusion 2 years back? They're struggling to hire new agents. The IRS still...
Whoa, wait, she's not even wrong here, bro. Bro, she's not wrong. True. Based, fund the IRS. Based, Biden pilled. Free, more IRS funding, Biden pilled, bro. Bro, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, man.
simply does not have the resources available to be able to competently do this. So even if Elizabeth Warren got her way, tax policy-wise, there's an astonishing naivete about how to actually do this in a way that gets you the amount of money from these people that you are looking to get.
Yeah, well, it's consistent with their goal. She wants to bureaucratize the entire financial sector. And just to give you perspective, you're talking about audits on income of rich people, just earned income over the course of the year. We're talking about unrealized capital gains, unrealized income. So you'd have to add on top of your earnings someone to value the entirety of your property,
they're not
your
wrong
stock,
here, though.
your houses, your real estate, almost anything and everything under the sun. And it turns out this is really difficult. So Zuckman likes to point to things like the Forbes 400 list, which is kind of like this vanity pop media assessment of the richest people in the world. And you have Zuckerberg and Bill Gates.
Right?
It's not real. So the problem is the IRS has actually studied this issue in the past. About a decade ago, a group of IRS economists
unrealized gains is a
took
bad
the old
idea.
Forbes
True.
400
I agree.
list, and they compared people that were previously on it that had died in like the last 30 years. And they looked at their stated published version of their net worth in the Forbes 400 list, and they compared that to the probate records when they passed away, how their estate was actually valued. And it turns out they found out a consistent theme. The Forbes 400 list almost always overvalued the actual amount of assets that they had when they died. And sometimes it was astonishing amounts, like 30, 40, or 50% overvaluation on the Forbes 400 list. So these year-to-year measures, they aren't even accurate versus what you get when you do an official probate of these estates. And they dig into it even further, and it turns out there's a reason for this. And
so all of this aside, oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
By the way, I find it weird that you think luxury tax should be dodged. I don't necessarily think it. I don't think it would be dodged. I don't think luxury tax should be dodged. What do you mean? I was talking about avoidance with respect to progressive corporate income taxes versus a cash flow tax. I believe a cash flow tax is lower avoidance than progressive corporate income taxes. Pretty sure that's true in general, right?
And this predates his presidency.
I don't necessarily think luxury tax should be dodged.
The Donald Trump problem is rich people,
but it would distort consumer choice.
List view it as a status symbol.
So
what do they do?
Like,
when the recorder calls and says, how much is your
super
real
bad.
estate holding in downtown New York City worth?
A cost worth taking.
Donald Trump has a tendency to say a much higher price than it actually would sell for. And he's gotten into some trouble with that. But he became so notorious for doing this in the 1990s, like Forbes even had internal reporters. They would tell each other, be real careful when you're measuring Donald Trump's net worth, because he has a tendency to lie and overvalue it because he wanted the status of it.
So all of these status games and calls for taxation and the naivete as to how to actually collect revenue on these people, all of this aside, why is it that there's this entire class of economists and politicians who are so concerned, not with, quality, like standard of living, but with the inequality? They're concerned with the spread between the Donald Trump types and the Liz Wolfe types,
it's a good idea
or somebody even poor than like, why is it that inequality is the thing that really bothers them?
Buying Supreme.
Well, I think they've realized that
honestly, that's a good point. I didn't think of that one out, actually. Honestly, that's not honestly
the case to make tax rates go up. The political left has been arguing since the 1980s to the present that we need to tax the rich more, that we need to raise overall income tax rates, and it turns out it's politically unpopular. It's also economically damaging. It's not the best fiscal policy to pursue if you want growth and prosperity. So they've lost the debate on that margin. They've essentially come revisited their arguments and rebranded them. Now the purpose of taxation is no longer to raise more money for the government for redistribution, even though that's what they really want. Now they're saying it's all about fairness, and we need to go back to a tax system that more heavily burdens the rich, like it may have in the mid 20th century, although their stats don't really show that or bear it out. So it's all kind of like this rationalization game to get higher tax rates, to get tax increases on a margin that they've failed time and time again for the last 30 years.
So, I mean, your work has your work and Autzen Splinter, you've sort of flattened out Piketty's U-curve a little bit there, and said that perhaps the inequality is not as great as Piketty suggests.
Increase the prestige of luxury goods makes you
is there a point where you would be concerned? Are there legitimate concerns where
I don't think it would be dodged. You can't really dodge you can't really dodge retail sales tax
or social effects that would concern you.
I see no downsides in luxury tax. It's just more it's just more inefficient and administratively difficult. That's the downside. It's administratively difficult because the IRS has to have a bunch of different tax rates for a bunch of different goods. It's hard to set up. It's administratively difficult versus like a value-added tax is pretty simple administratively. And then I mean, you're not wrong about the distorting consumer choice here might be a good thing, but it does distort consumer choice, which generally is a good thing to avoid in general. But I mean, here, obviously, it might not be that bad. Who cares?
Sure. We have flattened it out. If you do a more robust statistical accounting, inequality does fluctuate and changes over time. We know this. And there you see, so the dark red line is my own work with Vincent Geloso, and we've since extended this, and we're working on merging the two series. But if you use the dark red line as well as the dotted line from Otten and Flinner, it's a much flatter curve over the course of the century, but it does change. The question that we need to ask is, why does it change? Well, Piketty's narrative is when taxes go up, inequality goes down, or when taxes go down, inequality goes up. And some of the revisions we've done, they not only flatten the curve, they've broken that claim of causality.
I understand what you're saying with the VAT is already there.
It turns out inequality goes up and down.
Already there. It's just an additional tax to increase revenue, popular and beneficial. We don't have a VAT. The U.S. doesn't have a VAT right now. VAT is already there. This is just an... Oh, you say, okay. I don't know if I necessarily disagree with that then. It would just depend. I don't know. It would depend if we were raising... Like, if we weren't raising enough government revenue to do all the shit I want to do, like universal health care, I don't know, good roads, good schools, good fucking other shit, probably some type of UBI, then, yeah, luxury tax, probably. Yeah, VAT is stateside. Well, that's true, yeah. There are states with VAT, but yeah.
Down for a host of other reasons, and the big two, the ones that we know of from time and time again in history, are not good reasons. They're the Great Depression, so they're a financial collapse. That will flatten out the wealthy because they're the ones that lose their shirt in the stock market, as happened in 1929. So if you see on that chart, there is a major drop in 1929 as a result of the stock market crash and the Great Depression, and it plays out over the course of the next decade. The other reason, wars.
And just massive, just to underscore that, just massive destruction of wealth.
Yeah, massive destruction of wealth.
Sounds like communism to me. True. Thank you, based MMT, for getting in here. You don't have to worry about the tax policy nerd stuff because you're going to say the government should just print infinite money, monetarily finance everything. That's your position, exactly.
An economic disaster.
Yeah.
And the second one,
explain the war point. Yeah.
So you see the same chart in Europe. They have a U-shaped pattern. And it turns out the leveling occurs, the drop in the wealth in the top 1% occurs when the cities of Europe are being bombed into oblivion during World War II. It's the physical destruction of wealth and capital. And that actually does have a leveling effect on European society. So you've got the two things that are actual causes of changes in this, in the curve's trajectory are things that I would not wish upon anyone. And I think no sane person would. And yet that's kind of the implication of Piketty's narrative.
Taxes play an important role. I guess they're not wrong because they affect demand. Yeah, they're the
reduce inequality is to physically destroy wealth through economic disaster or war.
And so how is it that this is able to be branded as like aspirational or like a good thing? Like, is this just some of the fine print that's gotten lost along the way because then Piketty's narrative has been so successful?
Well, he acknowledges it and he kind of hand waves it away and he says, but really the thing that we need to care about, really the mechanism is the tax rate. So he's trying to shift attention away from depression and war and onto this policy lever that he thinks he can control. By raising or lowering the tax rate, you can get an inverse relationship in the concentration.
That's that too. I forget about that all the time because
central premise of Piketty's argument. This is
ROG. Let's go.
That R is greater than G. R being the rate of return on capital tends to exceed the economy's growth rate, and so therefore the rich are getting richer off of these investments, but the economy is growing at a slower rate, and so they are not the implication there is that they are not actually, like, that's not proportionally growing the economy for everybody. How true is this? How concerned are you about this equation?
Yeah, so I'm not terribly concerned. I think at one level it's just kind of an accounting equation and it's value neutral. The way that Piketty uses it, he basically argues that wealth is a product of what he calls a rentier society. It's wealthy people inheriting capital, inheriting assets and passing it on to their children, and all they have to do is sit there on their piles of money like Scrooge McDuck, and returns will come in from other segments of the economy. This is everything from people that rent real estate, they're paying them as tenants to their landlords, to just returns on investment. Basically, they live the good life and have to do essentially nothing. And Piketty's argument is that the capital stock operates in such a way that it'll outpace income earnings over time, and that's what he claims gives you inequality. Well, again, if you dig deeper into this, it turns out he's rigging the statistics. He's putting his finger on the scale. And in his book, he has another U-shaped chart where he takes the ratio of the capital stock, the private capital stock, to output or national income, and he purports to show that over the course of the century it drops down from the Gilded Age, and then it rebounds again when taxes are cut. If you dig into the statistics, because this is a worldwide global measure, you dig into the statistics, you find out he did another really unconventional trick. When the mid-20th century, you had several countries around the globe, maybe as much of a third of the world's economy was under communism. It's the Soviet Union, it's China, it's the Eastern Bloc. And in those exact years, from basically the end of World War II to the fall of the Berlin Wall, what does he do? He zeroes out the capital to income ratio in his calculations for the Soviet and other communist countries. He's accepting as an ideological claim that they have eliminated inequality.
A meme of Biden. That's what you're gonna say. If you debate a libertarian, true. There's a meme where somebody replaced one of Biden's tweets. I think he said it's simple, and it was something about taxes, and they just replaced it with "it's simple, R over G." That was funny. I don't know.
They have made all private ownership public, and these perfectly equal Soviet and Soviet-style societies have solved the problem of inequality. Therefore, we can zero out their capital-to-income ratio. Therefore, we supposedly have proven that R is greater than G in the mid-century time. So this is like a recurring pattern for this guy. Whenever he has the opportunity to manipulate the statistics, he puts his finger on the scale in such a way that gives him the result that he wants.
And he is now one of the most famous economists in the world. And Liz earlier brought up the idea with the wealth tax that the wealthy can just escape they'll just move their capital to escape the wealth tax. Piketty actually has a solution for that he offers in his TED Talk that I want to play a clip from for a second and then reflect on as we bring this to a close.
What could be done? The first thing is that, I think we need more financial transparency. We know too little about global wealth dynamics, so we need international transmission.
Oh my God, I don't necessarily agree with Piketty's proposal here, but they literally, because they're all fucking libertarian stuff, they're like, this is a global police surveillance state where the state's going to know everything. They're going to know exactly when you fuck your wife and exactly what sex toys you buy and exactly how far you shove it up her ass. And it's like, shut the fuck up, man. Piketty's French, so he's debunked accurate.
Of bank information. We need a global registry of financial assets, more coordination on wealth taxation, and even wealth tax with a small tax rate would be a way to produce information so that then we can adapt our policies, to whatever we observe. And to some extent, the fight against tax havens and automatic transmission of information is pushing us in this direction. Now, there are other ways to redistribute wealth, which it can be tempting to use. Inflation, it's much easier to print money than to write a tax code, so that's very tempting. But sometimes you don't know what you do with the money. This is a problem. Expropriation, is very tempting. Just when you feel some people get too wealthy, you just expropriate them. But this is not a very efficient way to organize a regulation of wealth dynamics. So wars is an even less efficient way. So I tend to prefer progressive taxation. But of course, history will invent its own pathways, and it will probably involve a combination of all of this.
Nothing is more scary than having this strange French man telling me that I need to fork over all of my financial information.
Just financial transparency, global coordination.
Now I believe in one world government.
For like total global surveillance of every transaction.
Yeah, no big deal. We'll just print more money and also total global financial surveillance. What could go wrong? And he just kind of hand waves this away as like, yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
No,
this
it's not.
Is where I get really concerned because there's this looming specter of the CBDCs hanging over our heads. I think that is their preferred method of achieving this, because once it's completely every cent in your bank account is completely programmable and trackable by the central bank, then they can have complete financial transparency around the world. And I think that this is something like libertarians need to be really having our antennas up and ready to resist as best we can.
It's astounding. And note the circularity in his argument. He's basically taking it as an axiom. Inequality is a problem, but we don't know how much of a problem it is because we don't have full regulation of the world economy. We don't have monitors of the entire banking system. Therefore, we need to enact all of these global governments type tracking measures to see every transaction, every exchange that occurs to prove that inequality is a problem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, where do you start on this? Every solution is just reaffirmation of a premise that he's begun with in the beginning. And what it basically means is the complete abolition of any sense of financial privacy, of really any aspect of free and open market exchange, because he wants to subject it all to the hand of regulators. It's command and control economy.
To me, this seems strikingly totalitarian. I mean, right? Like, what could possibly be more of a pathway to total control over what we do with our money
By the
and
way,
our
did you see
time
the AI stuff?
than
The AI
trying to
papers
institute a
it's suing
system
out again.
where
No, I
governments
haven't. What's the
have
new?
total control over
What's the new AI drama?
what our wealth looks like and where we can keep. I mean, to me, this is the entire fundamental selling proposition for Bitcoin. But I mean, what he's saying, it seems so innocuous, and in reality, I think it would be a path to, extraordinary surveillance and ruin.
Yeah. And we have to assume that government actors are not going to be these impartial, neutral bureaucrats. That there are bad actors in government, and any type of system of the type that he proposes would absolutely be abused, would absolutely be used to go after political enemies, to go after people that are disliked by the current regime. And he has no concern for that, no care for it. I mean, in fact, this is a guy that touted the Soviet Union as this time of higher equality. It's clear that he has a high tolerance for some very...
I don't care about AI. I care about Family Guy. Why is Family Guy trending? True. Okay. Citing safety concerns. Oh boy.
Awful totalitarian regimes that I think most people would rightly recoil at.
There's, this tax policy can be hard to get people interested in, or it's like it could be mind-numbing to the layman. But I think you're right that the progressive left has really captured it by putting it in these moral terms. This is a moral crusade against billionaires and inequality. Therefore, we need to grow the bureaucratic state and really track all of your financial transactions. Do you think that there is a compelling counter moral case instead of just the economic case of what effect it's going to have on what percentage of growth of GDP is going to slow by raising the marginal tax rates? Like, is there a strong moral counter case against continually ratcheting up taxation, especially?
I don't care. I kind of don't care about the libertarian ethics.
There's a fundamental justice that you get to keep what you earn. And, this is the question of the root of taxation. Taxation is essentially an appropriation of something that you earned by another party, by something that acts as the government. And I think we acquiesce, we accept that taxation is a reality of life. But when taxation becomes too onerous, when they start taking more than their fair share, that is absolutely a moral case as well as an economic one. And I'd point to this, you ask the question, who is a better curator, caretaker of money, of financial resources, the private sector or the government? What do we know of every government that's existed in the history of the world? They're wasteful, they're corrupt, they benefit their friends and their cronies, they give favoritist deals to people that are connected to politicians, and above all, they like to use that money on things that are actually physically destructive. They like to build armies and bombs and engage in war, things that are actually horrific in their in the havoc that they wreak on people's lives. So my question is, would you rather have a giant pile of money situated in the private sector where it's put to productive ends, it creates jobs, it creates new innovation, it creates products that people want to enjoy and consume and buy and make their lives better? Or do you give to the government, which puts it into the warfare welfare state of helping out their friends, helping out make people that are well connected to politicians rich, and blowing up other countries? Which is the more moral of the two? Almost every time it's going to be the private sector.
Phil, I want to ask you our last question of the show, which we ask all our guests. I didn't prepare you for this, so you can take a second to think if you want, but we want to ask you, what is a question that you think more people should be asking?
Oh, that's a good one. I think on that. Well, I think there's a fundamental question that more people should be asking their governments when they're paying their taxes. What am I getting in return for it? How is this benefiting me? How is this benefiting society? There's this assumption that if government spends money,
basically make them skits throughout about the AI sitting with auto porn. Yeah,
public-minded.
Unironically, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if they were like the same way that Russia has their internet research agency doing shit with like election shit. If they were doing shit about that too, right? I mean, anything divisive they feed on. Russia will have their internet research agency, shoot out troll farms with that shit, right? Like even like Russia had BLM agencies, or like BLM Facebook pages, associated with like their internet research agency troll farm stuff. The reason they did that wasn't because they support BLM, but just because they wanted to sow division in American society. So, like, literally anything that sows division, including AI, they're going to do some shit with, bro. Yeah.
Ends. And I would urge anyone and everyone that's ever cut a check to the IRS or seen part of their paycheck taken out and automatically given over to the tax man to ask the question, where's my marginal tax dollar being spent? Is it doing something?
Are you pro or anti? I'm pretty pro AI. I don't
helping to improve society.
I don't have that many fears about like it fucking taking over the world or anything. I don't have any fears of that. And I think it's. I mean, like I don't care about the automation shit because like I think we should just tax people and make it like UBI for people. I think less people working is a good thing. We should all want a society where as few people have to work as possible in order to achieve a high standard of living. We shouldn't want a society where all of us are using spoons to dig ditches just so people can feed their families. We should just have a UBI and feed their families. You want to overrate the NRA, true. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's always what's the fucking Milton Friedman quote? They should be using spoons instead. It literally is that quote. Milton Friedman spoons quote. I'd love my libertarians right now, guys. I thought you were trying to build a canal. If it's jobs you want, you should give the workers spoons, not shovels. Yeah. Reply to the government bureaucrat of Asian country who told him that the reason there were so many workers with shovels instead of modern tractors and earth movers at a works at a canal was that you don't understand this is a jobs program. Don't think we should be restricting ourselves to spoons.
And I think the answer to that question is it's much more ambiguous than the government would like you to think.
Phil Magnus, thanks for coming on the show.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to another segment of Just Ask Us
Hell
Question.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? Defending the show's title. Okay. All right. Well, I've streamed enough for today. I've had fun. Hopefully you had a good time. Is no one I know streaming? What the hell? Literally no one? I can't rate anyone? None of them are streaming? Okay. Recommended channels. Who is this guy?
Something sort of similar a few days ago.
Is this? Oh no, I'll host this guy. Hold on. Let me see. Guys, no one leave. Wait, who is this guy?
Wave a magic wand. Like, what is your ideal policy? Do you and Anne have some daylight on you on that?
So, if you listen to Anne and if you have a certain point of view, you might think, "Wow, what horrible things she's saying." But again, I want to go back to the Barbara Jordan Commission. It was a really important.
Why is Casey there? Why isn't he with me?
Commissioned by the
what the hell?
My sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, non-fun. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
More or less said what Anne said, which is we want skills-based immigration.
This guy.
In other words, it has to be cases where you're actually there's a need in the labor market rather than just flooding the country and harming Americans without high school
guys,
education.
Everyone rate. Guys, I need people.
And she mentioned the reunification methods, right? Where she said it has to be limited to the nuclear family. And that's what Barbara Jordan said, to prioritize the nuclear family if you're gonna have reunification rather than like cousins.
Guys, we got 2 people right now. Guys, what the hell? Guys, I had four viewers, guys.
So I actually think a lot of what
oh, there we go, 4 people.
I would sign up for as well. So that's what I would do. And yes, and I'll tell you one more thing.
I got a few more seconds.
Through the family reunification, I am a chain migrant. And so some people might say, well, how dare you then oppose other people who seek to gain entry into the United States?
I don't think anyone else is coming. I don't think anyone. I think it was a failed gambit. All right, we're Raven. See you.